Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr.
I am happy to join with you today in what will go down in history as the greatest demonstration for freedom in the history of our nation. Five score years ago, a great American in whose symbolic shadow we stand today signed the Emancipation Proclamation. This momentous decree came as a great beacon light of hope to millions of Negro slaves who had been seared in the flames of withering injustice. It came as a joyous daybreak to end the long night of their captivity. But 100 years later, the Negro still is not free. 100 years later, the life of the Negro is still sadly crippled by the manacles of segregation and the chains of discrimination. 100 years later, the Negro lives on a lonely island of poverty in the midst of a vast ocean of material prosperity. 100 years later, the Negro is still languished in the corners of American society and finds himself in exile in his own land. And so we've come here today to dramatize a shameful condition. In a sense, we've come to our nation's capital to cash a check. When the architects of our republic wrote the magnificent words of the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, they were signing a promissory note to which every American was to fall heir. This note was a promise that all men, yes, black men as well as white men, would be guaranteed the unalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It is obvious today that America has defaulted on this promissory note insofar as her citizens of color are concerned. Instead of honoring this sacred obligation, America has given the Negro people a bad check, a check which has come back marked insufficient funds. But we refuse to believe that the Bank of Justice is bankrupt. We refuse to believe that there are insufficient funds in the great vaults of opportunity of this nation. And so we've come to cash this check, a check that will give us upon demand the riches of freedom and the security of justice. We have also come to this hallowed spot to remind America of the fierce urgency of now. This is no time to engage in the luxury of cooling off or to take the tranquilizing drug of gradualism. Now is the time to make real the promises of democracy. Now is the time to rise from the dark and desolate valley of segregation to the sunlit path of racial justice. Now is the time to lift our nation from the quicksands of racial injustice to the solid rock of brotherhood. Now is the time to make justice a reality for all of God's children. It would be fatal for the nation to overlook the urgency of the moment. This sweltering summit of the Negro's legitimate discontent will not pass until that is an invigorating autumn of freedom and equality. 1963 is not an end, but a beginning. Those who hope that the Negro needed to blow off steam and will now be content will have a rude awakening if the nation returns to business as usual. There will be neither rest nor tranquility in America until the Negro is granted his citizenship rights. The whirlwinds of revolt will continue to shake the foundations of our nation until the bright day of justice emerges. But that is something that I must say to my people who stand on the warm threshold which leads into the palace of justice. In the process of gaining our rightful place, we must not be guilty of wrongful deeds. Let us not seek to satisfy our thirst for freedom by drinking from the cup of bitterness and hatred. We must forever conduct our struggle on the high plane of dignity and discipline. We must not allow our creative protest to degenerate into physical violence. Again and again, we must rise to the majestic heights of meeting physical force with soul force. The marvelous new militancy which has engulfed the Negro community must not lead us to a distrust of all white people. For many of our white brothers, as evidenced by their presence here today, have come to realize that their destiny is they have come to realize that their freedom is inextricably bound to our freedom. We cannot walk alone. As we walk, we must make the pledge that we shall always march ahead. We cannot turn back. There are those who are asking the devotees of civil rights, when will you be satisfied? We can never be satisfied as long as the Negro is the victim of the unspeakable horrors of police brutality. We can never be satisfied as long as our body is heavy with the fatigue of travel, cannot gain lodging in the motels of the highways and the hotels of the city. We cannot be satisfied as long as a Negro in Mississippi cannot vote and a Negro in New York believes he has nothing for which to vote. No, we are not satisfied, and we will not be satisfied until justice rolls down like waters and righteousness like a mighty stream. I am not unmindful that some of you have come here out of great trials and tribulations. Some of you have come fresh from narrow jail cells. Some of you have come from areas where your quest for freedom left you battered by the storms of persecution and staggered by the winds of police brutality. You have been the veterans of creative suffering. Continue to work with the faith that unearned suffering is redemptive. Go back to Mississippi. Go back to Alabama. Go back to South Carolina. Go back to Georgia. Go back to Louisiana. Go back to the slums and ghettos of our northern cities, knowing that somehow this situation can and will be changed. Let us not wallow in the valley of despair. I say to you today, my friends, so even though we face the difficulties of today and tomorrow, I still have a dream. It is a dream deeply rooted in the American dream. I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. I have a dream that one day on the red hills of Georgia, the sons of former slaves and the sons of former slave owners will be able to sit down together at the table of brotherhood. I have a dream that one day even the state of Mississippi, a state sweltering with the heat of injustice, sweltering with the heat of oppression, will be transformed into an oasis of freedom and justice. I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. I have a dream today a dream that one day down in Alabama, with its vicious racists, with its governor having his lips dripping with the words of interposition and nullification, one day right there in Alabama, little black boys and black girls will be able to join hands with little white boys and white girls as sisters and brothers. I have a dream today that one day every valley shall be exalted, and every hill and mountain shall be made low. The rough places will be made plain, and the crooked places will be made straight, and the glory of the Lord shall be revealed, and all flesh shall see it together. This is our hope. This is a faith that I go back to the South with. With this faith, we will be able to hew out of the mountain of despair a stone of hope. With this faith, we will be able to transform the jangling discords of our nation into a beautiful symphony of brotherhood. With this faith, we will be able to work together, to pray together, to struggle together, to go to jail together, to stand up for freedom together, knowing that we will be free one day. This will be the day. This will be the day when all of God's children will be able to sing with new meaning, "My country, tears of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride. From every mountainside, let freedom ring. And if America is to be a great nation, this must become true. And so let freedom ring. From the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire, let freedom ring. From the mighty mountains of New York, let freedom ring. From the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania, let freedom ring. From the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado, let freedom ring. From the curvaceous slopes of California. But not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain of Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and molehill of Mississippi, from every mountainside. Let freedom ring, and when this happens, when we allow freedom ring, when we let it ring from every village and every hamlet, from every state and every city, we will be able to speed up that day when all of God's children, black men and white men, Jews and Gentiles, Protestants and Catholics, will be able to join hands and sing in the words of the old Negro spiritual, free at last, free at last. Thank God Almighty, we are free at last.
Wish insurance was this easy? With Log Rock, it's like magic. Real coverage appears when you need it. No tricks. Get covered now. Click the link in the description.
Warning: the following content contains strong language and may not be suitable for children. This content is primarily for adults, as this is a trucking channel and truckers have filthy mouths. Please don't tweak if I say. Viewer discretion is advised.
Sweet.
What's up? Come on in, make sure you guys hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel, turn on post notifications. If you are in need of commercial insurance for your semi-truck, box truck, cargo van business, make sure you guys click that link in the description below for Log Rock. Give me a second, because I haven't done this in a minute. If you are up for renewal and looking for a cheaper commercial insurance solution, semi-truck, box truck, cargo van business, make sure you guys click that link in the description below for Log Rock. Come on in, guys. Make sure you click that like button, subscribe to the channel, turn on all post notifications.
Sweet.
All right. It's been a minute. It's been a minute. How's everybody doing? Let's see what we got going on. Happy Martin Luther King Day. Oh, man, bro. All right, let's see what we got going on. It's been a minute, man. So we're going to be a little unorthodox, you dig? Shout out to It's the Walk in the building. What's going on? Shout out to Kelvin Birch. What's up? Shout out to everybody representing the kids. Shout out to everybody from the MGM gang. Roger Lacey, MGM gang. It's the Walk. Kelvin Birch. See a lot of MGM gang. Kelvin said, feel bad for the Bears. Okay. It is what it is, man. Shout out to, who else we got in here? Kelvin is the Walk. Shout out to Legacy Mindset. What's going in? Check it in. Shout out to everybody out west, on the west side. Shout out to Jay Positive. What's going on? Shout out to Pippi. Shout out to all the moderators in the building. William Sweet representing, what is that, Jacksonville. Shout out to Edie. What's going on? Shout out to Pippi. Shout out to moderators. Shout out to Junior Chosen. Shout out to the MGM gang. Shout out to Dwayne. What's going on? Wagwan. Shout out to all the Jamaicans in the building. Shout out to James Waleski, Heavy Box Freight LLC. What's up? Shout out to Chucky. Shout out to Box Truck Mitch. What's going on? All right, back. It's been about a week, man. Man, though, I'm sick, bro. Sick. I think that last episode, y'all see me coming down with it. And I'm telling you, later on that day when I got off that live stream, my stupid ass should just follow my first mind and just, started taking medicine after I got off that last live stream because I felt it coming down. Y'all see me drinking the tea, and I was telling y'all my stupid, dedicated, disciplined ass still took my goofy ass to the gym. This is me holding myself accountable. I call myself, when I do goofy shit, I call myself a goofy. So I should have stepped my stupid ass down and just followed my first mind and just stayed home. You did, but I'm just so disciplined, bro. I still took my dumb ass to the gym. And by the time I went to sleep that night, I'm telling you, it was bad. At night, whatever that was, last Monday or last Tuesday, and it was just downhill from there. So I ain't really been out the house. I just been trying to recover. So I've been sick. That's why I haven't streamed for the most part. Just getting better. But, during that time period, this past week, since I haven't really been doing nothing but been in the bed, eating soup, drinking orange juice, drinking oranges, a lot of hot toddies, a lot of hot toddy teas. Y'all don't know nothing about that. A lot of ginger root, and just laying in the bed and just, I've been watching a lot of shit. I don't want to say kind of catching up on shit because I'm not really interested in a lot of the shit that I came across, but I just didn't have shit else to do. So I consume more entertaining nonsense than education. I still did a lot of educational shit. I read and I watched some documentaries, and but I was in and out those first few days last week, like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I was just in and out all day and all night, sleeping, waking up, sleeping. I just consumed a lot of stuff, and a lot of this shit that I seen is just reconfirms what I already was thinking. Just more shit was visible to me. And we cooked. Now, when I say we, I don't include myself in it because I feel like my mind set is straight, but I'm still part of the demographic, so I still include myself, man. I just think we just consume too much bullshit. I'm just looking at all the shit that was going viral outside of the Corey Holcomb shit. Just all the shit that was popping up last week. It's just a lot of bullshit. Then I seen, oh, God damn it, my bad. I'm just catching y'all up on me for the week. Then I seen the Casanat trying to read. I said, oh my God, that shit really upset me because it just made me think, because I ain't gonna lie, I thought about Ty when I was teaching him decimals. I thought about a lot of the people that have come up in a certain age range. Not the older people. The older people that come up that just ain't got their shit together, I'm just gonna be honest with you. That's on you. You dig what I'm saying? If you over 35, 40, 45, and you ain't got your shit together, and you still out here trying to figure shit out, my question is, what the fuck you been doing the last 20 to 25 years of your life? But when I talk to, these young guys, and, and I looked at the Casanat shit, this guy's made a lot of money, with streaming, but if streaming didn't exist, where would he be? Now he's trying to go into, different areas that are going to require him to be able to read, and he's struggling. And I thought about Ty, and then I thought about some of the other young guys that have come up, and when I'm trying to educate them, now I see why. You see what I'm saying? I had guys that when I'm trying to explain to them cost, I've had guys say, well, I need to know this. I've had people ask me, why do they need a business plan? Who they gonna give it to? There was a guy literally asked me, why do I need to know what it's costing me to run? I'm in my truck. I'm in my truck. Who I'm gonna give it to? Nobody. You're gonna keep it for yourself so that you can be successful. And then when these guys, they're combative with me, and then 3 to 4 months later, they have to do the walk of shame and come back. Then I as I was just laying in bed, obviously I'm watching more and more content than I would normally consume because I'm just not laying in bed 24 hours for this long of a period. And I pretty much forced myself to do this today because I'm like, man, I gotta get back into the swing of things. Obviously, I'm not gonna leave the house. Outside the fact that it's below zero, but I'm still recovering. I don't want to get out there and consume more germs. And I know where I got sick. It was the gym. It's that time of the year where you got all these new people. They don't have gym etiquette. Even though I wipe the machines down, you got people in there just doing all type of shit. And I probably done breathed something in or walked into some fucking shit and got sick. But I'm consuming all this content, and then I start to see the algorithm just start to show me box truck content. And the algorithm don't really show me box truck content because I don't watch box truck content. I don't search it. I don't look for it. I don't click on it. There's nothing that I'm interested in as far as box truck content. And I didn't click on anything, but it started to show me shit, and I started to see titles. And a lot of the titles were counter, what do you call it? If a lot of the topics that I've been covering on the show, like the risk tolerance and things like that, I started to see titles that were counter, like, what's the word? Where it's like kind of like going against what I was saying. So I saw something today, actually, or was it yesterday? I don't remember, as far as like trying to counter what I was saying about risk, how you should measure risk. And this content creator is basically saying, well, you got to take risk. No risk, no reward. Because I'm telling people to measure their risk. And I'm explaining it like, yo, you don't go into anything without measuring your risk. Because you know what? It may not be a good risk to take depending on your situation. You have to measure your risk. All right. And then I seen another person when I talked about something else, and then they did a whole thing, and the title was it wasn't the risk, it was something else that I talked about recently, and they did like a counter short or shit to it, but the title was, I forget what the title was, but the two things that I focused on, I think it was like risk and something else, they capitalized those words. Then it was something else that I seen 3 different content creators, and 2 of them I'm really surprised because these aren't people that are young, you know what I'm saying? And like you're trying to count, and I know why, because what I'm doing is detrimental to what they got going on. I get it. You selling a product, and my content may be deterring people from buying. What I'm trying to do is save people from being messed up. So if I'm telling a person to measure their risk, right? Because everybody's risk tolerance is going to be different. And you're telling them no to take risks. My question is to those people, just make sure if you just take a risk, because it's YOLO. What they're telling you is, you only live once. If you don't take the risk, you'll never know. And guess what? You don't measure your risk listening to me, and you take it, you YOLO it, and you fuck around and find out, you lose everything. Just make sure that when you buy whatever it is that they're selling, there's an insurance package that follows it. Make sure when you fuck up and you lose everything, you pull out your 401k, you leverage your home or whatever, and the shit don't go well, make sure that they gonna give your money back. Because guess what? I've heard And we've seen people come up on this channel. We've seen people cry. We've seen people lose everything. Listen to this foolishness because they didn't measure their risk. Everything ain't for everybody. It's certain things that I turn down because it's too risky, and I've worked hard to acquire the things that I have that I don't want to lose. I don't want to be homeless out here in the street trying to YOLO at this point in my life. There's certain things that I say no to. There's certain investments that I say no to. It's certain things that I say, you know what, should I put all of this there or should I just take a more calculated risk and put this there? Everything is measured. So I saw a lot of that come up. Very disappointing too. Out of the three, I've seen two of those people, very, very, very disappointed. I don't, talk to these individuals, but I would expect more out of certain individuals of a certain age than to push people to take illogical, uncalculated risks so that ultimately you could sell them a product. A lot of people ask me, well, Mark, why you don't do a mentorship? You would make a lot of money. No, I wouldn't. If you watch my channel, you will understand why I say I wouldn't. One, in comparison to everybody else, I feel like I'm better. So value is what a person is willing to pay for something. They set the value. So if you're paying somebody who I feel I'm superior than an exorbitant amount of money, what you think I'm going to charge? So one, I know people wouldn't be able to afford it. And two, by the time most people come to me, they're already tapped out. You see it all the time. I don't create content for entry-level individuals. By the time people come to me, it's to help save them and turn them around. And y'all see it all the time. People come to me, they down to their last. They've already paid them for courses and coaching and mentorship. They've entered into the business with the money they've had left. That money has gotten drained because they were ignorant. They didn't do what they should have done. And obviously the training, mentorship, and whatever that they got from those people wasn't, I guess, enough. Or maybe they didn't apply it. Who knows? But by the time people get to me, they're looking for a miracle. You guys see it all the time. So even if I wanted to, I couldn't because by the time people get to me, they tapped out. We had a guy literally, he's a great example from last month. 40, 50,000 down to his last three. If I wouldn't have spent an hour on the show pro bono, the semi-truck guy, that was an hour of my time pro bono. He didn't have the money to give me even if he wanted to give it to me. He didn't have the money to give to me even if he wanted to give it to me. So when I say, yo, I'm looking at all this shit, I'm consuming all this nonsense, but I'm glad I did because it just gave me the clarification that we're cooked. But that could be a good thing for an individual who absolutely positively does what they're supposed to do. That Kai Cenat shit, that shit fucked me up. To see him sitting there struggling to read like that. But it made a lot of things clear for me as far as when I see these young guys come up here. I don't know what the curriculum is like in school for the past 10, 15 years. I graduated 8th grade in 1994. I graduated high school in 1998. I graduated college in 2003. It took me 5 years to get my degree. Why? Because I was working 2 full-time jobs. So it took me an extra year. But I've been out of the school system for a very long time. For my understanding, they don't teach cursive anymore. I've seen, reels and different, pieces of content where kids, or young adults, I should say, can't tell time on an analog clock. And I've talked to enough that have come up here with the hopes of starting a business, and they just lack the critical thinking skills, the understanding to be able to successfully run a business. And it all starts with education. And I say this all the time. And a lot of the time, you guys don't see it. I see it. Especially when I did that live stream with Sam a few months ago, because that was a lot of people that came over from Instagram to consume that. And Instagram pertains to a certain demographic, the demographic that we're kind of talking about. And, you know, I got a lot of disparaging things that I saw. But at the end of the day, it came from a lot of young adults who are just lost, and they just don't really understand that without being educated, it's going to be very, very hard to strategically maneuver and sustain a business. Because a lot of the tools that you learn in school, you're going to need to apply it. Kai Cenat is struggling to read now because streaming, he's done with that. So the entertaining aspect where you could be oblivious to reading, it's over with. Now you want to do this. You want to be a real businessman. You want to go into this world of business where you're rubbing shoulders with people that can read and can comprehend. Now he's trying to teach himself how to read. So now I'm thinking, how many people that come up from that age, we know they don't know math. That's clear. We've proven that. How many don't know how to read? So then I say, yo, because my time is valuable. Am I wasting my time? Because the shit that I have, you got to know how to read. We already know you don't know math, nor do you want to learn it. I sat for, 2 hours that day teaching him decimals. Every time I got to explain to an individual why it's important to know your costs, I see why people are so disgruntled and they push back. Possibility is they don't know math. You send R. Kelly and Mayweather. Those are two older individuals, but they're also two entertainers. That doesn't require, what they do really doesn't require that. Similar to Kai Cenat. He's an entertainer up until this point. He wants to do real business now. So now, when we look at this statistic, because business is easy to me. Navigating business, making money is easy to me because I know how to read. I'm educated. I understand math. You see me sit up here when people are telling me things. You don't see me type it. I just be sitting here like this, doing the math in my head. Oh, you're gonna fail. Numbers ain't adding up. A few months later, people come back. Yeah, I told you. Remember, you came 3-4 months ago. I was doing the math in my head. The numbers didn't add up. But you can't tell this generation that. The distractions. And I'm going to get to the lecture, but I've been gone a week, so we just going to kick it. I ain't going to the gym. I ain't going to the gym. I even had to cancel my contractors last week. They were supposed to finish up Wednesday and Thursday. I said, no, I don't want nobody in here. I don't want to be bothered. So I rescheduled them for Wednesday or tomorrow. I don't know. I got to call and see what day I told them. I forgot. But I ain't got shit to do. So I'm just catching you up on everything that I just, just been just paying attention to over the course of the last week, because I just been in the house chilling, laying in the bed. The distractions people get hit with, it could be anything from the Minnesota shit to, you know, the Corey Holcomb shit, to Ari and Jada. I'm seeing all this shit. Ari and Jada, little baby, finesse 2 times. Just all this shit that people are just more consumed with than what really matters. And it's okay to consume that shit, but you have to be in a position where you can afford to consume it. And, you know, you have to allot a certain amount of time in a day that, you know, you can afford to consume bullshit, shit that doesn't matter. Well, I was laying in bed, you know, the past 6-7 days, you know, it was just a lot of, you know, just thinking as well and thanking God, being in a blessed situation. Cause I'm like, yo, people don't really understand. Like, yo, when you a real business owner, an entrepreneur, times like this where you have to fall back and let your body heal, this is the shit that I be talking about. I don't do shit anyway. But I'm like, how many people that I coach could take just 7 days and chill and not do anything? Because there's no PTO. There's no sick days. There's none of that. Bills still got to get paid. This is a lot of the shit that I be talking about. I just was sitting back watching. So now to a person who's listening to me say this, a real entrepreneur is telling me, because if I was on the other side of this camera listening to me say this, this would be it would be inspiration for me to do what I'm supposed to do, because the majority are not doing what they're supposed to do. The majority are consumed with dumb shit. And it's obvious because the failure rate parallels what most people do. They just consume dumb shit instead of focusing on what really, really matters. Today is Martin Luther King Day. Come on in, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, turn on post notifications. What is this? Appreciate the super chat. Keep up the great work, Mark. Just want to give you just what you give out for free is more than enough. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for that super chat. Appreciate that.
Sweet.
Today's Martin Luther King Day. So I want to take a second to acknowledge what this day is and what it means to me and how important this day is. I know it's not a day that is talked about anymore. I haven't seen anybody talk about it. I was on the internet, you know, earlier this morning, been up early, and I caught a couple of streams and watched some content that was released. Nobody really acknowledges the day, you know, it's just a day off, you know. Some people I wouldn't expect to acknowledge it. But as far as like Black people, I just think nowadays it's just another day off. A lot of people just see some quotes, you know, from Instagram or on Instagram. Some people post, but I just haven't seen anything about it. To me, today is a lot bigger than the speech. To me, MLK wasn't just talking about dreams. He was talking about discipline, right? He was talking about principles. He was talking a lot about sacrifice, a lot about leadership. And leadership is what a lot of people don't want. It takes a lot to be a leader. A lot, man. A lot. And I can tell you, I've, for the most part, have been a leader most of my adult life. Even as a child, I've always been a person who leads, who doesn't follow. Obviously, running a business, you're the head guy. You take what comes along with with being the head guy. Everybody wants to be a boss. We're in this whole boss culture, which, after just laying in bed for a week and consuming a lot of bullshit, a lot of these people that want to be a boss just don't have the mental wherewithal, the mental fortitude to be a boss or even succeed as being a boss, especially with just lacking the skills from what I'm coming to understand now as far as, reading and arithmetic. Nobody wants the weight that comes with it. And there's a lot of weight that comes with being a boss. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. You got to take the good with the bad. You got to take the good with the bad. And a lot of people don't want the bad. They just want consistent good. And it don't work like that. A lot of people love the dream part of that speech. But they don't love the part where you got to walk through the fire. And that's why, I had a conversation the other day, and, I called Corey Holcomb ignorant for the voting comment he said, and then somebody came back and said, oh, well, you're ignorant because you didn't understand, so you just going to vote because your ancestors and the people who came before you fought and did all this to vote? Absolutely. And this is what I'm saying. People are just ignorant. A lot of people, and me and my homie was talking about this the other day, and I'm gonna get to it, but I just, a lot of shit, when you have time to just sit and really do nothing, you can think about a lot of things that you probably weren't going to get to, but you got just a lot of time to think and put things into perspective that you have come across, but you haven't had time to slot it yet. A lot of people don't want to walk through the fire. Even as it pertains to business. You got the people, they see false reality on TikTok, Instagram. Manufactured reality to get you to buy something, or people selling you on the idea of a better life, and they're going to get you there as long as you click below. And I've challenged a lot of these people, and they don't want to. I don't blame them. They tell you click the link and we're going to help you get to this better life, but they don't talk about the risks that are associated with it. And if it's worth it for you. They love the part where you got to be misunderstood. They don't love the part where you got to keep going when it's not trending. A lot of people follow trends. We talk about it. They follow trends right into the pits of failure. They don't love the part where you got to hold the line. When everything in you is telling you to fold. We see a lot of people, they give up easy prematurely. One, because they didn't measure their risk tolerance. They just don't have what's required to get through one of these phases that we're going to talk about a little later in this lecture as it pertains to the 5 stages of business growth. And ultimately, that's what I respect about Martin Luther King. He gave his life for a lot of the things that we as Black people are able to do today. He didn't fold. He took it all the way. He wasn't out there playing with it. He was in the line of fire. He didn't half step. He didn't sugarcoat. He wasn't halfway serious. He was all the way serious. He wasn't waiting on these perfect conditions. Everything Martin Luther King did was with purpose. Everything he did, there was purpose. It was purpose driven. It was purpose behind it. There's people that have come and tried to slander him, the government or whatever, after the fact, but we ignore that. That has nothing to do with the mission that he set out to do. The same mindset that Martin Luther King had when he was fighting for civil rights is the same mindset that you should apply as it pertains to business. I don't care if you run a box truck. I don't care if you run a cargo van. I don't care if you're running a semi-truck, a moving company, a junk removal company, a dispatch, a 3PL, a cross dock. If you want to grow in this business, you got to stop thinking like a consumer and start thinking like a builder. Me and my homie was having a conversation a couple of days ago. What's going to matter going forward is builders, investors, and educators. Builders, investors, and educators. You gotta stop being a consumer out here. A lot of people think first with a consumer mind. I say this shit to you all the time. And that's why a lot of people, when they come to me, Mark, where all the money go? I don't think like a consumer. I've been transitioned out of that mindset. I think like a builder because I am, an investor because I am, and I'm an educator. I don't think consume first. Materialistic things or even content that doesn't bring me some type of value. I limit my educational consumption. I mean, my entertainment consumption to a minimum. Because that doesn't bring any, it's not going to bring me anything for me to be able to continue to sustain a high quality of living, right? You have to stop chasing comfort and start chasing structure. You'll get comfort later once you build structure. A lot of people ain't got structure. My generation was brought up on structure. This generation, there's no structure. None. None whatsoever. There's no structure, and I can't speak as it pertains to curriculum. School, I've been out of school for a while. My mother's been retired for about 12 years now. So I don't know what the curriculum structure is for our school, but I can definitely say structure in the household is not what it used to be. Structure as it pertains in the street, not what it used to be. That's why you see a lot of just crimes that would have never even taken place 20 years ago. A lot of this shit is just foolishness. Just dumb shit that would have never happened. Old ladies getting robbed, children getting shot and killed. There's no structure. So if you're not raised on structure, there's no structure in the environment, in the community. Shorty, take your ass to school. What you doing out here? Why you out here? What time is it? It's 1:05. Why you ain't in school, man? Take your ass to school. That structure. Don't exist no more. Another reason why you see a lot of people coming into business failing, it's hard for them to build structure because they don't live a life of structure. I live a life of structure. You hear me talk about structure all the time. I'm under that. I follow the 5 Ps. I was born into it. I was taught it. These principles was instilled in me from birth, from the village, parents, extended family members, community, schooling, people outside. You so-and-so, son. You better get home. You know your mama gonna be looking for you. Them street lights about to come on. Proper preparation prevents poor performance. I'm under the act. I live a life of structure. I have a routine every day. Y'all pretty much know it. I do my little breakfast thing, get up, I do my little reading in the morning, my little educate. I follow whatever the news, my investments, making sure the money good. Got to make sure the money straight. Start preparing for my I've dedicated the Monday through Friday. You've seen I've been consistent with that, right? Outside of the fact that I got really sick last week. After I get off the live stream, y'all know what I do. I go to the gym. I went to the gym when I shouldn't have went to the gym. Discipline, structure. Even as it pertains to business, ain't no half-stepping, nothing. It's a routine. Even when it gets boring, I gotta do it. I initiated this. I started it. We're gonna finish it. 2020, 2020, 2021, 2022 was probably the hardest 3 years that I had in the logistics industry. The reason why is because I was thrown in the fire unbeknownst. Like, I didn't know 2020 was going to happen. I never expected that I was going to have to see the field consistently ever again in life. But I had to. I could have easily just sold everything like I did and walked away a happy man. But I had set a date. And even though I didn't get to December 31st, 2020, because my body I just said, fuck it, October. But I set that date and I worked my way through it. Structure. I come up from a generation where everything is structure. I don't know anything else. If you're from the crib, you really understand where I'm going with this. People chasing quick money and not chasing sustainability. We're going to get to it. We're going to get to the 5 stages. A lot of people say they want freedom. Martin Luther King fought for freedom. But you don't want the responsibility that freedom requires. For me, to sit and have the freedom that I have, a lot of the sacrifices that I've made, the blood, the sweat, the tears, the work, 98% of people that watch my content would not be able to do it. And I'm not talking about the labor aspect. I'm talking about the discipline and the sacrifice. Because for 7 years, I'm sitting in the office. I'm talking about the discipline and the sacrifice. The discipline and the sacrifice. For both a business level and a personal level. There's a lot of things I sacrificed personally. Talked about some of them. There's a lot of things I've sacrificed from a business level that could have ultimately put us in a bad position. Everybody wants the fruit. Nobody wants to plant the seed. Everybody wants the fruit. Nobody wants to plant the seed. Don't want to water it. Don't want to protect it. Excuse me. Don't want to get up early and go to work because the routine of the repetitiveness of it gets boring. Success is boring. Success is boring. The most successful marriages I see are boring. The ones that I seen turned up, them failed. A lot of them turned up weddings from 2020 when everybody's getting married. 100% of them that I seen and I witnessed have failed. All but one. Well, that one wasn't a turned up wedding. It was a boring, modest wedding. The one wedding that I went to during the pandemic when everybody was getting married, the modest one, they still together happily. I talked to my homie. This is one of my best friends. One of two of my best friends. I was sick. I called him like the other night. What's up, boy? What you on? Man, what's up? I know you said that's why I picked up on. I'm on a date with my wife. I'm like, oh, my bad. I'll just call you back. He said, no, it's cool. I'm like, shit, if y'all out on a date, where y'all at? State 48 or some shit? He said, no, we on the couch. We watching TV. I said, I thought you was on a date. He said, we is on a date in the living room. Boring in the motherfucker. That's the only one that's still together. That's something my OG told me too a long time ago. He said the most successful relationships are the boring ones. Old lady she ain't never told me nothing that was wrong. When she told me that, I don't know, I forgot how old I was, but I was just like, oh. Now it makes sense. Dream without structure is just a fantasy. And you know, Big Mark, I don't sell fantasies. I give you the real, give you the reality. I like reality. Big Mark like reality, man. Dreams will have you out here hoping and shit. And Martin Luther King dream was different. I'm talking about Martin Luther King, but I'm comparing it to business. His dream was different. Business, what I do when I come on these live streams, I try to teach people how to build something that can't nobody take from you if you do it the right way. And a lot of people they get upset with me for it. I don't share everything. Like some of your favorite people done messaged me in the past and said I'm fucking it up for them. That's why they have to do on these counter content things, because with me doing the show every day, people tune in. I've always known that my content is what drives. I mean, it's a small space, and this ain't me big upping myself. I'm too under the weather to do that right now. This is the under the weather, you're going to get the humblest of the humble mark. But I've always known, people have seen it, I see it, it's obvious. I drive the space. It's facts. I try to teach people to build something can't nobody take from you. But you got to do it the right way. The flex ain't the truck. A lot of people think the flex is the truck, or the flex is actually getting the business. We see it all the time. I kind of talked about it a week ago or 2 weeks ago, whenever. That's not the flex. It ain't the dumb shit you went and bought as soon as you had your first little week or your first little month. It ain't the lifestyle. It's the stability. And I keep telling people this, but they don't want to listen. Stability. Being able to live a stable, keeping your business stable, sustaining, building it enough so that it can provide you, your family, a sustainable, comfortable quality of life. I've been trying to show y'all that for the past going almost 4 years. It goes over a lot of people's heads. You know how I know why? Because they say things like, man, you ain't out here. I love when they say that. That just lets me know that that's a person that's ignorant, who doesn't know his way, and time is ticking. And like I always say, we need those people. That's a consumer. He's not a builder. He's not an investor. Damn sure ain't an educator. Because he doesn't know what sustainability or stability is. And it's staring him right in front of the face. The real flex is systems. It's hard to build a system when you don't have structure. The real flex is knowing your numbers. All that materialistic shit, to me, a truck ain't nothing but a tool. That's it. The flex is knowing your numbers. The flex is being able to sustain regardless of what's going on. That's the flex. The real flex is having enough cash to survive slow weeks, slow months, slow years without panicking at all. That's the real flex. None of this shit that these people be talking about, none of this shit that you see these people showing, that ain't shit. Why? Because we seen a lot of people sit on their truck and do this with their hashtags. In 3 months, be calling my number asking for help. Guess what? They got a truck. They got an LLC. They went out and did some dumb shit they first few weeks because they thought it was going to last forever. They thought just having a business and a truck was enough. And even with all the case studies, people still continue to make foolish decisions. Sustainability, stability is the real flex. I appreciate that super chat. I don't know if it's appropriate right now, but I can answer that question if you stick around.
Sweet.
Towards the end of the live stream. I don't want to, go into. I'll go into that later. Then you stick around because if I clip it, I don't want to, So today I'm going to break down the 5 stages of business growth. And I haven't done this in about 3 years. And I'm probably going to clip it, may put it on members only because I did a long monologue because I've been gone a week and there's just a lot of things that I've witnessed and I just wanted to talk about. And I want you to listen. And this is probably going to be a longer stream, right? I know a lot of y'all trying to skip steps. But there's 5 stages to business growth that's across the board. And I'm probably going to put this on members only. I think I'm going to focus on people that really want the help. So, I mean, if you catch it, when you catch it, that's cool. But if it goes, certain things just got to go on members only. We're going to talk about what it really takes to survive. To stability, to scaling, to legacy. Fuck generational wealth. I'm talking about legacy. This shit ain't hard. This shit ain't hard at all. People make it hard. People make that shit hard. You could do this shit in about 10 years if you really buckle down and do what you're supposed to do. It may be a little bit harder now. I ain't gonna lie. But, it may not be with all the technology and shit. As far as this industry, it may be a little bit hard because you need people, right, to scale in comparison to the time period where I was scaling. So, yes, it will be a little bit harder because in order to scale, you need people. And people are, I think, as far as this industry is probably the hardest part from that I would think, for if I were to do it with everything, I already got it. So if I wanted to duplicate what I've already done, I think the hardest part for me would be the people. Acquiring people when I was scaling was relatively easy. We're going to talk about the stages. All right, so let's just get straight into it. Man, bro. Man, God. Man, I'll be glad when I cough all this shit up, bro. This is ridiculous. Shout out to that super chat by who was that? Moving Company Hustle.
Sweet.
That organic OJ ain't cheap. Boy, I spent so much money. I spent so much money on orange juice and oranges and goddamn it. Soup. They got me goddamn not wanting to eat the Campbell soup because of the shit that was on the news. So I've been getting the hot bar soup every day, the big thing. That shit ain't cheap out here in these streets. No doubt. All right, so boom. Let's talk about 5 stages to business growth. All right. Business don't grow in a straight line. Don't. It doesn't. It's like this. It's like this. A lot of people don't fail because they lack the hustle. They fail because they apply the wrong mindset. The wrong mindset, we talk about it all the time. I kind of alluded to this in this monologue. So we're not going to really get into that. Logistics, box trucks, cargo vans, semi trucks, final mile, moving, OTR, expedited. The wrong mindset is a expensive mistake. Having the wrong mindset is an expensive mistake. It is. Most people don't have the right mindset. Today we're going to talk about the 5 stages. I've done this before, about 3 years ago. We're going to do it again. You need to identify where you are right now, right? So as I go through it, you need to identify, I'm going to remove this. You need to identify where you are right now. You need to, tell yourself you need to stop skipping steps, and you need to build a business that actually survives. Most businesses don't. Stage 1, we talk about it all the time, survival. This is where the real business starts. This is where business starts. Your one truck or your one van, one driver, which, listen, I'm not your other people. It should be you. I'm not going to tell you that you can get a truck and put a driver in it. To me, that's foolish. It's foolish. How can you build a successful business when you haven't done it? How can you train somebody and expect efficiency from them when you don't even know what efficiency is as it pertains to that business because you haven't done it? You can't. It's one way that you can. You have to have enough capital to pay somebody that can do it for you. Not get in the truck for you, build the business for you. And you have to have enough capital to sustain until that business becomes profitable. And that individual that you pay to build that business for you will not come cheap. So if you're starting from humble beginnings, like most people are, then you need to get out there and do it yourself. One revenue lane, figure out what works best for you. Obviously, you'll know that if you do your business plan. You'll know the differences of opportunities that a box truck or a cargo van presents. What survival looks like. It looks like inconsistent work. You're on the new. This is why you need to be able to survive the learning curve. What do you need to survive the learning curve? Soldiers. What are soldiers? Dollars. What does survival look like? It looks like every breakdown being a headache for you. You on the new. If you got the working capital, you can withstand the breakdown. But breakdowns, when you're on the new, they can be nerve-wracking. When you see me talk to people and they come with these breakdowns, if you're in a Discord, or you see me talk to people that have come up on the channel, they be going these breakdowns, I'll be like, so what? I think it was a guy that was up here complaining about something. I'm like, bro, that ain't shit. I'm speaking from an experienced person who's had hundreds of breakdowns. So a breakdown from a person who's dealt with it over and over and over and over and over again for years is no big deal. But to a person who's on the new, yeah, that can be heart-shattering for you. You're on the new. You're trying to build your systems. All right? cash flow. Most people's cash flow is tight when they own the new. A lot of people don't start with enough working capital. Mistakes hurt you immediately. This is what survival feels and looks like in logistics. Mistakes hurt you. Most likely because you lack cash flow, you lack experience, you lack knowledge. This is phase 1 of the 5 stages to business growth. And this stage ain't even about growth. This stage ain't about growth. This stage is about staying alive long enough to grow. This is why this is the survival stage, stage 1. Most people don't get past stage 2. A lot of people don't get past stage 1, as you can see. As you can see. Stage 1, it kills a lot of people. All right, so your job in stage 1. First, obviously, I always tell you, learn what it costs you to run your business. You're out there, you're operating, you're learning. Data. Data is your friend. You should be collecting data. How much does it cost you to operate your business? What do we see? 100% of the people that have come up here, and I understand why it's 100% don't know it. Majority of people don't know it, as you can see. It's to the point now where people say, why we got to do this? I'm going to start hanging up on people when they ask me that question. I'm going to be honest with you. I think that's very ignorant and stupid. You start a business and you don't know why it's important to understand what it's costing you to run your business. That's just ignorant, and this is why you should not be in business. You are ignorant. You are an ignorant individual. The better Mark would have called you a fool. The better Mark. Next week I'm gonna call you a fool again. This under the weather Mark is just gonna call you just an ignorant person. Your operations, you gotta learn it. Your market, I don't care what you're doing. OTR, final mile, moving, expedited, junk remove, whatever you could do with a truck, you have to understand the market that you're running. You have to learn discipline. You got to learn it, bro. You have got to learn it. And this is what fucks people up. You're just not disciplined. They're not disciplined in nothing. If you're not disciplined in your own life, then you're not going to be disciplined in business. There's going to be things that happen in business, and if you lack the discipline, you're going to make a bad decision. If you're not disciplined in life, there's no way you're going to be disciplined in business at all. I promise you that. This is not the phase where you're building the legacy, like I talked about a few minutes ago, or the empire. This is the part where you're building the competence. And if you can't do it here, you're going to fail when it comes to stage 2. If you don't know your cost, if you don't know your daily operating cost, your cost per mile, if you don't know your profit margins after your costs, like fuel and maintenance and insurance and all the other costs that are associated with your business, you're not in business. You hustling. You gambling. I say it all the time. You're just a gambling hustler. You're not a business person, and this is why you're struggling. This is why your business is not going to go anywhere. You're not going to be able to sustain. You're not going to be stable, and you're going to be stagnant, and you're just going to ultimately fail. And this is not me being negative. I'm just being honest with you. Business is not what your favorite people make it out to be, bro. This shit is some of the hardest shit. Listen, whatever the hardest job that you ever had, this shit is 100 times harder. And you know what fucks a lot of people up? It's not the physical aspect, whatever it is of the business. Doesn't necessarily have to be with trucking. Could be a restaurant, whatever. It's not the actual doing part. It's the part that's up here. Everything from the discipline to the planning to the understanding costs, all this shit has come from up here. And a lot of people, this right here, a lot of people are weak right here, bro. A lot of people. Let's talk about some common mistakes in stage one. And this is data from case studies that we've seen on the channel. I have enough data. Been doing this almost 4 years, content, talking to people, thousands of people probably at this point. And the number one mistake a lot of people make at stage one is buying a second truck too soon. Buying a second truck too soon. Haven't mastered the first truck. And to me, I say this all the time when we talk about this. I don't know why people think getting a second truck cures the issues that they're having with the first truck. So many people think, well, man, if I get the second truck, then that's where the profit gonna come in at. I don't understand that. How? You're losing in the first truck, you're failing in the first truck, you're just gonna duplicate whatever you're doing in the first truck. If you haven't figured out how to be profitable in the first truck, what makes you think that second truck is just magically profitable? You're gonna fail times 2 now. I like using this lady as a case study because it's very memorable to me, the lady that came in the Discord. White lady. She was a very affluent white lady at one point. And her boyfriend, another Turkish guy, sent her off. She went from being very I don't want to say wealthy, but she was very, liquid. And she lost everything in the box truck business. To the point when she finally came looking for my help, and this was in a public chat in the Discord, I don't know, maybe a year ago. Well, it had to be a year ago, at least a year ago. I started Discord July 24. So maybe a year ago. When I tell you this lady was bawling, crying, like this lady was crying hysterically. She went from, living a very, very, very well-to-do life to being broke, to listen to her boyfriend, some Turkish guy, and he kept sending her off, chasing this shit. They didn't master the first truck. She bought a second. Didn't master that, bought a third. Didn't master that, bought a fourth. But by the time she bought the fourth, and I think she was down to her last 20, she gave the guy 10. And with the promise to pay on pickup, the balance on the fourth truck, she didn't have the money. So he wouldn't give her the truck and he wouldn't give her $10,000 back. And by the time she came to me, she only had $10,000 left. To some people, $10,000 may be a lot, but to this lady, that wasn't shit because she had 3 kids. The boyfriend now left her, and she had a lifestyle of the rich and famous. This is a very affluent lady. I'm not going to say who she is, not going to say her name. The people that were privileged enough to be in that Discord that day. This is back when the Discord was public, so it probably was about 30 people in that chat that day. When I'm telling you, this lady was crying hysterically, and she didn't get she went to talk. I remember she went and privately DM because, they told Big Mark, Shark's World, and some other guys. She didn't get a sympathetic Mark. Mark didn't feel bad for her. Mark held her accountable. Lady, white lady, it don't matter to me. Everything that she did, she got held accountable for. And even though she was crying, this is business. You came in here looking for me. I didn't come looking for you. I'm not going to be sympathetic because you didn't, got with buddy ass and he didn't, he saw you as a ticket. He saw you as a stain. So clearly, in other cultures, they got some man-mans over there too. He was a Turkish man-man. And I had to be honest with her. Now, there was some simps in the Discord I found out. Shout out to all the simps. Y'all can't do nothing in the Discord and think I ain't gonna get it. They just got the DMing her, saying they could help her and shit like that. And her goofy ass fell victim for that. Like, if I can't help you, these motherfuckers in here for me. So she felt they got to simping. And she's a pretty white lady. Down in Atlanta. You had to, she had the work. She had some work done. Pretty white lady. Her Instagram was lit. She done been all over the world, got all the Gucci, the Louis, the red bottom. She was lit. Bad white chick. But she was fucking with a man-man, a Turkish man-man. That kept telling her to buy more and more and more trucks to the point where now you got three trucks and a fourth truck that you put money down that the guy ain't giving to you. And now you got 3 trucks that are constantly losing money because you never mastered the first truck. And you just kept buying. I said, why would you do that? Well, I thought when I got the second one, it would make the money, and then that didn't. So I thought a third truck has got to be the charm, and that didn't. And she went and got a fourth truck that by that time she couldn't even get that. I listen, when I tell you I've seen and heard it all, Not everything plays out on the channel. Some people in the Discord are privy to certain things that the people on the channel aren't. There's some things that I'm privy to in private emails that nobody's privy to. And those are the ones that I don't talk about. If it plays out public, then yeah, I can talk about it. But the private email DM ones, I don't talk about those. And those are some of the, you talking about people that's living van life because they listen to some of your favorite people. They living in their cars. People done offered to pay me to go after somebody. That ain't none of my business. It's one of the most common mistakes that Big Mark here. Financing a lot of these trucks without doing the research as far as the financing company, which isn't really a financing company. It's a hard money lender. We've seen that play out on the channel. We've looked at contracts. We had the guy that come up 2 years ago. He thought he was financing a truck. He leasing the truck the whole time. Big Mark took the time. I was on stream with that guy 4 hours. Came back, read the whole 20, 30-page contract, contacted the financer, walked him through the conversation while he was on the phone with the lady for them to admit, yeah, you're leasing this. He thought he was buying it the whole time. Never read the contract. Sure, what you saw if you were watching my channel then, the verbiage was tricky, but this is where reading comes in. This is where comprehension comes in. Mark was able to read that, and even though the verbiage was tricky, I can comprehend it. He didn't read it, nor could he comprehend it, because if you were watching that live stream, he was confused. And then he had his buddy in the background cracking jokes, and I had to get his buddy straight. These motherfuckers can't read. They don't read, they can't comprehend. There's no way I would do that. That's why I tell you don't do it. And I get it. Your favorite people tell you to do it. They don't like when I tell you don't do it. But you shouldn't do it. It's not a good, doesn't make sense. These deals don't look good. And ultimately, this is why a lot of companies that start, especially with a box truck, don't survive. Going to use another case study. As we go down this, we're going to walk this down. Look at Justin. Justin is surviving. But Justin, he's a lucky case. He kind of listens to Mark, but then he has to find things out the hard way. But look at the truck he bought in 21, 22. He still owes $40,000 for it. $35,000 now, $36,000. Goes out and buys another truck last year. He doesn't like, but he came up on the channel, so it's public. So we're gonna talk about it. Remember a month ago when I said, Justin, you about $100,000 in debt. He didn't believe it. He didn't do the math. We did the math on the show. I'm doing it in my head. He went back and forth with me until he sat down while we were on that show and actually did the numbers. Wow. Real humbling experience. That played out on the show last month. This is why I say cash. Traditional bank doesn't finance used commercial equipment. That's your best shot at good financing. You're going to finance, or if you're going to buy used commercial equipment, you're going to have to go through one of these companies unless you are liquid and you can buy outright, or unless you got a credit union that can loan you the money personally and you can loan it to the business and have the business pay you back so that you can pay back the loan. But the majority of people that go to Penske, Ryder, Enterprise, and then you got these other ones, I don't want to name them, that you see promoting on the internet. You guys probably know who I'm talking about. Some of the smaller mom and pop ones. These are the people they go through. They have to go through hard money. Traditional banks don't do financing for used commercial equipment. Why? It's too risky. Why? Because there's a high likelihood that you're going to fail. So they're not going to take that risk. Hiring drivers before mastering the operations. This is why we're still in phase 1, survival. We're talking about why people don't make it out of phase 1. They hire people too soon. They listen to people say, yo, start a box truck business, put a driver in it. And then that's a stream of revenue. Just put a driver in there and just have them on the road so they weren't making money while you go do. And then they fail because you put a driver in there and you send them off to do what? Hey, boss man, I've been sitting here 2 days. You don't know how to find loads. Truck breakdown, you don't know how to navigate out of that. You're not paying them right. People come up zelling people, cash apping their drivers. They have no systems, no structure. They don't understand how to effectively put a driver out there and set them up for success. You're absolutely, positively, 100%. If you follow that, you're setting your driver up, you're setting yourself up for failure. How can you successfully put a driver in a seat to do something that you don't know what you're really setting them out to do in the first place because you've never done it? How do you coach them or navigate them out of sticky situations that are going to come into fruition? It's not a matter of if, it's when. This is business. Something bad is going to happen. Then what? Another reason people don't survive phase 1, listening to influencers. instead of numbers. Numbers. Men lie, women lie, numbers don't. The numbers is what's important. The numbers. Your obsession, you should be obsessed with numbers. If you consume something that somebody says, it's your job to go behind them and fact check it. What a lot of people do is they get sold by the lifestyle. Any person that sells you in lifestyle, bro, I'm telling you, Big Mark said it. You know, Big Mark ain't never held nothing back. For almost 4 years of creating content, I tell you what it is. All right, man, anybody selling you a lifestyle, this is business. What the fuck lifestyle got to do with it? If a motherfucker is an influencer in business, they should be educating you business, not lifestyle. I never talk about what being successful and building a successful box truck business can get you. I talk about building a successful business. Everybody's lifestyle is different. I don't care about your lifestyle. I just want you to build a successful business. The reason why people do that is because they're weighing on you. Because everybody wants a comfortable quality of life, especially today. Everybody wants to be lit. And that's what gets you. But that's not the shit that matters. The shit that matters is the numbers. Do the numbers make sense? Fuck the lifestyle. Do the numbers make sense? I saw one content creator, very, very disappointed. Very disappointed. I ain't saying no names. Preaching this lifestyle shit. And I'm disappointed in certain people because I feel like certain people are old enough to know better. Certain people I expect. Certain people I feel like lived enough life to understand what it takes to get to a level of sustainability and should focus on that, not life. Because when you do that, people focus on, man, I'm gonna start this box truck business so I could go buy Benz. Man, I'm gonna start this box truck business so I can take trips. Man, I'm gonna start this box truck business so I can turn up, man. I gotta get lit, man. I gotta get my social media lit, man. So this box truck business, I'm gonna go run these loads. I'm gonna go over the road so, man, I can buy all this shit so I can be lit. And you see people that follow that, they don't make it far. Wrong mindset. Why? Because you followed something that's bullshit. You let something suck you in that was bullshit. The shit that you need to be consuming is boring. Gross numbers, treating it like profit. These big numbers, bro. When you fall victim for that and shit, how much of that gross was net? How much of that gross was cost? A person made 8. How much did it cost them to make that 8? That's what people, this is where once they come in, they see that, yeah, man, I'm following this person, man. They said they making 8,000, 9,000 a week in a box truck. That's enough to get them hooked. They come in. Y'all see it all the time. Man, Mark, I'm one of the ones that got sold a dream. I love that a lot of that plays out when people call up so that you can see it and hear it. It's just not 8,000 or 6,000 or 5,000 the truck makes and that's all yours. No. Majority of that is cost. Majority. I know one of your favorite content creators a couple years ago said 70, 80%, but I swear to God, he don't know what the fuck he talking about. And it's obvious. When is stage one in? When you can predict your week financially, not guess it, not hope it. When you can predict it, not guess it, not hope it, predict it. Stage two, stability. If you make it past stage one, this is the stage that most people don't make it past. A lot of people don't even make it here. This is the stage that is about control. What stability looks like. One truck. Notice I keep saying one, running consistently. One truck, one. If you haven't mastered one truck, if you haven't hit stability with one truck, you should not be looking at another truck. One truck, you should be in it. Reliable lanes and or reliable contracts, depending on what it is that you're doing, right? Predictable weekly income, right? Doesn't matter what you're doing, right? It should be predictable at this point. Your maintenance is planned. You have a plan for maintenance, right? Not just some shit, well, when it happens, I'll figure it out then. No, plan. Big part of the plan is revenue, capital. This should not be something that is reactive. It should be planned. It should be planned. Which means when you're in this phase and you're seeing some light and you're seeing some profit, this doesn't mean go out and jag it off. This means plan for the unexpected. And I know a lot of people don't have the discipline to do that. A lot of people, this is their first time really owning something that they can manage. They might not have owned anything. So you have to exercise discipline. Something's going to happen. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. So you have to save money. Don't mean go out and blow the bag. Don't mean go out and buy a car. It don't mean go out. You can't afford the penthouse. You can't afford that. You can't afford the luxury apartment or the luxury condo at this stage. No. You might have to stay where you stand at. That basement, that studio, that couch, whatever it is, your parents' house, whatever it is, this doesn't mean, okay, we're seeing a little light. All right, man. So we made it. We see the light. We making money. So, all right, I'm going to go blow a little bit because I'm just going to put it back next week. No, that's not how business works. Next week might be that week. The next 2 weeks might be that week. The next month might be that month. This whole rest of the year just may be bodine. It happens. You got to plan. Understanding your margins. You got to know your margins. It's my profit margin, which means you have to understand your costs, which means you got to do your numbers, which we see most people don't do. You can miss a day. You can miss 2. You can miss a week. You can get sick. What happens if you get sick? I've talked to people say they can't be sick. Why not? If you plan for it, you can. This is not. See, we taking our time with this. I've been gone a week. Be patient. This ain't working. You decided you want to be your own boss. So ain't no PTO. Ain't no sick days. The truck don't run, it don't earn. You on the new, you in the truck. You sick, you gotta nurse yourself back to health. You gotta plan for that. Might not be a little whoop bam, thank you, ma'am. It might be a week. It might be a week. Can you do that without panicking? If you listen to what I say, you will. Stability, control. In logistics, this is when you know what loads you can accept and or reject. You stop chasing everything. Stop chasing everything. You stop driving for ego. You start operating your business and driving for margin. Profit margin. Still haven't talked to anybody that knows their profit margin. Why? Because I haven't talked to anybody that knows their operating costs. Majority of your people that don't know their operating costs. We see it. You see it. I showcase it every time somebody comes up here. And what's crazy to me is everybody that comes up here, they were consuming shit from somebody else. Phase 2, what you need to do is you need to lock in consistency. You have to be consistent. Truck has to roll every day, so you have to lock in consistency. You have to find things that are going to bring you consistent revenue. I know a lot of people like OTR. You have to figure out how to gain consistency. A lot of that is going to be relationships. It's going to be relationships. You got to build relationships with the people that have what you need so you don't have to go look for it. You need to have the relationship with the individuals that have what you need. SOPs. You need SOPs. You should have SOPs for your business. If you don't, you're hustling. You're gambling. You're continuously building your cash buffer. Soldiers. Talk about it all the time. You got to have soldiers, bro. Fuck business, just in life. You should always be looking to build your soldiers. Always. So much shit happened to me last year. Just things that just happened. I talked about some of them. I had one where I thought the insurance was going to cover it and they didn't. That was a lot of money. But I got another project at another property I got to work on. It's going to be some money. Things happen. You got to have money. things happen. You have to have that cash reserve. A lot of people don't have it. Why? Because when it comes in, it goes out. Big reason is like what I talked about in the monologue. People consume now. Mark Zuckerberg, brilliant. It sucks, but what he did was brilliant. What Google did was brilliant. You track everything you go search for. They track everything they hear you talking about. And they can sell direct targeted marketing, which is better than just driving past a billboard. Yo, this person said Cadillac Escalade. We heard him in a conversation on the phone, or he did a Google search for a Cadillac Escalade. I'm going to show you a bunch of Cadillac Escalade ads. He said he's going to go buy the new iPhone 17. I'll show you a bunch of iPhone 17 ads. And for most people, they're going to do what's called impulse purchase. And today, there are things that will allow you to make that purchase, that impulse purchase, even if you don't have the money. And it's not a credit card. They got something now where even if you got bad credit, you can get things and just pay it off over a period of time, which forces you to make an even more uninformed, illogical decision to make an impulse purchase. So now you got people that just have a lot of things. You got things, right? But then something happens in business, in life, that you can't do that pay by force shit. Your credit is maxed out because you kept talking and consuming and seeing ads and you made a lot of impulse things, and now the roof needs to be repaired. Migo and them ain't taking pay by four. Migo and them said 15,000. Rodriguez's roofing, they said 15 of them. 1,000. No, Migo. Cash. I take check. Cash. They not taking that. The plumbing issue, we got to rot it from the sewer, not from the toilet. It's bigger issue. We got to dig up the whole yard and rot it from the sewer. Thousands. And these are just scenarios from a homeowner's perspective or a property owner's perspective. So I'm trying to give you different scenarios outside of business as it pertains to cash buffers. Somebody hits your car, it's totaled. They cash it out, but car wasn't worth a certain amount. You didn't have gap, or they do pay it off, but now you got to go get a new car, but you don't have any money. You got things. You have no cash buffer. You run a business, you see a little upside, you pay yourself more than what you should. Business has no cash flow, and the money that you pay yourself, which you're robbing from the sustainability of the business. Now something happens in the business is no cash flow, but you got a lot of things, and you still don't even own those things. You're still paying for those things. No cash. Discipline. And this is where a lot of people drop the ball. No discipline. The ability to say no. Doesn't have to even be things. It could be the people. A lot of people get fucked up in relationships. Babe, you making money. Let's go to Tulum. Babe, babe, let's go to Tulum. What you gonna do, big dog? I told you about them times with me. A lot of motherfuckers gonna go to Tulum. Why? Because she done seduced you, said, babe, we go to Tulum, babe. I'm gonna put it on you down in Tulum. You gonna get that island wet. And you gonna go, you gonna run some loads, you gonna factor them. And that money that you should reinvest back into the business, or that money that you need to keep going, you're gonna take that one because you're gonna plan it. You're gonna plan it out. All right, so I'm gonna pay by 4 for the trip. Or you're gonna run for the week, you're gonna take that money, pay for the trip, run the next week, got the trip played for the week after next, and then that's that money you're gonna take, and then you're gonna go to Tulum with that. And you're gonna blow that so you can go down there and get that monkey. But now you gotta come back with nothing. Now you gotta work. But here's the thing, when you come back, that situation we talked about, that unforeseen one, the one that's coming, it happened to you. You thought you was just gonna come back and run it back up to get it back that following week when you got back from Tulum. But as soon as you got back to work, there it go. The unexpected happens. Didn't work out for you the right way. Because you was in Tulum. You didn't have no business in Tulum. We know you ain't really got it because you in Tulum. If you had it, you wouldn't be in Tulum. You would went to Cabo. Nigga, I ain't never been to Tulum. Don't plan on going. I've been to Cabo. You wasn't supposed to be in Tulum taking that damn long ass drive through the jungle. We ain't driving through no jungle. We going to Cabo. We going straight to there, or we going for a quick getaway. We go to Cancun. Now you ain't got no cash buffer. Truck broke down, and you tweaking. Still got to pay the note. Your job in stage 2 is to eliminate the chaos. You eliminate the chaos by creating discipline. Learning how to say no. Learning to be disciplined. Learning to be boring. Success is boring. Why? Because it's repetitive. You create a system. Stage 2 is where real business people are separated from the hustlers. This is where you see that separation at. This is when you no longer ask, can I make money? You don't ask the question of how can I make this repeatable? You know the answer already because you built the system. And most people don't make it past these first 2 stages. Consistency doesn't mean you're stuck. A lot of people get to this stage and they may see a little light and they think they're stagnant. That doesn't mean you're stuck. You're profitable and you're consistent. Keep going, keep building. Doesn't mean scale right now. You don't want to add more trucks before your systems mature. You can still scale too prematurely, right? Stability is boring. Most things that are successful are boring. and boring is profitable. To most people, I live a boring life. I can admit, to most people, it's pretty boring. When I think about people that I know in today's current marketplace where majority of people are complaining that things are tough and times are hard, and I'm just scanning through people, the people that are not complaining, when I think about how they live day to day, pretty boring, consistent way of living. Go to work, go home. If they work from home, log in, work out, log out, work out, dinner, bed, get up, log in, or go to work, log out, get off, work out, dinner, bed. Maybe a game or something, play a game, PS5 for maybe an hour. Pretty boring. The people that are fucked up, I swear for God, everything I love, that have come and needed things, loans and help and this, that, and the third, as I scan through just in my life, whether I know them directly or indirectly, they're lit. They went out and bought a car that they couldn't afford, right? They're constantly buying things for validation, taking trips that they can't afford for validation. I know somebody that went and bought the Jordans to take the family pic, and then took them back. All types of shit. Had to take that family pic with them 11s and took them back. Because you got to be lit. Boring. Doesn't mean you don't do things for fun. Just means you're not doing things for other people. And today, because of social media, I hear people doing things for other people. I've heard people say, yo, I haven't posted in a week. I got to go get a fit so I can post. I've heard people say this shit. Why you just don't put something on in your closet and post? Why you got to post? Why you don't wait until you are doing something? You might have to go to a birthday party, and you're planning on that, or a birthday dinner. Why don't you just wait till you post in? Why do you have to go spend money just so you can post? Because you have to have some type of post, active post every week or every few days. Listen, I don't know. I'm a little older, but I think that's a big part of the reason why a lot of people don't. I think there's a lot of reason why a lot of people aren't happy, right? And I think that happiness comes from the desire for more, and because their desire for more, they're taking money that they don't have and spending it. And when they do get a hold of money, they spend it. Boring is profitable. I just don't. I don't know how many more ways to say it. All right, phase 3, structure. Building systems over effort. Now, this is where the businesses that make it past the first 2 stages, this is where these businesses break. Why do they break? Because this is the stage where hard work stops being enough. Hard work only gets you so far. You hear me say it all the time. I mentioned it earlier. Hard work only gets you so far. Now, this is the part where the systems start to come into place. So now what structure looks like in logistics is multiple trucks. drivers who are not you, right? Obviously, you go acquire a truck or two. You got to start sourcing drivers, dispatching systems, scheduling systems, maintenance systems, rules and expectations. You have to create a level of expectations for the people, right? And this is why it's very important. And this is why I always tell people, you have to go out there. You have to be out there in the field initially to understand so that you can set expectations for the people that if you get to phase 3, a lot of people don't get there. But if you've been out there, you can set expectations. You know when a person is selling you bullshit or not. Why? Because you've been out there. You've experienced it. The business should be able to function without your physical presence because you have a system. Phase 1 is survival. And this is why a lot of people that are sold that idea of get a box truck, put a driver in it, this is why they always fail. They don't have a system. Why? They never created one. If you can't walk away or disappear for 72 hours without your business collapsing, you don't own a business. It was a hustle. Your business shouldn't collapse if you disappear for 3 days or if you get sick for a week. Systems. When you don't have systems, you just have a job with extra stress. I've talked about 2 weeks ago now, stress. Say, yo, you see some of your favorite people, bro, they just be, I've been sick for a week, so, I missed my barber appointment and shit. But you know how Big Mark look good. Big Mark finna be 46. Big Mark ain't got no wrinkles and all that shit because I don't stress myself out. I don't put myself in fucked up situations. I don't let nobody stress me out. I don't do that shit, bro. Stress is a killer. It's a killer. It's a killer. Why would you want to put unnecessary stress? Running a business is stressful enough. A lot of people put unnecessary stress. I just want to take the natural, organic stresses of business. The things that come. I don't want to put unnecessary stress on me. Just like in your personal life. Things are going to happen in your personal life. Things are going to happen in your home or with your home or maybe with other investments. But you don't want to make bad decisions to bring unnecessary stress, right? This is what I'm talking about. Systems. You want to replace your memory with systems. You want to have systems in play. You want to get rid of your emotion. You shouldn't have emotion. You should be, if you're an emotional person, I say this all the time, especially when it comes to business, you need to figure out how to get rid of that shit and replace that emotion with rules. Employee handbook. You have to have structure. This is what we started the whole live stream about. Your employee handbook is structure, rules and regulations to ultimately set your drivers up for success that they have to abide by. And it serves as an insurance policy for you when you have to do corrective action. How can you do corrective action when you haven't gave them any rules or a handbook or a law book to abide by? every successful business has an employee handbook. You're giving it at your hire. Remove the hustle mentality and replace it with processes. To all the brothers, man, look, I get it. But at the end of the day, this ain't the street. Either you're going to adapt, unlearn, and adapt, or you're going to fail. You can't run a business with a hustler mentality. I don't give a fuck what nobody told you. You just can't. That'll only get you so far. It'll only get you so far. Maybe past phase one, but most people that come into business, they want to grow. Hustle, once you get to phase 2 and phase 3 and phase 4, hustle ain't going to be enough. Hustle may get you past phase 1, but then what? You competing with people who are mentally beyond hustle. They think in processes. They think in systems. You think in grind. That's a small portion of it, bro. It's a small portion of success. You document how loads are taken. This is where you standardize onboarding employees or onboarding drivers. You're building a real business. This ain't no hustle. You control fuel usage. There's systems that you can subscribe to help you with that. You enforce compliance. There's systems that are in place that you can subscribe to help you with that. Mistakes that a lot of people face in this phase. I'm guilty of some of these. But I'm guilty of these at a place where I was just too big to fail when I did it. If you're just hitting this phase and you do this, then it can be bad. First one, hiring friends and family. I'm not a proponent for that. You know, I've told my stories about my cousin. You know, my brother's a different story. That's my brother. You know, but my cousins, no. You're never going to win that. It just doesn't do, no. And some of this is going to be too much, right? A lot of people, we're family. All right, well, do what you want to do. Being soft on people, especially drivers. The moment your drivers feel like you need them, they're gonna take advantage of you. We see that a lot. I've recently had to really jay down on somebody in my Discord. I think I jay down him so tough. I don't even think I don't even know if he's still in there no more. Or just jaying, they just was taking advantage of him. You can't be soft on people, especially, you know, when I talk about, you know, trucking and different markets and just different, you know, niches in this industry, logistics, you're going to be dealing with some people. And if you just not, if you don't know how to handle certain people, certain mentality of individuals, depending on what type of niche you're going into a trucking, yeah, man, they're going to take advantage of you. So you can't be soft. You have to, you know, rule with an iron fist. I'll just say that. It's your business. You can't let nobody take advantage of you for your business. Avoiding confrontation as much as possible. Sometimes it can be hard to avoid. I've had situations where this hasn't got ugly. I've told some stories, I think, in the Discord. I haven't really went into too much detail on the channel with certain things, but some things that, and I don't want to be cliche, but I don't know, man. This market is tough. It's like a dark cloud over this city, bro. So, I'm dealing with demons, So in this market, you know, you know, especially dealing with your own kind. And I'm just gonna be transparent and honest, and those that know, and those that understand. If you don't understand, then it's not meant for you to understand because you probably not, you probably, outside the scope of understanding. Your own people will test you. And you have to, you may have to, demonstrate. So you have to avoid confrontation as much as possible. But, once you get to a point of scale and you're dealing with people and you're dealing with a multitude of people, eventually people are going to try to test you. So depending, you know the type of people that's working for you, you know your market, you know the mentality. So do what you need to do to make sure that people understand, this is your shit. It's your way or the highway. Common mistake people make: not having rules, not having an employee handbook, right? Letting good weeks hide your bad systems or your inability to do what you're supposed to do as far as understanding numbers and things like that. And I think a lot of people mess up right there. And this is like when you see the guys that'll come up on the channel and they'll be like, or that guy, let's say, that came up who was laying in the truck last year, the year before last, when on the call-in show where he was laying in the truck and he said, man, I'm not the op. And he was just like, he was the guy that said, man, Mark, why do I need to know what it costs me to run my business? Man, I'm in my truck right now, Mark. I'm in my truck. What? I don't understand why I need to know what my cost is, like who I'm giving it to. This is an individual who thinks they're making money, or who may be making money right now because the money is exorbitant enough to overshadow his ignorance. So that's the fact that he has money, he's in the truck, and things are going well is justification enough not to understand what it cost him to run his business. Yes, completely ignorant. But there are people out there that are like this. And it's only a matter of time. You don't want to be one of those people. Structure feels restrictive to undisciplined people. It is. That's why structure is meant to keep you in line. It's meant to keep you in line. Everything was a lot better when there was structure out here in the world, even in the street. Once the structure went away, you got what you got. Structure is meant to keep you in line. Structure is what keeps you disciplined. It also is what allows you to grow without collapse. I miss a world where there was structure. But at the end of the day, because there's not much structure anymore, it allows me to capitalize. So many people make bad decisions because they're just undisciplined and they lack structure. If you're, this is what I'm telling you, this shit is so easy because the competition makes it so easy. This shit is easy. The people that are out here struggling and having knockdown dragouts is because they lack what I'm talking about. They're easily influenced, easily misled. No structure. Not under the act. Don't follow the 5 Ps. A lot of the shit that I was taught in my era coming up from everybody that raised me. I still live by structure and discipline today. Phase 4. This is this is the fun one. Scale. Also known as the takeoff phase. And the takeoff phase for me was 2014. That was the year I hit stage 4. Controlled expansion. The takeoff phase. And this stage isn't about more trucks. It's about efficiency. What it looks like. Trucks are assets, not emotions. It's a workhorse. Say it all the time. It's a slave. It's a tool. It's a tool. It's not an emotional thing. It's not something that you get. Breaks down, you send it to the shop. We don't whine. We don't bitch. We don't mope. We don't complain. It's a tool. Most people don't treat it like a tool. Every single truck should have its own performance metrics. There are software that you can subscribe to keep the metrics for your truck. Every truck should have its own metrics. Talked about me investing in the Fleetmatics. Fleetmatics really helped me. It cost, but ultimately it saved me a lot of money. Your routes are optimized. This is something else where Fleetmatics helped me. It helped me to save because we were able to optimize the routes for the drivers. So it reduced drivers being lost and circling and just wasting time and wasting fuel and things of that nature. This is where the systems come in. Underperforming things or underperforming lanes are cut. You're not doing certain things that just aren't generating enough money. We can pass things off. I remember there was this guy, Dave, who I had met throughout my journey when I first got in, not in the final mile side of my business, but in the moving side, who we would trade off jobs. If he ever got in the jam or if one of his crews was just behind, he would call and say, "Hey, Mark, can you take an extra job?" And then vice versa. So by the time I'm licensed and full grown, he's a guy who just never wanted to get licensed, never wanted to do things the right way. I think he was at one point, but then he just wasn't. And he was a guy that Illinois Commerce Commission knew very well. They already had confiscated like 2 or 3 of his trucks, and he was just a rogue businessman. But he ran up to when I stopped communicating with him in like 2019, maybe 2018. He just kind of, I wonder how he's doing, if he's alive now. White Italian guy, old white Italian Chicago guy, affiliated type mob, older, But anyway, he just wasn't, he kind of got involved with usage, it just all came crumbling down to him around 2018. And I don't know. I'm just thinking about the guy, because now I'm kind of wondering like if he's still alive or what he's doing. But I used to give him opportunities, like when things would come through me, and I'm just booming at this point. Like it's just more work than I'm buying trucks. And even with me just buying trucks, so I'm calling him like, look, bro, I got these little jobs, man. You can have these. I'll just book them and send them straight to you. I won't tell the customer we're booked. I'll just book them and just send them your way. So this is during a time period what scale looks like in logistics. Like I'm just cutting out shit that's just, I feel like not necessarily beneath me, but just like, man, stuff that I can just pass on to somebody else. So managing cash flow weekly. Now, during my takeoff phase, which occurred in 2014, a lot of money coming in, right? So now you got to manage all this money. You know what I'm saying? You that discipline that I talk about, you can't take your eye off the prize. Now is not the time to go out and lease a Bentley. Not yet. Not yet. Now is not the time to acquire a nice condo. Not yet. Not yet. Now is the time to keep building and reinvesting that cash flow and keep building. This is when I go get the office. We go get the warehouse. We're building. We're disciplined. We're investing the money back into the business. Am I being pulled? Talked about the girl that I had been dealing with 3 years at that moment. I'm still at the crib. Remember, N.W. Lou made fun of me. I got all this multiple fleet of trucks. Can't remember at this point in time. It was at least 10. Warehouse, office, still at the crib. She's telling me, yo, I'm giving you 6 months. If you got more than enough money. I ain't finna be dealing with nobody living at their mama house. Man, I'm trying to do this. Sure enough, she said what she said, she did it. I let her go. Man, listen, I'm trying to get to this. My plan to purchase that or to move out, that's in my plans, but it's in my plans. And it's later on. It's not right now. I'm not gonna change my plan to suit your fancy. You wanna go. I'm disciplined. I'm not going to let anybody or anyone change my plans. It's discipline. My decisions that I'm making are data-driven. I know I can go get another truck and recoup it in a month, 30 to 45 days with what I got going on. Every opportunity they're giving me, I'm recouping. This is why I'm able to purchase trucks every other month, every 2 months. I'm recycling that money. We're not doing it prematurely. I'm letting that money recoup, pushing it right back out. Let that Chuck get that money back, and then we'll go. We'll just keep replacing Penske's or Enterprises once the trucks that we purchase recoup. It wasn't taking that long. I'm using data accompanied with discipline. I'm not getting excited. I'm applying discipline. I'm staying within the lines of the structure. I'm allowing that cash flow to come back. Using that same cash flow and pushing it back out. I've talked to people that just went out and bought 4 and 5 trucks at one time. For what? You're counting on something that may not be here. I'm not dealing directly with the retailer. I've had situations, I've talked about it, where the 3PL lost the contract. Then what? So we're not going to jump the gun too soon. We're going to stay disciplined, just in case. You're not a driver at this point. You're managing the operation. You're a capital allocator. We finding that money. We willing and dealing. We taking the meetings. We saying, yo, we got whatever you need. You need another truck? Yeah, I got it. I got it. You know what? They keep calling. Let me just have some shit on standby. Hey, Henry, I know you off, but just come in. I ain't got nothing for you, but just come in tomorrow and just sit. I think something will come up for you within 2 hours. If nothing come up, I'll pay you for your time, and I'll send you home. It don't make no difference to me. I'm prepared. I'm not leaving nothing on the table. I need it all. One thing I know, because it don't last forever, we taking the opportunity while the opportunity is here. Take off. Protecting the margins. Mark, we giving you a guarantee here for these trucks. Can we renegotiate? Do my numbers to see if I'm able to renegotiate. What y'all looking at? What y'all thinking about? If it makes sense to come down and we still got margin there, then it may make sense so we can hold on to that. We still operating at volume. If it doesn't, we got to walk away. I had to walk away from XPO. I walked away from XPO. They acquired something that we had. They didn't want to do business the way the previous company that lost that contract that XPO acquired. Not only did they want to not pay me a guarantee, they wanted to pay per stop. They also increased the insurance. No longer made sense. So in some cases, you can renegotiate down. In some cases, you have to walk away. I'm never finna do nothing at scale for a loss. I may run a truck or two at a day for a loss, because I got other shit going on with you that I'm profitable just covering those losses just to keep the relationship, but not a whole fleet. I did a lot for Select at a loss, but the margins were just good everywhere else that I could keep that relationship and do things like the Container Store at a complete loss. Or I can do Home Goods and Cost World Market and Dick's Sporting Goods at a loss. Just to keep that relationship with Mike and Betty and all those guys over there. Good. Margins are good elsewhere to cover these losses. And there's a moral responsibility that I have being a Black-owned business in the community to keep people working, to keep them out of trouble. So if I'm still, there's margin here for me to still be profitable while I keep, and I always remember Tyler because I had Tyler running that contract and keep him out of trouble. God rest his soul, he did end up getting Chicago streets, ended up catching up with him after, we parted ways during the pandemic. But I'm okay with giving him 100% of the revenue and just eating the cost just to keep him doing something. Controlling the overhead. When you hit that takeoff phase and you got trucks and you can't get, what I see a lot of people do is they just get excited. And then they lose control of the overhead. And a lot of that comes to just acquiring things that the business may not need at that time, not being patient. That's where discipline comes in, right? You got to control that overhead and or robbing from the sustainability of business to increase their lifestyle. Because for some strange reason, people think success has to show personally. And I totally disagree with that. I literally stayed at home in the bedroom I grew up with a fleet of trucks in a warehouse until September of 2014. I had a plan. I own a moving company. Moving is stressful. I said, when I do go out and get something, I want to get something that I'm going to be able to, I don't want to just get something and be moving. I'm going to get something that I can grow and build and own and stay until I start a family or get married or whatever. And I did that. I've been at this place ever since. I didn't get a starter thing. I didn't get something small. I got something nice. It's patient. But I didn't do it prematurely either. And this is why. Stability. Sustainability. That's why I'm still here. Manage risk. I've always been scared to fall off. That's what helps me manage risk. I've had ups and downs in my 20s, right? And it doesn't feel good to be down. So when you get to a certain point in life, you build a business and you start to acquire things and do things, on a different level. Some of these things that you never imagined doing or things that you never imagined having or owning, seeing, traveling and things of that nature, you want to maintain it, right? So managing risk for me has always been important. I think about everything a multitude of times, and this is something that I came across during the past, week. I've been sick and ill and just laying in bed and just consuming shit that I wouldn't necessarily normally consume. And a lot of that box truck shit started to come across. Like, never will I let anybody tell me, yo, you got to take risk. You do got to take risk, but you have to assess them. Because here's the thing. A person that tells you you only live once, you got to take risks, I swear to God. And they doing that from a place because ultimately they have a product. Without them telling you that, it's not, they have to tell you that so that you could proceed to be inquisitive in what they're selling and click the link and buy whatever it is, right? But here's the thing. Without measuring the risk, these people aren't going to be there when you take that risk because they told you, oh, with no risk, with no reward and all that shit. And then it don't work out. And now you out fucked up out here in these streets. At certain points in life, it's harder to get back on. Listen, to me, it upsets me when I see people of a certain age that do that shit. This shit is bogus. I dislike that shit. I dislike that shit with a passion. You have to measure your risk. Not everything is for everybody. Because if it was, everybody would have everything. It's not meant for everybody to live in $1 million house. It's not meant for everybody to drive a $300,000 car. It's not meant for everybody to be a business owner. Sometimes you have to be real, be honest and be real with yourself. I'm not going to never push nobody into doing something illogically. You have to measure your risk. If you got a family and you have limited capital, but you have a job that provides stability, is it worth it risking the little that you have to take something where it's a 90% chance that you're not going to make it? And one of the main reasons is you lack the funding. Now, they'll tell you, yeah, take the chance. Are they going to be there for you if you fall into the 90%? No. You got to measure your risk. Even to this day, I still measure risk. My biggest fear in any investment is making a bad investment and having to start from square one. Like, I'm going to fall a long way. And the possibility of me of building back up, especially at this point in my life, especially the way things are today, it's going to be very challenging in comparison to the time frame and the cost that I did it. Real estate portfolio, like, I'm not going to be able to acquire the things that I have at the cost that I acquired them for if I make a bad decision. Some investments that I have in my brokerages, I'm not going to be able to purchase those at some of the costs that I purchased them at this point. So I'm not going to let nobody tell me, yo, you got to risk it. No, you don't. What you have to do initially is a risk assessment. I'm not going to let nobody send me off. And you shouldn't either. Because they're not going to be there for you. I don't want to hear the stories. I've heard enough stories of people coming in my shit telling me how they fucked up out here listening to other people. My question to you is, did you measure your risk? Why would you quit your job? Why would you quit your job knowing you got a mortgage? Why would you quit your job knowing that you got a family to support to start a bit? Well, Mark, I don't want to work no more. Well, you knew the risk of failure was high. Well, Mark, I just want something for myself, my favorite content creator. But at the end of the day, the reality is it's not guaranteed. At this part of the stages, you're eliminating inefficiencies. And efficiencies cost money. You're building management layers. This is where, once I got at the office, the first secretary I had was actually somebody that Stack brought in, some lady, I forget her name. She said she had office management skills. I forget her name, bro, but that lady was just sitting, like, she wasn't giving me the she just wasn't giving me what she was just sitting there like, man, Joe, like, do something. Like, I know this the first week of, I'm still learning how to, manage an office and find what you need to do, but just do something. Shit. I had to get rid of her. That's why somebody actually it was I don't know how I found Genesis, but Genesis came. Genesis was a lifesaver. My mother was very adamant about getting my brother out the street. So I was able to ultimately probably save his life, gave him a job. You know what I'm saying? It's the operations, man, which he did a good job when we went bumping heads. A lot of the guys, they resonated with my brother. My brother, me and him is day and night. So a lot of the guys, I'm on the money aspect, I'm on the business. I ain't in here shaking up and shit with y'all. Y'all cool, y'all do that. I need y'all to run these trucks. He can, handle the business, but then the communication with him and a lot of those guys was a little bit different. My communication is business. I'm not here to be the friend and, talk about, I don't care about that shit, bro. That's where he came in. So communications, that's why the operations manager was good for him, because he was the first line of communication before people got to me. He handled all the optimization of routes and everything. And then, for the most part, he did a good job, and then once I incorporated U-Haul for that little extra money, I gave him all of that money. So that was a more of a pay that I could give him, since we had the space and the land. And in between, what he's doing, he could rent those trucks. And, that U-Haul dealership shit, that the reason why we made so much money is because we had the space to have a bunch of trucks. So that little 15, 20%, which the amount of trucks, the first year we did U-Haul, we generated $253,000, and we got 15, 20% of that. So all that went to him, on top of the money that I was paying him. And then, Stack handling all the fleet management, the trucks, which was pretty much what I had him on paper, but he was there for other reasons that I don't want to talk about right now. So that you're building your management layers, right? Because now you're at a point where you're focusing on the money. You got a lot of things going on. You got different meetings. You got different problem solving. When you get to a multitude of people and a multitude of trucks, problems are coming every single day. There's issues, and you are the problem solver. All right. So the biggest lifting that you're going to do is here mentally. And based on what I seen last week, shit, I don't think a lot of people can handle, just have the mental fortitude, mental capacity to handle a logistics business at scale with the amount of issues when you're running a fleet. It's issues every day. You may have to juggle routes. You may have to juggle people. You got customer shit on the moving side. You got the forklift is down and you got 2 trucks at the dock. The forklift just happens to break down in midair while you pulling the goddamn pallet off a truck, and just all type of issues. Mark, one of the pit bulls is throwing up. Come to the yard. Mark, you hear you in the office, they guys start coming in. You hear the guy come in and get the key, and as soon as he go out, and turn a truck and you just hear, ah. So now automatically in your head, you know, goddamn, that truck, they done hopped the gate and cut the catalytic converter. So now you grab the rest of the keys, waiting for the other guys to come in and just go every 16-footer. Then cut half of the 16-footers and stole the catalytic converters. That's done happened to me about 3 times. They stole the batteries. All type of shit you are going to have to deal with. So now they stole half the 16-footer catalytic converters. Now I got to figure how we going to run these trucks. How we going to run these routes. And all that weighs on the person who sits at the helm. They hit me 3 times. So all this is what comes along with scale. So that's why you got to have management layers, because you're running around doing things. That's why you delegate them. I got a guy to deal with the operation. I got a guy to deal with, okay, the Hypeston came in tonight. Yeah, they took the catalytic converters off the 16-footers. All right, I need you to start running each truck to the shop. I'm going to call Jose. All right, tell him what happened. We sending the trucks. And then I got to figure out what we're going to do with these routes, or how we're going to do these routes. Or can I get Penske on the line? Can I get Enterprise on the line? Delay these pickups or delay these moves depending on what these trucks are doing, or rearrange some shit as far as priority. What can we push back? What can't we? Delegating all of this. What trucks earn the most? This is what you're figuring out during this stage. Which drivers cost the most? This is what you're figuring out. Which opportunities or lanes drain your resources? Which contracts scale cleanly? Easiest contract I've ever ran was IKEA and Office. These are just easy contracts. But then there's contracts that I ran that weren't. Appliances. Another one that I wasn't too happy with was Dick's Sporting Goods. Didn't like it. Finding things to do when opportunities go away to fill those voids. I remember we did phone books. So let you know how long Big Mark been out here. And those didn't pay shit. It paid you pennies per delivery per book. We had to eat that because we were transitioning from Dynamics to Urban Express, so we were still going through the onboarding process because they lost that contract and we were going to the news. So those few little weeks, I had to transition those guys, and it happened to be right around this time, and it was phone book time. So it was easy to just transition into phone books, take the L, just to keep the guys working, because you don't want guys to sit idle, because then they'll go find something else to do. It's another key component to being successful in business. You have to keep guys working, even if it costs you. This is where that cash buffer comes in. Sometimes you got to do that. You got to eat that L, especially when you got good guys. Good guys are hard to find. Mistakes in stage 4. Scaling debt instead of profit. Just because the opportunities are coming and you see yourself taking off, because this is also the takeoff phase, don't put yourself into debt acquiring more than what you can take on. Still be strategic, still be disciplined about it. Adding trucks without demand. Every single truck that I purchased, there was something for it. talked about this many times. I never purchased a truck and then said, all right, let me go find the work. The work was already there. In most cases, I'm replacing a rental truck with a own truck. Whenever I would get, yo, Mark, can you add another route? Yeah, how soon can you do it? Shit, I could have a guy there tomorrow. In some cases, with today. At one point, I had 3 trucks just on standby from Enterprise that was just parked in case a truck broke down or in case something popped up last minute, ready to go. The margins are there to have 3 trucks on standby. And guess what? 50% of the time, the trucks were needed. At the end of the month, we would just run them anyway. We just take extra moves. And we just put them on that side of the business. But don't just go buy a truck and then try to source work. The work should already be there at this point when you're scaling. Overstaffing. If you don't have a use for an individual or individuals, don't hire them. Ignoring the culture. Culture is very important. And depending on where you are, the culture is going to be different. Depending on the demographic, the culture is going to be different. You can't ignore it. My culture here in Chicago is very, very tough. It's not going to be like operating a final mile and moving company in Chicago is going to be different than operating it in Kentucky or Ohio or Nebraska. It's just going to be different. Why? Because the type of people that apply for this type of work in this market, and I say this, but it goes over a lot of people's head, and the guys in the Discord, they see that shit playing out right now with Congo. A lot of the shit that I say, yo, they think it's for theatrics, or they think it's for the entertainment aspect of the show. Nah, nigga, this Chicago. You ain't from here. So now you seeing, yo, you can't just start a moving company and who else? Congo and who the other buddy? Shit ain't just that sweet. People gonna take advantage of you. The people you dealing with gonna take them. They gonna look for every single weakness in you. These are those type of people. You ain't tapped in. You ain't from no neighborhood. You don't know nobody. A big part of my success was hiring people from the neighborhood and then pulling in people as referrals. I rarely hired motherfucker we didn't know. Mitch, that's the other guy. But Congo was seeing how difficult. Everything that I told him that went in one ear out the other, he's seeing it and struggling with it. And I'm not, the people in the Discord witness it. It ain't even just black people. We can get taking advantage from white people. This is a town that is very, very, very trying to figure out a way to say it so a lot of people can understand it. It's just not something like you just can't, like traditional business, it don't work like that. And he really thought that this shit was for satire and theatrics. He learned it the hard way. This is a gangster city. Not just black and Hispanic. For white motherfuckers is gangster too. This it's not as simple. You have to have relationships. You have to have a network. You have to have trust, and you have to have some type of relationship, I should just say. The culture here is different than other markets. If I go to Florida, southern tip of Florida, and try to duplicate what I'm doing here, I'm going to deal with more diverse people that aren't going to be similar to the type of people here, right? And the culture is going to change. Probably going to be predominantly Hispanic, Cuban, right? They may speak the native tongue, they may not. Versus here, I'm dealing with more of a, background, right? Person who has a background, more than likely, right? Because this type of work is, if you could do anything else, you would. Same thing there. It's just the culture is going to be different because it's going to be more Hispanic. If you could be doing something else, you would. So then that's where you see the illegal aliens, or you may see people who may not lack, the native tongue. So, the typical jobs that they may do that you may not be able to speak good English, like maybe bussers and things like that, if they can't find an opportunity, they go to roofing, or they go to moving, or they go to the final mile. Heavy lifting, labor intensive things. But that culture is still going to be different. So you can't ignore it. Congo doesn't understand the culture here. And this is what I was trying to explain to him. I'm using him as an example because it played out publicly in the Discord. He's struggling because he doesn't understand the culture. He didn't grow up here. He's not from a neighborhood. He's no affiliation, no relationship. He doesn't know how to navigate and properly get people to do what they want to do and them do it because he can stand on certain shit. So like when I said earlier, there's a person I hired as a fleet manager on paper, but he's really there for something else. I'm focusing on the money. I need another person to stand on business so I can focus for the money. This is what I need done. Make sure it get done. Period. I know who I'm dealing with. I know what I'm dealing with. I also know how to get shit done. And it's going to get done. And if it don't, and that's where Congo is struggling at in this market. Because he doesn't have those resources. He doesn't understand the culture. He ignored it. He's ignoring it. But he's learning. He's learning. Letting growth hide the leaks and the kinks in your armor. Just because you're growing or you're in the takeoff phase, whatever leaks and whatever kinks that you have to correct them. If it's a leak, it's just going to get worse and worse and worse. So you can't ignore it. Just because the positives are outweighing the negatives at the moment. No, clean that shit up. When you scale, it magnifies everything, including your flaws. So you want to make sure that whatever flaws you have, it gets cleaned up. Example, if you got people stealing from you and you at scale, it's going to be different from them stealing from you when you're not, or when you're at a low scale. Person stealing from you at 1 or 2 trucks versus a person stealing from you when you got 10 trucks, or people that scale, that theft is going to be at a higher magnitude. What happens when people scale, they get consumed with so much because they be so busy, they miss small little things. And not everybody gets sloppy. Some people say, I'm only gonna steal this little bit. But we know with most thieves, they just can't help themselves. So they get away with a little bit for a certain period of time, and then they test the waters, and then that's when eventually they get caught. But that little bit is on a higher magnitude when you at a larger scale than when you at a minimalistic scale. I don't know if I did a story yet about the fuel theft ring. It was at a time period where I got, it was 2016, 2017. It was just really, really busy. And I just got consumed, and I just started laxing on monitoring the fuel cards. And I seen an issue, but it was just so busy, bro. And that's no excuse, but I finally set my black ass down. And it took a day. And I think I told this story maybe early when I started doing content. It took me a day. And I was there all day to about midnight because I had to find, I had to trace it. So I had to go truck to truck, find the issue, find the people, look at the pattern. Okay, we going from spending this many thousands in fuel today to double. I mean, not a day a week, to double. So I had to find it. So, okay, find the issue, find the people. Okay, see the pattern. Boom. Okay, now got that, all the paper. Then I had to go to the camera system, right? Because I seen one day what fucked them up is what this person would do is they would use the fuel card to pump gas at a station nearby the yard. So they would have their girlfriends pull up with their cars and shit like that. But then what they would do is their cars are at the yard. So they bring the truck back. They only do it on days where they came back late. So then they would put the key in the overnight drop box that would come into the office. But they wouldn't put it. They park the truck, hop in their car, drive to the nearest fuel station, use the company card to fill up, drive back to the yard, and then put the key and the card in the overnight box. So once I saw one day the truck, this is why you need tracking on the truck. The truck was parked at, let's say, 11:01 p.m., but the card that's assigned to that truck fueled up at the marathon down the street at 11:12, regular unleaded, right? I went to the camera. Okay, the truck came in. I saw the guy pull off in his car, and at 11:24, he came back in. The camera that's at the front door, he pulled in, pulled up, walked up, put the car in the and that's where I had him. I had the whole ring. But at that time, they had been going for a month. Luckily, I have cameras and universal premium, so I can see everything, and obviously Fleetmatic, so I can track the truck and But this is where at scale where those inefficiencies so that was like a month of me just lacking right there. And I had to obviously eat it because I fired them, but they pay wasn't equal to the amount of fuel they stole. So, I took the checks. And that's where I started to change the parameters on the fuel cards. I don't know if I knew you could change the parameters on the fuel card. So I called Universal Premium and I changed the parameters on the fuel cards. For the final mile trucks, one purchase a day, and I limited the amount, and that was it. If they needed to purchase fuel, then obviously it would have to call in because the card would decline, and I would have to call Universal Premium, and they would have to allow for that card to purchase more fuel. But then there was a delay, so when I called them, then you got to wait 15, 20 minutes and all that shit. So, but That's what happens. It's happened to me. I'm not perfect. I ain't, what I'm saying, motherfuckers done got down on Big Mark too, but it happens to the best of them. Mark was lacking. I was tweaking. Too busy, a lot going on, which is still no excuse, but it happens to the best of us. All right. There's a story about motherfucker getting down on Big Mark. All right. All right. Finally reached it. Stage 5, sustainability. All right. This is the stage where a lot of people don't talk about because they don't get there. And this is the quiet. It's quiet. This is a quiet stage, right? Ain't no hype in this stage. Ain't no flexing. Ain't no viral screenshots. This is where, you just made it and you trying to hold on and sustain. You're making money and you just want to sustain, and you're appropriating money in the correct places. You're allocating money in places to bring in more revenue, right? This is the longevity phase of your business. And it looks like predictable profits. It looks like strong reserves, right? Strong reserves, right? In preparation for the unexpected that always happens. The biggest unexpected for me was 2020. By the grace of God, I did everything I was supposed to do. I didn't go out and buy brand new trucks. I bought trucks cash. I owned everything, right? Low stress operations, right? You got systems, right? There's always going to be stress, especially at scale, but unnecessary stress. That's why Mark ain't got all that shit, bro. Mark look good. Mark look good even though I'm sick right now. Still, Mark ain't got wrinkles and all that shit. I ain't let nothing or nobody stress me out. I can't, bro. No. I listen, I know people younger than me that look 10 years older than me. Look at 5400 Enterprise Rental. That dude came on the show, said he was 34. That Mark looked 54. And guess what? The decisions that he made when I tried to advise him not just created more stress. You can prevent stress by making more well-informed decisions. Ability to pivot. The biggest success story that I've seen since I've been creating content that's come across my content, I always give him a shout out, J. Cole. He was struggling in 2022 with OTR. He found my channel. He found that one video. He's at 7 trucks. And he loves Final Mile. You can't tell him anything bad about it. You can't tell him anything bad about it. He and I appreciate him so much. He credits his success to this one video, man. This one video where I broke it all the way down back in 2022, and I haven't done that video since. And I won't. It's a hidden treasure. It's a hidden treasure. I broke everything down. But he had the ability and the mindset to pivot. Once he realized, I got to make a decision. And the decision may be, pivoting into something else. He did it, and it weighed in his favor. And then he had a good mentor. Sustainability looks like businesses surviving economic cycles. And for the past 4 years now, 3 to 4 years, we've seen economic cycles tear a hole in the motherfucker. In business and in life, personal life. Poor decisions. Robbing from the sustainability of the business, making poor life style decisions, being a consumer and not an investor or a builder, right? Takes a while to be an educator. You got to have experience. Even now, the economy is tearing a hole and tearing a line in them. But not everybody. There's people out here that are still winning. There's people out here that are sustaining in both business and in life. This is the last phase. If you make it to this phase, then you'll see and you'll be around a lot of people that are similar to you. As you grow through those phases, especially like when it's pertaining to life, you're going to start to see people fall off like on their own accord, and you're going to remove yourself from people. In order to get to this phase, then you have to have that mental fortitude. You wouldn't make it to that phase, this phase, if you didn't. People that make it to this phase survive economic cycles because they were prepared for them. Why? Because they knew it was going to come, and they knew it wasn't going to be no straight line up and to the right. They didn't run off hope. They ran off systems. They understood numbers. They knew that day was going to come. It's going to come. We don't know when. We don't know in what form. But that something's going to happen. I can tell you that for sure. A lot of shit has happened in my lifetime that has, messed up the economy. And people that just weren't prepared, they just don't have the mindset to seek opportunity regardless of what the economy is at. Those are the people that struggle. Sustainability looks like a business that's not chasing trends. We see a lot of people still chasing the boss trend, the box truck trend. But the truth of the matter is, and just being honest, this is not for everybody. A lot of the people that follow this trend, they fail because really it's just not for them. They lack everything that we talked about thus far to get them to stage 5. At this point, your business is not fragile anymore. If you make it to this point, you got a strong business. Bullshit don't scare you. Fuel don't scare you. Breakdowns don't scare you. When I hear people talking about breakdowns, you always hear me like, man, why you crying over that little shit? That shit ain't about nothing. Like, dude, you a business person, you crying about a fuel pump? Like, what are we talking about, bro? You crying about a fuel pump, it's another motherfucker in my chat saying, man, they driver killed 2 people. Like, there's motherfuckers out here in business that's really dealing with some shit, and you're crying about a fuel pump. That means you ain't got no capital because buddy over here worried about the lawsuit that's about to come down on his ass. So sometimes you got to count your blessings. Crying about breakdowns and all this shit. If you crying about that shit, then you ain't ready. You damn sure ain't at phase 5. Slow seasons don't make you panic. You not worrying about January. You saying, fuck it. We'll just plan a vacation, a family vacation in January. Skip it. We'll go skiing. It ain't gonna hurt you. You planning your family trips. Where you gonna spend money? Around the slow season. You ain't really tripping. You gonna make the best of it. Regulations don't destroy you because you haven't been operating illegitimately. You ain't been running the hacks, the ELD hacks and all that shit. Your job in stage 5 is to continue to preserve capital, continue to stack it, continue to increase your profit margin as much as you can. Continue to find ways to allocate that money to make more money for you. Reduce dependency on single clients. If you're operating at scale, and this is a pet peeve of mine, and this is one thing that me and Jacob do have, like you can't be running all your trucks for one company, because if they lose the contract, now you are assed out 100%. You have to diversify. You have to split those trucks up. You can't rely and put all your eggs in one basket. You just can't. You have to train leadership. Once you remove yourself and you're operating at a fleet, you can follow my model. You got your A crew, your B crew, and your C crew. Any A crew can train. New guys, they got to deal with an A crew. The A crew is going to tell me, yo, either this person got it or they don't. Yo, this motherfucker good, man. You could put them with us every day. Or you know what? Buddy gonna be all right. He gonna be all right. He gonna be all right. He just needs some work. He's strong. He just got to get his wind up. He got to get, conditioned. But Buddy didn't quit. He didn't quit. Oh, man, Buddy, he ain't worth shit. He probably just good for the boxes, man. Just have Buddy just run him. Let him be a mule. He ain't going to be able to lift no heavy shit, but he can do boxes. Put him on just jobs with just, he could just do the boxes and shit like that, little shit. Like him a mule. Or, man, Buddy ass ain't on nothing, man. Dude, garbage, man. Don't ever get rid of him. He going to end up costing you money. So your leadership is going to be able to train, but they're also going to be able to lead. Talked about a story about one of my guys who said, yo, call the office. Mark, I'm dropping Buddy ass off at the train. He going to have to find his way back to the yard. Man, skip it. Y'all got one more job. Man, Buddy ass tweaking. Buddy done knocked off the gas meter and wanted to argue about it because he wasn't paying attention, this, that, and the third. I can't, nah, bro. No. We got another move. Me and Collins, we'll just do it ourselves. We'll just, do a 3-man job with 2. I'd rather do it like that. I'm making the call, Mark. I'm going to drop him off at the train. This is a leader. He's willing to finish the rest of his day, short a man, then deal with inefficiency. Because he could just deal with the inefficiency and it ultimately will cost the company money with mistakes, or they're going to continue to clash. So a leader is willing to work harder and make that call and say, yo, I'm going to drop him off. We'll work harder, but dude got to go. And you need to be able to pinpoint who your leaders are and schedule them accordingly and build teams around them. You got to protect your time. Your time is your most valuable asset. Your time is money. You never get it back. This is why I don't like wasting time. I don't like wasting time at all. Because, the older you get, you have these conversations. Man, bro, last year went so quick. Time just goes fast. It's different than when you are a kid and you're like, I can't wait to get older. I can't wait. And just time moves slow. Time moves fast when you get older. Right? And, you don't want to, you want to protect your time in life, and you want to protect it in business as well. I don't waste people wasting my time. Very important. A lot of people don't understand it. I remember trying to explain it to people 3.5, 4 years ago when I first started creating content. Preparing for your exit or your legacy. A lot of people think working is forever. It's not. If you do what you're supposed to do when you're supposed to do it, one of those things is preparing and setting yourself up and working towards your exit, then you'll do it and you'll conquer it. It'll happen. And you don't have to go in reverse. You can be comfortable with whatever you're doing after you exit. Right? But it's something that you must do. A lot of people don't plan for that. They don't think about it. But it's something that you must plan for. It's like a milestone that you set, that you work towards. So, something you have to plan for. This stage is where, businesses stop running and start enduring. You're there. You're here. You've hit that takeoff phase and you're just coasting. You got your systems, you got your discipline. You're just running. You're allocating, you're preparing. And you're just counting the days. When things happen, you have a system. You have the cash reserves, that cash buffer that I love to talk about, because we know these things are going to happen, and it's just normal. It's just like the average successful business person that you may have in your family, or that you know, or that you look up to, or that's that successful business, and it just seems like everything is carefree. That person is at that final phase, and they're just coasting, waiting for their exit, or coasting towards their exit. They're not trying to do too much. They're not trying to do too less. They're just coasting. Most people skip stages all the time. And most people don't fail because business is hard. They fail because they try to live in stage 4 or hit stage 4 while still operating in stage 1. It took me 4 years to get to stage 4. And I started from very, very humble beginnings. Very, very humble beginnings. It amazes me, God had it in store for me. But a lot of people try to start in stage 4 while operating in stage 1. You can't scale what you don't understand. You can't grow what you don't control. And this kind of goes into what I be jaying down on a lot of the gig guys. And they say, yo, I'm able to do this and do that. And I would love to have a conversation, but none of these guys ever want to talk to me for some reason. Because maybe I'm ignorant. You can't sustain what you built emotionally instead of structurally. You're not going to be able to sustain something that was built off emotions and not structure. So if you're watching this, ask yourself what stage you're in. Are you respecting that stage? Or are you skipping steps to impress people? Figure out what it is that you want to do with whatever business it is that you're trying to grow. Do I want to take a call? I guess so. I haven't talked to people in a week on here, so I'll take a call or two. I I am not going out, obviously. So, um, let's see here. Where is my this, that, and the third? Let's see. Let's put the number up, open up the phone lines. All right, phone lines are open. I'll take a call or two. I haven't talked to people on here in about a week. 312-772-5483. Phone lines is open. 312-772-5483. I still don't know that number by heart. Phone line is open. All right, let me read some of these comments. Shout out to Frank Sinatra. Legacy Mindset said, I told myself by age 50, if I don't hit it, I'm to blame, nobody else. Excuse me. At least you got a goal, bro. I don't know how old you are now, but excuse me. Just keep working towards it, bro. Keep working towards it. Shout out to 608 in the building. Chucky says, I remember that video. I still have it saved in my favorites. Go back every 2 to 3 months to rewatch. I think I know a video you talking about, that J. Cole video. I call it the J. Cole video now. But you a Final Mile, so I know it's the same video. So it's coming 6 months to catch a driver selling full of company fuel card. Saw the driver 6 months. Yeah, it took me like a month. And man, it was like, I'm looking like, God damn, bro, the fuel doubled in a week, bro. And I'm just like, bro, it was ignorance on my just being so busy, bro. It just and that's not an excuse. And I mean, like every time I think about it, because you know what, the main guy, it's funny how like the people who like tried to undermine me with the non-competes and shit like that, and even this guy, I ended up some years later letting him come back to work for me. I ended up letting him come back and he was with me to the very, very end until I retired. Younger guy, he actually was little Tyler's right hand man. Little Tyler that I talk about from time to time, who got killed. And I think and I'll tell you this story. He had called me maybe like a year and a half after and apologized again. He was really, really, he one of them shorties. Like, I ain't going, like, listen, he one of them ones. He's one of them ones you don't want to play with. But he really felt, bad about the situation, because when I talked to him, I said, you were referred here by somebody, and I know his backstory. Like, I talked to the guys, especially the young guys who, are in the street, but they're looking for a way out, or they're looking to find something else to consume time away from the street. They're going to go in the street, but they don't want to be in the street all the time. So they look for something to consume themselves a part of the day to keep them out of the street. You still got some shorties that kind of follow the structure of the days of, oh, they'll go to work and still do their thing. And I remember, and we still talk from time to time. He hit me up a few months ago. He asked me like, Mark, what you got going on? You got anything for me? But anyway, long story short, he hit me up about maybe a year later, sent me a text and said, man, Mark, I apologize again. Hold on. Let me text my contractor. Probably want to. Give me a second. Fuck it, I'll just call him when I get off. Anyway, I when I pulled him into the office once I found everything, you know, I said, bro, how would your grandmother feel if she knew that you did this? Like, I know how to talk to people, and I know where to like hit them where it hurts, and I know how, you know, he was one of the shorties that was raised by his grandma and shit like that, and you know, and she was very appreciative of me giving the opportunity from what I remember, and I said, man, how would your grandmother feel if she knew that you did this? Because I'm still taking the L, and you ain't earned enough for me to take it to get back what you took. He just had his head down. Just told him, man, you know, we can't do business. You can't work here no more. He hit me like a year later. I told him I would think about it, and I just hit him with the send off. I'll think about it, and I never got back to him. And then fast forward 2020 or 2021, little Tyler got killed, and I'm at the funeral, and you know, I'm walking to the car. You know, I came out, and I sent a big what do you call it, a bouquet display that on the stand, and I had the company spelled out in roses. I mean, it was all roses, right? But I had my company spelled out, right? Because you know, this kid, you know, he worked for me, and I really, you know, looked out for him. And I remember the mom reached out when he got killed, and she wanted to hire us to, you know, clean out his apartment. And obviously I did. I didn't charge her. She insisted. I said, no, I'm not going to charge. So I sent a crew to clean out his apartment and take the stuff wherever she wanted. I can't remember. This is 2020, 2021, whatever. And I remember at his funeral, this is where the young man came and asked me, could he come back to work? I was getting in the car. He walked up and asked me, could he come back? And I let him, right? Because this is his right-hand man. And losing him, fuck it, I'm just going to get him out the street as much as I can. And then that's when his mom, Tyler's mom, called and said, could she hire us to move? And then I sent him as on his crew to do the move. It's his man. So I said, are you okay with this? You know your way around. And he did. And but I ultimately gave him a job back, and I told him, I said, you know, you owe me. And when he came back those last 3 years, he worked. He was appreciative that there was some form of redemption, and that people can give us second chances. And I told him he was going to work off the debt. But at this point, it's the pandemic. That shit happened 3 years ago at this point. And every time he would be like, man, you know, Mark, you paid me. How much you going to take? And I was like, we're going to talk about it. But I never took the money, especially after that situation. And I mean, he's doing good now. He contacted me about 2 months ago and said, Mark, you know, can I borrow one of your trucks to move my apartment? And I told him to give me a call. And but yeah, I ended up giving him his job back, you know. Hopefully, you know, I just couldn't say no to him at a funeral of his best friend, and I just know what's going on out here in the streets. I know how they get down, so that was a loss that I took, you know. You know, you just take losses, bro. Like, I've done a lot for the community. I've done a lot to help people. I don't talk about a lot of the positive things, like as far as community outreach and just giving back. And the reason why I don't is because I don't like I don't like when people like go down to the homeless shelter and they film it. I don't like when people go down to under the viaducts and stuff, and they pass out food and then they upload it. Man, like, you don't know these homeless people want to be on camera. Like, I just feel like if you doing things from the bottom of your heart, then that's where it should be left. So it's a lot of things that I've done as far as like community and giving back and things like that. A lot of second chances that I've given where people have wronged me. But I've given a lot of people a lot of second chances. Some, it comes back to bite me in the behind, but in most cases, it doesn't. I think a lot of people, they appreciate the fact that, you can give them a second chance. Sometimes it takes people to realize that, first of all, it's not many of us, that get to a certain point in business and are able to employ people and keep the business in the community in which they were raised and employ people in the community. And I think sometimes it takes people to realize, here's a person, he's doing right by the community. I shouldn't have did that, and it just eats at them. So it weighs on their conscience, and yeah. So, but then it comes back to bite you too. Like, I done had some knockdown drags out with some roguish ass niggas. I don't think it ain't no roguish ass niggas out here. It's one that, like, I swear for God on everything I love. if I tell you some of this shit, like, if we see, like, hey, man, shit, may the best man win, whoever get to it first. And this a motherfucker that worked for me. That's just a roguish ass, jealous hearted ass person, so it is what it is. But yeah, thanks, Mark. Oh, that was Friday night. Yeah, I just wanted to jump on. I got tired of laying in the bed, bro. I got tired of laying in the bed Friday night, and that live drained the shit out of me, bro. I didn't get out of bed Saturday at all. At all, bro. But a lot of people had wanted me to talk about that situation. They wanted the Chicago narrative, and I think a lot of people said, "Man, that's the way you broke it down." I just think that shit was out of pocket on both ends. Couldn't have been me though. Couldn't have been me. I seen a motherfucker get their head cracked for less with no second chance. So, but yeah, man, it's cool. No problem. All right, man, phone line is open, 312-772-5483. 312-772-5483. All right, this is my contractor texting me now. Let me just see what he's saying. Do I need to set the timer, man? I ain't been up here in a week. Y'all ain't got shit y'all want to talk about? Man, bro. This is my other channel. Let's see. Let me go through some of these. Call-in line is open. Shout out to Alex. Where you been at? Definitely not for the week. Once you become the boss, they're a target on your back and learn how to keep the wolves off you. Definitely gotta keep them wolves off you. That's something Congo he you gotta learn, man. I might have to get a piece of Congo's business, man, for him to, because he might not be able to navigate out in these Chi-Town streets, man. I might have to go ahead and take a big portion of his business to put that armor protection around him. You dig? Might have to go in and put that armor protection around him. I don't know. We gonna see. Him and Mitch. him and Mitch, man, they out of towners. They out of towners trying to do business in the big city, and they seeing the heart. They seeing like, yo, this ain't Mark wasn't lying. Mark wasn't lying. Mark wasn't lying. I can't go into details, but the people that was in the Discord, they had a treat that day. I ain't gonna divulge it to the audience, but if y'all hear this story, bro, y'all gonna be like, Jesus Christ. Shout out to Sale. What up? What up, G? Mark, this the part of the game they never get to. They got their game fucked up and want your game fucked up. Keep teaching them, homie. Appreciate you. Yeah, a lot of people got the game fucked up, man. Man, I just, man, bro, like, and if it was in me to be a sucker, I just can't do it, bro. I can't do it, bro. So, I'm gonna keep, keeping it P with y'all, and the people that get it. The people that don't, shit. It is what it is, man. Oh, man. Ain't nobody calling in? Y'all need them stock. Man, I made y'all so much money, bro. Y'all didn't do what y'all was greedy. Y'all was greedy, man. Only a few people really, only a few people really. See, if I do it again, bro, when I say, yo, that's it, that's gotta be it. That's gotta be it, bro. Greedy pigs get led to the slaughter, man. Greedy pigs get led to the slaughter. Gotta keep the money moving, bro. Gotta keep it moving, man. Bro, when I did that series, bro, listen, and this ain't no cap. Collectively, millions were made. Between my portfolio, just in me and cars and cribs, and then with some of the other people that was like, yo, I'm here. Millions were made. Just with that series. But then the thing is, when I said, yo, and this is what pisses me off, y'all keep wanting me to make that come back and do that because you saw the results. The issue is when it's time to go, it's time to go. I feel like during that series, when we were doing it, and the money was made, it's not. What's the point of doing it if you're not going to take the money? Y'all listen to the influencers instead of listening to Big Mark. But listen, if you ain't know nothing about me yet, Big Mark don't like losing. I don't like losing. I told you it shit feel funny. I said it. It shit feel, something don't feel right. Go back and watch. And guess what? This shit ain't been the same since. So you gotta listen, bro. Cause I ain't gonna leave myself wrong. Hell no. The hell? Shit. This year is about IPOs. Who you looking at? Who you looking at? Just name me one company you looking at to IPO. Just give me your best company. Rich said, Where's the positivity? Here we go. Now, this person been doing good for about a year now. Here we go. I don't know if this is sarcasm or what. The whole lecture was on the 5 stages of business growth. It wasn't a positive. It was a positive thing. It was something that it cost me to learn. It cost my OG to learn. I got taught that. That shit was something that I learned. Right? From the book aspect in school. Where was the negativity in that? Teaching people the 5 stages of business growth. See, this is the shit that I be talking about. Right here. This is the shit I be talking about. This is the shit that I be talking about. Right? This shit right here. If you sat and you watched this whole stream, we talked about the 5 stages of business growth. The issue is the education. Education is negative. This is why people don't do it. And this is why people, I'm not speaking to him, I'm just saying in general, people can't decipher. Education is boring. Just like people say school is boring, sit and listen to lectures in a college, on a college campus is boring, education is boring. How is it negative? See, the thing of it is, I like information that has value. What is perceived as positive today is, yo, click this link and I'm going to show you how to make gazillions of dollars with these 5 simple steps. But when a person sits and talks to you about the pros and the cons and talks and explains to you the stages and things of that, perceived as negative. Ooh. I don't, if that's negative, then, you know, whatever. Y'all doomed. Y'all doomed. Me, I'm not doomed. Y'all doomed. If that's considered negative, then you're doomed. I don't know what else to tell you. I don't. I don't know what else to tell you. This person says, I don't even know who this is. Love the channel. Get a lot of business knowledge. Wish you have more game than just regular talking. See what I'm saying? Love the channel. Get a lot of business knowledge. Pay attention to this. Wish you have more game than just regular talking. Now pay attention to this. This is very, very important. Listen, look at this. Love the channel. Get a lot of business knowledge. Loves the fact that he gets a lot of business knowledge. Wish you have more game than just regular talking. He wants game. The business, I appreciate the business, but I need some game. Listen, I don't know, bro. I might go ahead and say fuck it. I might go ahead and just say fuck it. Listen, if you go back and you watch the monologue, that's the shit that I'm talking about. The game. What game? You can't make this shit up. Look at this shit. We got to screenshot this. Screenshot this shit, bro. Listen, we got to screenshot this because we got to use this as a talking point. Hold on. I got to screenshot this. We got to screenshot this. Hold on. Let me. Shift Command 4. Shift Command 4. Screenshot. We're going to stay here for a second. Because this is, look at this shit. You can't make this shit up. Love the channel. Gave me kudos. Get a lot of business knowledge. That's a good thing. I appreciate that. Wish you have more game than just regular talking. See that shit? Hold on. Let's find this. Let's see something, bro. This the shit that I'm talking about. He got to be like 20-something, bro. 20-something. the lack of attention, comprehension, give me a second. Let me see. Hardly any gems, bro. I watch all your videos. Hardly any gems. Yeah, okay. Why you watch all the videos then? If it's a lot of business, but it's hardly game, why you continue to watch? I just don't understand it, bro. Hold on.
That 3M tape off.
You got a Mustang channel. You make Mustang content. You a Mustang guy or girl, whatever. You make Mustang content.
Right down. And the way that I had my car ceramic coated,
Definitely 20
is
something.
making it hard for
All right,
the
so,
3M
so
tape.
you a 20-some-year-old person. You can call the number too, because I now I got to get on that with you. I'm finna get on that. No, he ain't no paid troll. He make content. He 24. He make content. He won't game. Remember what I told y'all in the monologue? Didn't I tell you they was cooked? Told you they was cooked. 24. Talking to a 4. I'm old enough to be your daddy. You can't tell me on how to get it. How many properties you own? How many properties you own? You watching logistics content, so clearly you want to get into trucking. How many assets do you own? No. Hold on. No. You over here fucking with me and I ain't feeling good. See, you fucking with me. You should know better if you watch all the content. Don't come fucking with me. Especially, you can't get me a little slide compliment and then try to come for the big homie. You think this is like, I ain't no middle American. I'm not no middle American. You can't play Big Mark like that. I'm not no man's lander. I'm from the crib. You think you gonna come in here with an underhanded little, well, let me go fuck with him when he's sick, because he ain't gonna fuck with me. You got me fucked up out here in these streets. Yeah, I'm gonna get you. You 24, you over here fucking with me, and I don't feel good. And I'm over here putting on this nice demonstration, this nice lecture for your ass, and you just don't know how to sit your ass down, keep your mouth closed. If you ain't got nothing good to say, then don't say nothing at all. What you talking about ain't no game. Talking about ain't no game. You know why? Because it ain't no game. Because business ain't a game. Business ain't a game. It's a business. That's why you said when I come over here, it's a lot of business that I get. You don't get no game because ain't shit a game about this shit. Nothing. And if you play it like a game, you're gonna get the results of a game. You're gonna lose. You're gonna lose. You clearly wasn't here during the monologue. But I'm glad you're here and I'm glad you said this shit because you proved everything that I said in the monologue and you fit the demographic from an age perspective. Cooked. You know why? Because critical thinking. You can't take in what's being said and apply it. You know why? Because it's over your head. They said you don't fully develop until you're 25. But the information that I'm kicking is not entry-level information. See, if you watched all my content, you would know I don't do your basic shit. See that game shit that you talking about? That's that entry-level shit. That's considered game. This shit that I'm talking about is going to set you up for life. But see, it's too advanced for you. See, this the type of shit once you get in and you get the struggle, and then you come see Big Mark. You got to go down the road if you want game. Gems and shit like that. We don't drop gems. You are exactly who I was talking about in the monologue. You can't make this shit up, bro. You can't make this shit up. But you say you watch it all, so clearly there's something there for you to watch. It's value. You know why? Because it makes sense. And clearly ain't nobody else telling your ass, because if they was, you wouldn't consume it twice. You got content with, what is this? Fucking with me, man. You from Iowa? You can't make it up. Iowa. Middle American. God damn it. Oh, shit. You fucking with me now, boy. You done got me. You should have left me alone. You're from Iowa, bro. You're from Iowa. You're an Iowan. An Iowa. I don't got to take my advice, big dog. My advice is taken. Listen, big dog. He said 3 to 4 years ago, I'm a supervisor, make $77K, 86 after annual bonus. Okay. What you telling me for? What was that? What was that like? What was that for? To make yourself feel good, or was it to throw a shot or like shit or something? Shit on me or something? I mean, okay. Well, what do you want me to say after that? Like, oh my God, oh my God, you're doing something. Oh man, you're shitting on me. You make 70, you're shitting on me. Hey man, shorty man, go ahead, man. Go play with something that's safe, shorty man. Go play with something that's safe, man. You dig? Man, listen, shorty. Check it out. Be cool. Be happy that you make your 77. And I'm being honest, but like, why are you telling us that? That's neither here nor there for what we're talking about. We're talking about, you said business and gym. Like, what is that? What do people do? What I tell y'all about people when they start doing that shit? What do you like? That's supposed to be like to validate something. What we validate? What you trying to validate when you say that? What is that supposed to mean? Okay, you make 77. Now what? Now what? Now what? What now? What does that have to do with this shit that you said that don't make no goddamn sense? That shit don't make no goddamn sense. What you said, you're fucking with me and I don't feel good. So I might not come live tomorrow. I might wait till I feel all the way better so that I could just because I feel disrespected. I say I'm gonna come on because it's been a week. I'm getting back there, but not all the way. I still got this phlegm. I'm trying to get it up. It's stuck. You know, we drinking the hot toddies. Grandma, this is a grandma remedy. You get the tea, make it hot as possible. Shout out to my nigga Sale. I see you in the chat. You put the tea in there, squeeze the lemon in there, some honey. I put a little ginger, get some raw ginger, cut it up, chew it a little bit to get the juices, put it in there. Get you a pint of that Granddaddy 100, that Granddaddy 100 proof. Take a cap, throw a cap back shot, open up that chest. Ooh, that shit gonna burn. Put a cap in there. Drink it while it's hot. I'm gonna drink my Granddaddy, my hot toddy. I'm gonna continue to eat my soup, and I may just wait because these motherfuckers want to play with Big Mark while he a little ill because they think they gonna get the best of me. This nigga 24. You 24. You probably don't even know how to piss straight. Then you gonna come here talking about some 77. I'm gonna let you live, shorty. I'm gonna let you live because I think that's if you're telling the truth, I think that's credible for a 24-year-old. But I'm not gonna go back and forth with like we ain't gonna play the I ain't gonna big homie you because I ain't gonna like, bro, you a shorty to me. So I'm supposed to win. But don't like, you don't never have to prove nothing to nobody. Especially when we're not even talking about anything that's pertaining to monetary, like money, bro. I'm just highlighting the ignorance. I'm highlighting the ignorance in what you said. You want game. I ain't got no game for you. I got exactly what you said you get. Business. See, you want game. I ain't got no game, shorty. I ain't got no game. It's just like Nas said, I ain't got no game. It's just a lot of chicks understand my story. I don't kick game. I got facts, man. You dig what I'm saying? Business ain't a game, it's business. And I appreciate you love the channel. I'm gonna all do, bravo. All do, bravo. But at the end of the day, you not finna come with, to me, that's like an underhanded, like we're gonna give him a little underhanded compliment, but then I'm gonna try to J down on him. Come on, bro, from the crib. You ain't finna give me no underhanded comment and then turn around and try to J down on me. Type of shit type of nigga you think I am. Like, I'm just gonna be like, all right, thank you. No, nigga, you tried to J down on Big Mark. Nigga, we not honoring that. That shit fucked up around here, boy. I don't know how they do in Iowa. I don't know how they do it over in Iowa. What's wrong with you? Talk about me. Nigga, ain't nobody talked about you. See what I'm saying? There go the emotions. I'm getting all up out of him. I ain't said nothing about you. He said, show you how to make money. You can't make this shit up. So the whole time we talking business, see, this is what I'm saying. These shorties, what they want is game, and they want you to show them the TikTok shit. So this is what you should do, young man. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. I ain't for you, bro. I'm just finna stop wasting your time. I ain't the person. The person you looking for is on TikTok. They got the game, and they gonna show you how to just make the money. Because clearly I'm showing you how to do that. I'm showing you, not only showing you how to make it, I'm showing you how to grow it. It's people in here that will tell you. Somebody right in the comment under you said, Mark, do the investment shit. You know why? Because of the money that was made when I did that series. And it's validated. See, you want game. Go on TikTok. You said, man, I love your channel. I love the business, but man, you ain't giving no game. So you value game over business? Fuck we talking about, bro? Listen, shorty, now you pissing me off. Now I'm upset. You need to go on somewhere. Go on TikTok, bro. Go over there with them shorties where they giving you hacks and all that shit, bro. That shit ain't gonna get you nowhere in life. It's not gonna get you nowhere in life. Everything I talked about over here is sustainability. The real world. Who you live with? Have you built something? Have you built a business and been able to sustain the business and sustain a comfortable quality of life? What hard times have you hit, young man? What struggles have you hit at 24? You can't, and matter of fact, the line been up here. I don't even respect people that go back and forth in the chat. Like you, the line, Big Mark, the line always open. You know why people don't hit the line? Because it really exposes the ignorance. Because once I get you on the line and get to talking, that ignorance is really going to get exposed. Shorty, you young enough to be my son. You a kid to me. You ain't even never been through nothing. Go on TikTok. If you ain't got one, go get one. The game is on TikTok. It ain't on YouTube. from an old nigga that's finna turn 46. The game is on TikTok. I'm telling you, I ain't got no game. I ain't got it. Go on TikTok, shorty. The game is over there. My old ass, I'm old. I ain't got no game. I'm just an old buzzard. Go on over there. Go on over there. They got plenty of game. Over here, you said it's just business. Man, Mark, I love your channel. You got too much business, but you ain't got no game. All I got is business, man. I ain't got no game. So I'm telling you, I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing. This nigga was born when I was listening, coming down a fucking Stony Island with 412s, TVs, bumping player while you're hating, player while you're hating, Wardy. Give me a project trick. 412s wanging. He was born that year. Shorty, I'm coming down Stony with 412s wanging. What are you talking about, Shorty? You was a kid. You was a kid to me. Shit. Talking about, so man, you ain't got no game. I ain't. I got exactly what you said. You don't know how to hit the line. You see that phone number right there? You don't know how to dial it? This shit crazy, bro. Listen. Listen, bro. Listen, you are perfect because you exemplify everything I was talking about in the goddamn monologue. God be looking out. I swear I don't be knowing these people. People like, Mark, you be paying these people. No, I don't. God be looking out for me, bro, with the content. Like, it's easy for me. That's why it's easy for me, because I don't know. I would never pay nobody to make a fool out of themselves. Why? Because it's people that do it for free. Like, dude, you can't script this. Listen. How do you script some shit like this? If I could think of shit like this to script, I would be in Hollywood. I say I love your channel, so I watch. You can't understand what I'm saying, fam. Fam, I understand exactly what you're saying. And that's why I said it doesn't make any sense. Listen, Big Mark, listen, that's how I know you got to be on the news. Just because you gave me a compliment, if you said something crazy, I'm still going to call you out. We got to correct that. What type of person would I be if you say something crazy and I just saw it and just ignored it? That would be equivalent to being your homie and you got motherfucking crust in the side of your eye or shit right here on the side of your mouth and just having a conversation with you and be like, bro, get that shit out the side of your jaw. See that shit? You got some crust or you got some eye shit right there and just talking to you. And then you get to the crib or you get in your car, look at the goddamn mirror and you like, damn, motherfucker had shit in my eye the whole time and Mark didn't tell me. I'm not that type of nigga. If your breath stink, I'm like, man, your shit hitting, boy. Get you some gum. I'm gonna give you a mint or something, boy. What is wrong with you? I'm not the type of motherfucker that's gonna see you say some shit and you 24. I'm gonna correct you, whether you like it or you don't. Fuck is wrong with you, nigga? I'm not no your peer. Mark the mentor. God damn it. Fuck type of like, come on, man. What is wrong with you? I gave you a compliment. Yeah, and then you came with an underhanded jab, too. What are you talking about? Get on that with your ass, boy. You in your prime. Bro, you tweaking right now. You in your prime? Now he want to try to. I bet you won't call that number, though. I bet you that. I bet you won't dial that number. I bet you won't dial that number. Now you want to come with the older jokes. You got what I came by? What? Your prime? Your age? I've been there, done that already, bro. When I was 24, it was better. It was a better period than when you're 24. Like, what you think you on Jones with Big Mark and try to get the best? You ain't gonna never get the best of Big Mark on the Jones, and you from Iowa, bro. You from Iowa. What you think you going out Jones, Big Mark? Okay, you 24. I can't be 24 again, but guess what? When I was 24 was better than when you was 24. 2004 was better than 2026. Fuck you talking about? Now what? And guess what? When you get my age, it's going to be harder for you. It's going to be less job opportunities, all type of shit. The cost of living going to be sky high. You better be lucky if you could buy a house. Come to Chicago. I got a spot for you. I'll put you in an apartment. Let me know if you move to Chicago. I'll rent you a nice apartment. Listen. Tread lightly, shorty. Tread lightly. I'm gonna kick it with you as long as you want to kick it. But I know you ain't gonna call that number though. You ain't gonna call that number. You ain't did more than me. What? You got a Mustang, bro. You doing DIY in a Mustang. Hey, bro, you're doing DIY in a Mustang, bro. At 24, bro, I was riding a big truck. Custom. Yeah. Yeah. I didn't do a DIY custom. I took that shit straight to Louis. I said, Louis, I need all this shit like that. How much? I wasn't out in the front. Like your videos, how you in the front of the house and shit? Doing shit. I wasn't doing that, big dog. What are you talking about? I was coming down the street wanging that. Doom, 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 wanging that shit and that yet. Doom, 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 doom. You can find me in the. Come on, big dog. Tweaking. He talking about he can't kill. I go back and forth with Big Mark, try to comfort Big Mark. Man, get out of here. Get out of here. You ain't going like y'all little niggas, man. Y'all not gonna win. You're not gonna win. I don't want to be 24. I was already 24 now. We did that. You smell me? Tried to give me an underhanded. You did. All right, let's make it. Let's make it easy for him. Since he don't know how to call a phone number, let's drop the linkage for him. Let's drop the linkage for him. Give me a second. I'm gonna drop linkage for him. Don't worry about it. There go linkage. Boom. Wop. Listen, we got it all types of ways over here, boy. We got it all types of ways. We got it all. We got it all over here. We got everything you need. We got everything. We got linkage. We got phone. Whatever you want, we got it. We can give it to you however you want to get it. All right? We are well equipped. We are well equipped. All right, he just talking shit now. Man, we ain't trying to hear that. We ain't trying to hear none of that, big dog. You gonna have moist towels on your hand. What? I ain't never heard no shit like that. He gonna have moist towels on his hands. What? Come on, bro. Stop tweaking. We gonna let him live, man. He ain't gonna call. Cause he gonna be safe in the chat. He gave a compliment and then said, man, no game. Man, Mark, you got business, man. Appreciate the business. I love the channel. You got all the business, but you ain't got no game. You ain't dropping no game, though. Like that shit. Like, dude, that shit don't even make no sense as it pertains to business, bro. by what if you could be 24 with your knowledge now? But what if you could be 24 with your knowledge now? I would probably be the same place I'm at, bro. And maybe not, because here's the thing. With the knowledge that I have as far as from the experience level, trying to duplicate what I've done in this time period would be relatively difficult. The knowledge is one thing, but where am I going to get the people to do what I was able to do, right? I had people that were with me from 2011, 2012, all the way to 2022. Like, where am I going to find people that are going to stay 10 years? You'd be happy if you get a motherfucker to stay a month. Where am I going to find that amount of people to stay dedicated, loyal, and consistent, and dependable, and reliable? So yeah, I got all the knowledge, but guess what? To do what I've done, you need people. So even with the knowledge, I think it would still be relatively difficult to do in today's society, the way people think as far as it pertains to work and working for other people. So I don't know. Dude, I'm already retired. Dude, what are you talking about, bro? How long have you been watching the channel, bro? You clearly ain't been watching the channel. Dude, I've been sitting on my ass for 4 years almost. What are you talking about, bro? I've been literally sitting on my ass for 4 years, bro. Literally. Bro, what are you talking about? See, you trying to come and you ain't even qualified. You ain't even watched enough or consistent to even know that. Happy birthday to your son. Matter of fact, if today your son's birthday, why are you over here, bro? You should be with your son. Be with your sons, man. Go ahead, man. Go be with your son. Don't listen. I'm not that important, bro. Go spend time with your son. Retired earlier. Yeah, he definitely a troll. We just gonna let him troll now. We gonna let him troll. Maybe your shoulder wouldn't be so fucked up. Never know. Man, we don't give a fuck about that, big dog. I think 42 is a good age. Listen, God has in store what he has in store for you. So while you want to go back and forth on some shit that, check this out. I'm going to end it on this note. Make it to 45. You said I can't be 24 no more. You're right. Make it to 45. So I love when people can't talk, bro. Like these internet troll guys, bro. I swear, bro, they safe in the chat. The moment I discovered like linkage, how it destroys people, oh man, I've been using linkage ever since. Cause they can't say nothing when you because as a man, when you gonna play that game, then you should be able to play it face to face. That's why I don't respect people that hide behind like this and hide behind, pictures and fake thumbnails and shit. We can't respect you. That's an indicator of how you moving out here in the real world society. You walking around with your head down. You walking around with your head down. You ain't looking up. You ain't standing on nothing. You ain't never stood on nothing. You walking around with your head down. You scared of your shadow. You scared when they call your name in Starbucks, you get scared. You get scared when they call your name in Starbucks. Because you ain't used to nobody call your name. You get frightened. You ain't never stood on nothing. Scared of your goddamn shadow. Scared of your shadow, man. "5.0 Productions." you need to stick to doing them DIYs on that 5.0. 5.0 so my hair can't blow. Girls on standby, waving just to say hi. Did you stop? No, I just rolled by, kept on. Rolling in my 5.0 with my rag top down so my hair can't blow. The girlies on standby, waiting just to say hi. Did you stop? No, I just rolled by, kept on. Pursuing to the next block. I bust 11, now I'm headed to the next block. The block was dead, yo. So I continue to 818 Beachfront Avenue. Girls were hot, wearing less than bikinis. Rock band lovers, driving Lamborghinis, jealous. Come on, man, stick to that 5.0, bro. We ain't really, when we jacked 5.0s, 1990, bro, 91, bro. New Jack, Minister Society. Boom, 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 boom. He calling we gonna answer the unknown call. What down? What down?
Yeah.
Told you. He wanna try to Rick roll somebody. That shit so old. That wasn't you? Oh, okay. Well, that was the one. I thought it was you. That's why I answered. I ain't gonna answer the next one. But yeah, we ain't jacked 5.0 since 90, 91 with that song, and then came back 94 with Minister Society. Yeah, somebody did a Rick roll. Whoever did it was lame as hell, bro. They ain't got shit else to better to do. Whoever did that, you lame as hell. You a lame. You took the time to get another phone and put it up to the speaker and find the song and play it, and that shit probably made your little day. That probably made your little day. Goofy shit. Like real lame type shit. Goofy. Just trying to find a way to fit in and be cool, but just really exposing the goofy in you. I tell you, boy, about these people that walk with their head down. I'm not answering no more unknown. So I did the one. You're not gonna get me twice. So I ain't answering it. Whoever that is that's calling, that's Rick rolling somebody in 2026, that's definitely a person that's older. That's not a younger person. That's an older person because that's an older, an early internet troll type of thing. That's like a 2000s. So that's not something that I would even expect the 5.0 guy to do. He's only 24. That's an older person who would know what that is. Never gonna let you up, never gonna tear you down, never gonna turn around. And that's around my age that would do some shit like that to even know what that is. Never gonna make you, never gonna make you cry, never gonna say bye-bye and desert you. You gotta be old enough to know that song. That's not something I would expect from a 24-year-old. So this is me using the process of elimination. This is me using my critical thinking skills, because 24 years old wouldn't do nothing like that. I haven't heard a Rick roll or seen that in years, over 10 years. That's a 2000s type of shit. That's an older person that did that. And an older person that's on everything I love, straight goofy lane. Playing on the phone type shit. Goofy lane. Straight goofy lane, bro. You want to know how to do a market analysis? Watch the video, bro. I did a walkthrough step by step on how to do the market analysis. I got a video for that. See, now you talking, bro. See, you could have just asked this question straight off the ripple. You didn't have to do all that. See, let me tell you what it is before I get out of here. I'm going to tell you what it is, man. A lot of people, they just want to be players. They just want to be players. They really want to fit in. But I get it. They don't know how to fit in. Remember, like back in the day, you had the girl would like you. Instead of her just saying she liked you, she would hit you and shit like that. And then somebody be like, man, she like you. It's like this, man. Motherfucker really want to just get down with you, just want to be a part of something, want to get some game, want to really just kick it with you. And instead of them just being like, I don't understand what it is with people nowadays just coming up like, man, saying, Joe, I don't fuck with you, boy. I be listening to you, boy. You got a lot of, you be kicking that shit, boy. I just want to, man, see if you can, man, give me a little bit of, guidance, man. Man, can I ask you a few questions? But instead, they want to hit you with the compliment, but then come with the underhanded thing because they just got to feel I just don't want to be, because if I just come and just be nice and just give a compliment and just try to kumbaya, man, that's like, it's like real soft and I don't want to be soft. And no, it's not, bro. It's okay to just come. That's why I understand, bro, like, why you just can't come and just, like me, I see the motherfucker, I'm like, man, that's nice. Me, I don't have no, but man, I heard what you saying, bro. I like what you saying, bro. I like how you, that shit cool, man. That's some fly ass shit that you said, man. Keep doing your thing. But nah, man, motherfucker, nowadays, they just can't just keep it a buck because somewhere down the line, it's gotta be some middle American shit. Because from the crib, we don't operate like that, boy. It's either, from the crib, motherfucker just gonna hate on you. They just gonna just hate on you. You upset. So it ain't really no in between. Like what Buddy ass just did is really like a compliment, or motherfucker just gonna be straightforward with you, or they gonna hate on you all the way. Even if they like what you got going on, they just gonna completely hate. Man, fuck dude, man. Fuck that shit, man. Man, that's a 2026, but that ain't the 2027 though. Man, that shit straight, man. That's a 2026. Man, the 2027's already out. That's what type of motherfucker from the crib, that's the way they gonna compliment you. They gonna it ain't gonna be no half and half. It's gonna be either all the way, one way, or all the way. It's January 2026. Man, he got a 2026. Man, it's cool. But that ain't that 2027 though. When you could have just came and said, man, that's nice. Shit. Oh my God, bro. You can't make this shit up, bro. You can't make this shit up, Pip, big dog. Let's see here. Never gonna tear you down, never gonna turn around and desert you. Never gonna say bye-bye, never gonna tell a lie. Oh, shit. Never gonna say bye-bye, never gonna turn around and desert you. Never gonna set you up. Never gonna set you down. Never gonna turn around and desert you. Do. All right, let's see something. Hello?
Marky Mark,
What up? Who that?
what's good with you?
Chilling, man. What's good with you?
Not much, bro. I think if you talk to me, you would actually like a conversation.
Who is this?
I'm the same person you've been talking to. You know, you wanted to pull up my
Oh, the
YouTube.
5.0? You 5.0 with my rack top down so my hair can't blow?
Man, listen. Hold on. Before you get to singing and shit, keep your day job.
Keep my day job. What's my day job?
YouTube?
That's my day job? So where was I at last week?
On YouTube?
I was on YouTube last week?
Nah, I'm done fucking with you, though, but I sold that car. I don't know why you pulling that shit up from 3 years ago.
Because it's on your channel. That's all I had to pull up because it's there.
Yes, that's true. Why you don't want to answer no questions, man? Put some niggas on some game.
What you mean? I answer questions all the time.
No, but I asked you a question you just didn't answer.
And I said, I got a video. Go watch it.
But I'm on your live. I want to hear it live. Otherwise, what's the point in going live?
Well, what's the point of me doing the content if you're going to not watch it?
I watch all of them.
So did you watch the market analysis one?
How you think I know about a market analysis, Mr. Marky Mark?
Okay, so if you watch the video, why don't you take the information and apply it? Do the research as it pertains
See,
to your
the
market.
problem, though. You can explain market analysis, but you don't
I can explain
go
the market
into
analysis.
detail how to do a specific market analysis.
You want me to
can
do a
explain
market?
it, but
Hold on. You want me to do a market analysis for you on Texas? So if you want me to do your work for you,
not
I
necessarily.
can do a
I
market
want you to
analysis.
point
Hold on.
in the direct.
Hold on. I can do a market analysis for my market, and I did a market analysis in front of a live audience about 2 weeks ago in my Discord for someone in my market. I can't do it.
I'm not in your Discord. Otherwise,
Okay,
I
so
would have saw that.
I'm not going to do a live market analysis on a market that I haven't researched. I can do a market analysis for you right now on my market. Matter of fact, every time I talk about a market analysis, I pretty much do a live market analysis for Chicago every time as an example because this is my market.
You know you 300 miles away. Why are you talking about how we do it in the Midwest? Stop that.
What are you talking about?
You 300 miles from me, man.
What are you talking about? We do it in the Midwest. What are you talking about?
You was like, oh, I guess that's how they act in the Midwest or something. Like you.
When did I
next
say that?
door. I could pull it up, but yeah, you did.
I said that's how they act in the Midwest.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Like I guess that's how these 24-year-olds is in the Midwest.
You fucking with me, so I'm fucking with you.
I know. I might be 24, but I don't act my age.
So
bro.
if
Trust
you
me, I
fucking
did
with
a whole
me,
lot of shit. A lot of 24-year-olds ain't did.
So if you come on the chat fucking with me, and then I fuck back with you,
I ain't fuck with you. I gave you what I actually thought.
You gave me
Some
an
people not
underhanded
gonna tell you
compliment.
exactly what they thinking. I mean, why I'm gonna go around the bush? Hell yeah.
All right.
You know a whole lot about business, but
All right.
you're not giving no real game. You beating around the bush.
So what's game then? Tell me, because you 24. What is game to a 24-year-old? Because I may be
like actually pointing somebody in the direction to go. You
Give
know
me
what
an
I'm saying?
example.
Oh, this. So basically, you already have said it, but you said it's in your Discord. So if I was in the Discord, then I would know where to start.
No.
I'm not in your Discord.
No. Hold on. When you said verbatim, you said, bro, I love your channel. You got a hold on. Let me pull it up because I don't want to misquote you.
Got a whole lot of business knowledge, but you don't drop no gems. Pretty much game, same shit.
Okay, so boom, let's start there. Business knowledge, but I don't drop gems. So if you consuming business knowledge, what's the difference between all the business knowledge that you just even gave me another compliment for again? What's the difference from that and gems? Because maybe I don't understand what gems are. Because gems is something that's new to me.
Gems is something, gems is something that if you pointed somebody in a direction like, hey, this is the site that you should go on, and you would see all these stats and this, then you would take these numbers, and that's how you would see if it's e-commerce better in this area, if it's general freight better in this area, or fucking you could tell somebody, logo ain't going to work over here, but you could do OTR and run this direction, and it would take you back and forth. You know what I'm saying?
So you want me to be specific. You want me to be specific as far as strategy as it pertains to over the road.
Honestly, I plan on doing general freight.
Okay.
Mixed with a little e-commerce, local, regional, but
okay,
doing numbers weekly, that's not ruled out.
Okay, so I thought you said you watched my channel.
I do watch your channel.
Okay, so
You are moving. You do moving in the final mile.
all right. So 2, you want OTR, you want to do e-commerce as it pertains to what, selling, like drop shipping?
No, I guess not the same, but I plan on like filling with Amazon Relay,
Okay, so
but doing general freight.
I don't do Amazon Relay, bro.
I know you don't. That's why I'm saying I get a lot of business knowledge from you. But if you could dig into other things, like, you know, that would be, because I feel like, I don't know, I feel like I relate to your channel more. That's why I watch more of your videos.
And I appreciate that, but I give a lot of insight as it pertains to moving in final mile. It's just not what interests
Because that's
you.
what you're experienced with, yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So you can't fault me because what you're interested in, I don't do a deep dive analysis.
I didn't fault you.
Yeah, you gave me
If I fault you, the whole question would have been faulted. But what did I say in the beginning? I said I love the channel. I watch all your videos.
But see, let me tell you how to keep it P though. You got to keep it P. You can't give a person a compliment, but then because what you want out of a person, they not willing to give it, or they giving something else that you're not interested in, then you hit them after you give them a compliment with the underhand that you dig. That ain't P. It ain't P.
I didn't know 46-year-olds say P.
Why we wouldn't? Who you thought?
Because, I mean, you use old head, use
y'all ain't no
I
players.
thought you use,
We,
you know,
the P game
professional, you know, big degree knowledge.
See, now you playing. See, you was cool.
I'm not playing, but I did ask a few questions that I did want to answer to.
So check it out. Is we having a professional? We having a professional conversation?
I tried, and then you went back to trying to argue about how my comment came at you a little bit. And I actually asked you a question.
And I answered the question for you.
2 or 3 times.
I think I answered the question for you very appropriate.
You said it was in your Discord.
You keep giving me the. So here's the thing. This is what you like the channel. I appreciate you, but I think what you're looking for, I don't think I can give it to you. I can give it to you from a business perspective. I can give it to you from a final mount. I can give it to you from a moving. What it sounds like you want to do, I haven't done it.
Okay, drop the business.
Drop the business.
Market analysis that I was talking about, and then I had said, like, when do you know when you scale? Like, what's the steps to know that you should scale?
Did you listen to this lecture today?
No, I told you I had my son's birthday party.
Okay, so what you're asking me was literally, I answered it in the lecture. 5 stages to business growth. The title.
When I go back to work, I put my headphones in, then I listen to it. That's when I listen to the videos.
Yeah, so you need to watch the videos, bro.
I watch all of them. Trust me, I can't find no more. You need to drop some more.
All right, you fucking with me now, bro.
I'm dead ass.
You
I don't know why you think. Why I'm gonna get on here and lie? I watch all the videos. I watch all the videos.
And I appreciate you, but what you mean I need to drop more? I do what I want to do.
I watch them all. Shit.
Big Mark do what you ain't been watching because you don't realize that Big Mark do what he want to do when he want to do it. Big Mark ain't obligated to do nothing.
I ain't obligate you to do nothing. I'm just saying you should drop more.
It's plenty of content out there, bro. I done covered how to start this business from point A to point Z. I'm reduplicating shit at this point. Just I'm saucing it up differently. You didn't know a 45-year-old could say that shit. You didn't see. I got that.
I didn't. Actually.
Yeah. See, it's a lot of you did with Big Mark. Yeah, I can sauce it up a little bit different each time.
Well, how do you get in your Discord then so I can get a little more
click link
insight to it? Because I don't play no games. When I say I'm gonna do something, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it the right way, and I ain't gonna miss no steps.
Click the link.
So that's why I'm making sure.
Click that link and then touch that paywall. It's a paywall that you got to touch. We got to keep out all the BS.
How much is that?
Oh man, I think the lowest tier is like $7. Yeah, it ain't shit. Right. Big Mark ain't greedy. I'm just trying. If I can cover some of the costs it takes for the production, that's it. But really, the paywall is there just to keep out all the BS.
Weirdos.
Pretty much.
Makes sense.
Yeah. That's why it's just a cheap little $7 for the minimum. $7.19 and I think it's $129, but that's for like if you want like that one-on-one every week. But I think I'm gonna get rid of that tier.
Why?
Why
you don't want to put the time in with no people no more, man?
I do put time in with people. I just don't want to mentor nobody.
But you just say you don't delete it.
I don't want to mentor nobody one-on-one, bro. I don't need to. Listen, if I needed the money, bro, I would. I don't, by the grace of God. Two, I don't need y'all nagging me and shit, bro. With this goofy, dumb shit. Man, motherfuckers will be calling me with goofy, dumb shit, bro. I don't need.
Yeah, I know, but it's some people who actually want to do this shit right. So
and I get it.
It would be cool if you did it for some people.
I get it, bro. But let me ask you this question. You sound like a pretty reasonable guy. Value is what a person is willing to pay for something, right? Would you agree?
For sure.
All right. Now, based on what you see out here as far as my peers in this space, right? If you had to deem, like, how would you rank me in comparison to my peers?
You with the other people?
Yes.
Y'all do content a different way. I feel like you do business content the best.
Okay.
You talk about like certain topics with the business the best, but I think the other people hit the topics of actually running the specific business that I'm talking about better. And that's just because, like you said, you don't do that part of the business. So it makes sense, but still, I feel like if you did do it, you probably would hit them topics better.
So,
but you just don't want to do it, and that's just cool.
I don't want to come out.
You can do whatever the fuck you want to do, but
right. I don't want to come out and do OTR just to do OTR. Like, that don't make sense, bro. Like, oh, let me go do some OTR content for a year.
But you was kind of, I guess, if you didn't think about the final mile shit, you was kind of a local, regional type of guy. So what about the local, regional motherfuckers who want to do the box truck?
What you mean local? From an OTR, from a doc-to-doc perspective?
Right, like doc-to-doc perspective.
I've never done that, bro. So it's the same thing. Like, I can't.
I thought you said though, like at one point y'all had sold this many rentals and like what y'all was just doing, moving
in Final Mile. I'm in Chicago, bro.
Yeah.
Like, I don't like.
I know. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, even if I would have known or I would have come into business like how you coming in, the way I came into business was a back against the wall, grinding from my pickup and just growing from there. But let's say I would have started it from like how y'all be starting it, like coming in with capital, knowing that you coming in to start this business. And I had to look at OTR, Final Mile, moving. I would do shit the exact same way from my market. It's no sense in me going over the road when I'm in a city with 2.7 million people and then with the suburbs 9.2. Like, it's just so much freight to just be moved from one side to another. People, household goods, Final Mile deliveries. Just don't make sense. So I would never, me personally, do what you want in my market, do OTR. It just don't make sense for me. Then it still doesn't make sense now. If I was in a market where I didn't have the luxury of so many people and just so much opportunity, then I may have to look at it. Right?
I don't know, bro. I don't watch those videos just because I've moved so many times my own shit.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't plan on moving no 80-year-old's mahogany-ass dresser up 3 flights of stairs. That shit be heavy than a motherfucker, and I'm 24 and I want to do it.
And that you a great, and I'm glad you're here because you're a great example of what I say, but now people are hearing it out of 24-year-olds' mouth.
You get tired and you set that motherfucker down on your foot.
I hear you, but y'all 24-year-olds are different from my 24-year-olds. When I say my 24-year, my generation, you know, y'all are not labor.
Say it, because I know what you about to say. You keep saying that shit. That's not for every 24-year-old.
No. Generationally, it's not. It's generationally, y'all don't look at the same.
That's not true.
It is
Just because I don't want to move heavy ass
No,
furniture don't mean
I
that
didn't
I
say
don't want to
you.
get after it. Like you don't want to get.
I said generationally, and here's why. Y'all have things, and y'all have seen things, and y'all have seen peers that y'all age do things that don't require any physical labor. See, when I was 24, a lot of this shit that makes y'all money today didn't exist. Like a lot of ways that y'all can make money, let's say like the gig economy, didn't exist. Streaming.
We got way more now than y'all did, and a lot of us don't take advantage
didn't
of it.
exist. So like labor was like one of the only things that you could do. You know what I'm saying? So there's no streaming. There was no Kai Cenat where you could just sit and do a desktop stream and become worth 200 million. There was no, I can go out and do DoorDash for however long and make 100, 150 bucks. No, like you had to go, work at a retail store, a factory, fast food, or do some type of labor shit, bro. These were our options. Or, sell dope. These were the options. Even the dope game ain't the same no more. Ain't nobody out on the corner selling dope. You drive down the street on everything I love back then, it's 50 motherfuckers standing on the corner taking turns selling dope.
That's why half the adults now be all fucked up.
Right. So even the dope game ain't the same no more. Like things change, right? So y'all are presented with a lot more opportunity to make money with doing less physical labor. So the optics of it, right? And your peers that have found success in doing things with doing minimal labor, it automatically gets embedded to you. So then when you hear Mark talking about, you can make a lot of money, but this is what it entails, you automatically get turned away. As far as my generation,
that's some people though. That's some people. That's not specifically my case. I work a lot of hours. That's why I was saying I really don't want to go out of my way to call, but at one point I'm like, if you ain't gonna answer my questions, then I'm just gonna call, because what's the point in just keep texting in the chat? And I actually would want to hear some
I like having conversations, bro. That's why I dropped the link and I put the phone number up. I try to do my best to talk to y'all, but I just
you like drilling on some of them ignorant motherfuckers who come on here and got $700 until next week. Them the type of people that you like talking to.
No, I don't. I talk to anybody. I'm talking to you. You like a 78% sense, and then the other 22% is troll.
And how you gauge that? Off Mark's gauge?
Yeah.
Throw that motherfucker in the trash.
No, it's off my scale.
That's not true. That's not true at all.
It's on my scale.
Your scale ain't authorized. And hit that button too.
Who channel was this?
You tweaking.
No, this is my channel.
Hit the button, man.
No, you tweaking.
I'm gonna make a button. I'm gonna hit it for you.
See, that's part of the 22% troll.
It's called fucking with you. Trolling is different. Trolling is the motherfucker who called you earlier and played music. That's
where
trolling.
You from? Trolling fucking.
You know where I'm from.
You from Iowa.
And you from Chicago.
Your people originated from the crib. Or you a lifelong
meaning Chicago?
Yeah.
Why do you say that?
I hear something in you. I could be wrong, but I hear something in you. Or are y'all just
knowledge?
You just a lifelong Iowa guy, family.
I'm born and raised here, but my people not from here. If you look it up, in my ancestors, we had a president in Africa, and I got my grandparents is a pastor. Like all my family's got degrees and everything. So I'm saying, I'm from a line of knowledge, but
no, I'm saying, are your people?
I'm not saying I'm better than nobody.
No, I'm saying, are your parents? Where are your parents from? Are they from Iowa?
My mother's from Minnesota, and my father is from Nebraska.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. No, I don't. I just.
Why that? Normally, when a motherfucker asks you where you from, you fight. So
Who I fight? No, I don't.
Why that matter? That's not what I'm like. If somebody walk up to you, you outside, they say, "Where you from? What you thinking?"
Well, the motherfucker, that don't mean you fight. Who told you that? It
I'm
all
just
depends
saying.
on the individual. You got to have a level.
From where I from the areas we grew up in,
Right.
that's
So
how
that
it
could
was.
mean a bunch of different things. When a motherfucker asks you where you from, that could mean what set you from, what neighborhood you from, what gang you from.
Exactly. So you just named 4.
So
Pertaining to exactly what I just
it could
said.
mean what city you from, what state you from, what country you from. You are able to tell that based on if you have certain what's the word I'm looking for? Not situational awareness, but instincts, which way they mean when they say where you from. You see what I'm
Yeah, I know
saying?
what you're saying.
If I'm in a certain
Yeah.
neighborhood, hey man, where you from? I'm from over east.
Right.
Boom. They gonna go from where? Then I know where they going with it, right? So
Yeah.
so that all depends. Now a middle American wouldn't understand that. They'll be fucked up out here. They gonna say the wrong thing. They gonna go upside their head. Or if I go in the county, where you from? Your people over there. You see what I'm saying? It could mean a bunch of different things. It all depends on who's asking. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So it don't mean necessarily you gonna fight. Now it could mean a motherfucker ain't gonna fight. You answer the question wrong, you ain't gonna fight. Motherfucker probably gonna shoot you. You see
That's all they do now. You can't walk around without being loaded.
Everybody here got a gun, whether it's legal or illegal. So that's why I was telling a lady the other day she couldn't understand.
I'd rather be in trouble than be dead.
Well, you know.
Man, I ain't.
You ain't gotta necessarily be in trouble. See, that's what I'm saying. Resources take you a long way, man. It's insurance for that, big dog. I pay insurance every month just in case I gotta hurt somebody. God willing, I hope I never have to. I pray to God.
What insurance is that for?
Come in the Discord and we'll talk about it, big dog. Because I'm not finna give no free marketing to nobody, man.
See, bro, this motherfucker, man.
What you mean this motherfucker? This is insurance in case you gotta lay a motherfucker down.
And now whoever's watching,
I'm gonna give you one freebie. Listen. I'm gonna give you one. I'm gonna give you one. I'm gonna give you one freebie. I'm gonna give you one freebie. I'm gonna give you one freebie.
Mark
I'm gonna give you one freebie.
On you and tell you everything you do wrong, and then that motherfucker won't drop what you should do.
What you mean?
How you should do it, and
you want me to get insurance
step by step.
You want me to
get it? That's called game. That's called gems. That's what I was talking about. You was making it seem like I was stupid. And talking shit for saying what I said. No, I wasn't. I told you exactly what you do, and if it made you mad, that's because it went home.
No. So you want me to give you?
If a motherfucker say something,
do you want me to give you the insurance or you don't?
Hold on. I gotta get this shit out now. If a motherfucker say some shit to you over the internet and through your phone, and it make you mad, that's either because one, you believe it, or you just fucking ignorant. Can't nobody say shit to me through no phone that make me mad.
Who mad, bro?
I mean, you pulled it up for 20 minutes.
Nigga, I'm fucking with you.
Was drilling
no,
me,
you can fuck with me, but I can't fuck with you.
Then you pulled the YouTube up, and then you just did that, and it pointed out exactly why I said what I said.
I'm talking that shit, fucking with you. I'm jaying down.
So you can't. So can you agree that I said what I said for a reason, and you know why I said it, because you're not gonna give out no free game.
No, I give out plenty of free game, bro.
Plenty of free business game, but the knowledge is not going to be on here. It's going to be in the Discord, right?
No, it depends on what we talking about, bro. It's people that ain't in the Discord and they say they built their whole business off content just on the channel.
When you should scale, we're talking about what you should have before you scale. That's what we're talking about. The knowledge not going to be on here. That one-on-one not going to be on here. Just say it like keep it up. I don't
do a mentorship, bro. So I give you everything that you need. Like you can't buy a mentorship from me because I don't have one for sale.
Right, but then when
that's why you said, Mark, why you don't want to?
That you don't. If I had asked a question, you know that you don't got a mentorship. Why you don't drop the game?
I do drop the game. You want me to tell you how to go lay a nigga down and have the insurance?
No, that's not what I said. No. It just so happened that the conversation went around that. And we just start randomly talking about that. But jump back to when I had asked about the market analysis, and you shot that down.
I didn't shoot it down. I answered your question. I can't do a market analysis off the fly for Texas, bro. I just can't. I don't live in Texas.
Okay. What about when you should scale? I asked you that one too.
I answered that question plenty of times. That's how I know you don't watch. I always say the business will talk to you. The business will tell you when it's time to scale. When your phone keeps ringing, I say when your phone keeps ringing.
What I'm talking, bro. I'm talking deeper into perspective.
So if you
that shit don't make no sense to a motherfucker who out here driving.
Okay, so check this out.
And then they go and waste their money on a truck, and they say, well, Mark said the business told me I should scale because I have 15,000.
Okay, so
that's what a dumb motherfucker gonna do, and then they get on here and say, Mark, I got $700 and 2 trucks, and I gotta pay $2,000 now.
You a talker.
I'm just saying, bro. I need. Look.
Listen.
If I'm gonna get my point out, I'm gonna get my point out.
Okay, but you gotta let me answer. You keep asking about scale on the actual live stream. The 5 stages of business growth. For 3 hours, I talked about growing.
I heard you say that, but like I said, I gotta go back.
The deep dive.
I had some shit going on.
So you need to go watch today's stream because the
10-4, boss.
All right, like you literally asking a question for what today's stream was about.
I had a party. I had my kid's party,
and I never said nothing. All I said was go watch the stream. I gave you a short version of it, and you said, "No, I want the deep version." I said, "Well, that's what the whole stream was about today."
I got like all my business plans and stuff, like a big binder, like full of stuff. What if somebody wanted to like go through it with you? How would they do that? Discord?
Nope. You got to book a 1-on-1 for that, big dog.
But you just say you don't do a mentorship.
I don't do mentorships.
Like the same shit?
No, it's not. You know how much a mentorship would cost with me, big dog?
I'm not going to pay it because if you're going to ask me that question, I'm not going to pay it.
I was alluding to that earlier when I asked you the question about the peers. Peers, I think the highest was 20. I think I'm way better than Buddy ass, so I need 50. If y'all paying Buddy 20, I need 50. Right? Yeah, hell yeah.
Who is that?
Buddy 20. I know I'm better than Buddy. I need 50.
Why you don't never say who you be talking about? That shit be getting on my nerves. I'm talking about
everybody.
Look,
listen,
I'm not.
Listen. I'm laying the bait. I'm laying the bait. I just want a motherfucker to jump.
Bro, look, I'm
laying the bait.
I be looking around on YouTube trying to figure out who the fuck you be talking about sometimes.
Hey, anybody that feel froggy,
say it. Fuck
anybody that feel froggy, check it out, pimp. I'm gonna give you some game. A lot of the time, I don't be talking about nobody on everything I love. I don't be talking about nobody. That's just a part of the satire. But I know eventually, and people in the past they jump. A lot of times, I don't be talking about nobody. Today, early I was. When I said those 3 people, I was. But I didn't say that to start no shit. I said I was disappointed. So it wasn't like a shit thing today. I'm disappointed. Certain people, I don't look. Certain people, I think, I look when they do certain things, I feel like it's disappointing because a lot of people that come across them in the space, they look at things the wrong way because they're pushing it for a certain reason, which I don't want to go into right now. And this is ultimately why a lot of people fail. A lot of the shit that I talk about is what people need to hear and what people need to do to help ensure their success. One of them is the risk assessment, right? So I don't be trying to start no shit.
Right.
You can't worry about.
I definitely think the lies with the motherfuckers who just be ignorant as fuck, those definitely help because you hear what a lot of motherfuckers do, and anybody who be acting like that with $700 and shit should have just stayed at work.
Well, those are the people that call in, bro. The people that call in.
They should have just stayed. If you get on here and you call in and you that fucked up, you shouldn't have called. You should have just been calling your next job.
No, because sometimes people need the validation. They need true.
What the fuck is Mark gonna do now? You got like, what's gonna happen? There's nothing gonna happen. It's already fucked up.
Well, we've been able to turn some people around. Most people that come is just too late, right? But we've turned some people around at the last minute. We've had some success stories, but most of the time when they come, they just don't have the capital that they invested into other content creators, and then the money that they lost that they came in, And that's the thing. Even if I wanted to charge when they come to me, they don't have the money. So that's why I do a lot of shit pro bono. But at the end of the day, bro, I hear what you're saying, but I can't, like, I don't like, bro, I got a life too. I do a lot of fucking charity, bro. And it's out of my pocket, bro. It's out of my pocket and it's out of my time. But I can't be charitable 24 hours a day.
Charity meaning like you actually donate to charity or donate to like time?
When you see me sitting up here, like some of those live streams you've seen, or like when I talked to Ty for 2 hours and taught him decimals, or when I talked to the older gentleman a few weeks ago and about the 2 semi trucks and for an hour.
Yeah, that motherfucker, man.
But here's the thing. A lot of other what that's considered is consulting. You watched it. I'm listening to you. You got a head on your shoulders. You have
does
common
that
sense.
make any sense though?
But
to
here's
pay
the thing.
yourself something you never made.
But here's the thing. If you were in my shoes, would you charge for that?
No, because you make money off the video.
Bro, what you think these videos make?
I honestly don't know, but I know
about $2 or $3. Bro. No, about $2 or $3, bro.
Damn.
Like, what do y'all think YouTubers like that do content make?
So you just enjoy doing this?
It's therapeutic. It's my way of giving back. I get to talk to people in this industry that has made me who I am. So even talking to you, it gives me like, when you get to a certain age, you have to find a way to give back to the generation. You have to be philanthropic, bro. You have to be. So listen, I'm in a space that's very small. I don't do 100, 200, 300, 400,000 views. My views may do 800, 900, 1,000 views. What do you think it pays, bro? Videos, the guys that make $100,000, $200,000 a month off YouTube, every video they do is doing numbers. I'm in the box truck space, bro. I'm not doing a little baby fucking Ari, bro. I'm not doing finesse 2 times, fucking spazzing out on Moneybag Yo. I don't do that type of content that's going to do 90,000 views. I'm not Poetic Flacco. He's dropping 3-4 videos a day that's doing 90,000 views each. He's doing hundreds of thousands of views a day. That's why he can make 90,000 a month on YouTube. Mm-hmm. These live streams do $2 to $3, bro. Unless somebody.
That's a lot of time for $2,
bro. I've showed it. You said what?
You must be well off if you can spend that much time doing.
Hey man,
I mean, I guess we're not doing nothing.
We okay. We all right.
That's good. I like to see a brother doing good.
You know what? You actually get it. You know why? Because a lot of people ignorantly, you know what they say? You ain't out. You can't tell me you in the house. You were one of the people who actually get it.
That's the goal, ain't it? To be in the house. So that don't make no sense if somebody say that. So you working to get a lot of money to be in the house, and you mad that he worked and got a lot of money and he in the house now?
I think it's a level of ignorance, but it's also a level of envy and jealousy, right? Because you got it. I commend you. You actually got it. Because a lot of people think these videos make a lot of money. I do like 1,000 views. I
honestly don't know what like any monetization.
They don't pay a lot, bro. Here's the thing. In order to make a lot, you got to do a lot of views. I don't do.
So why you don't post like reels on TikTok and shit then?
I don't give a fuck about that shit, bro. Here's the thing, bro. Listen. I don't give a fuck about that shit, bro. Listen, I'm not saying. I'm just shooting in the air. I'm not saying you should do this and that. I'm just saying because I'm just asking. One, I don't deal with TikTok. I just posted on TikTok for the first time in maybe a year and a half, like a week ago, right? TikTok is not my audience. I think it's a lot of foolishness over there. I think it's a lot of people that aren't bright. I think it's a lot of people that follow trends. I think it's a lot of people that refuse to do what is required to do to be successful, right?
I think I think it's made to make you addicted, just like gaming. So
Yes,
you
I
just
agree.
it's an addiction with the swipe, with
I
your finger
agree.
swiping. It's an addiction, and that's what keeps you locked. And you spend time.
I agree.
Then you look up 2-3 hours later, you ain't did shit.
Let me show
The
you
same thing with
something.
the
I'm
games.
gonna put
Same
you in
thing
my
with
business.
games and Xbox. They make the games so you got to play longer and longer.
Let me
and
show you
longer.
something. I'm gonna put you in my business one time, and I rarely do this. The last live stream I did was a week ago. A week ago. I'm gonna
I
show
was
you how
there.
much that live stream made. And I never do
I
this.
can't see it though. I'm not on your.
Okay, but I'm gonna show you can watch the replay. All right. You see that? $3.46 from this live. This is the last live stream I did. Culture War. A week ago.
I was in that one for a little bit.
Okay. And this is what it's made. $3.46.
Yeah, I listened to it on when I was at work.
So like if I did 100,000 or 50,000 views a video, yeah, I'd be making $100,000 a month. Videos do $3, bro. It's been a week. This did $3, bro. Like, come on, bro. So that's why I'll be like, when people say, I just let them talk, bro. I don't be tripping. So
yeah,
like when I say I'm up, I'm gone already, bro. Gone. You dig what I'm saying?
So how much is it if somebody wanted to book a consultation, or is it a consultation or a call?
It's a 1 hour call, and I don't book a lot of them. You know why?
That's too much shit to go over in an hour, though.
Hey, big dog.
That
You gotta
be
make sure
enough
you
time,
come prepared. You gotta make sure you come prepared, or you can just call up.
Everything.
You can just call.
I got everything, but it's too much shit to go over in an hour. If you can go over it in an hour,
you gotta
your
call
shit
up.
not right.
You gotta call up on the show and talk. You got free options. We talking now, or you can come into the Discord. When I come into the Discord, you gotta be there, and you just gotta be willing to share in front of whoever in the chat. If you want,
I don't want to do it on a live just because.
Okay, so if you want complete anonymity,
just the same shit as you. Like, you don't want to put all your game out there. I don't want to put my game out there. I put motherfucker can reciprocate what I do, and then I gotta fight. You know what I'm saying? Why would I do that? Tell them what I'm gonna do,
right.
And it worked for me, so it worked for them. So now I gotta fight for lows with them. That's stupid.
I do limit some things, and the reason why I do limit some things is not because of y'all. It's just more other content creators taking the shit off, packaging it up, and selling it. You see what I'm saying? So I can't put, like, I give you enough, but like certain things and shit like that, I have to reserve.
Certain shit though that I'll look up and I'll find more about it, but like
certain things I do reserve for the Discord. Certain things I do reserve for the Discord. And certain times when a person comes up, I'll just go all the way. There's been people that have come up and I've given them a foolproof business plan. I've turned the business around. I've located their issue, you know, and I've done all that live. So, you know, it just all depends on the situation, all depends on the day.
I really been waiting for you to drop how you was saying, like, you was making $4 a day on your money making money, where you was doing that at, but you won't say it.
$4 a day. What are you talking about?
You veer away every time. You were like, yeah, you could just invest your money. You said open door. Then you was like, yeah, it's up to $4 a day.
No, you missed what I said. You misconstrued it. I said I meant to. So it was a live stream, and it was somebody talk. I think it was Kenneth, and I said, yo, I'm gonna give it to you if you guess it. It starts with a vowel. You talking about that live stream, right? And he never guessed it. And it was open.
It was somebody who makes their money.
I felt guilty.
You was telling them.
I felt guilty.
You was telling them to sell his shit and invest that money into something else. But
you talking about cars and cribs? You talking about cars and cribs?
I think you was like, it's up to $4 a day now or something.
No.
And I'm like, trying to figure out what you was talking about.
So no. So it was $4 and it had doubled. So I was telling him, if you would have took that 20,000 or whatever that number was they had in the 2 weeks ago, it would be 40,000 now. I know what you're talking about. You just got it a little bit tangled. Yeah, that was an open door. And I just never said the name. And I felt a little bad about it because I'm like, damn,
Yeah,
I
because
could have just told it.
somebody like me trying to hear.
But
here's
why I don't do that. Here's why I don't do that. And like somebody under you earlier said, Mark, why you don't do the stock? If you've been watching, you see a lot of people always.
I don't like.
Okay,
stocks.
but here's the thing.
I think it's too much of a gamble.
Here's the thing. As it pertains to certain things like investments, I realize that I have influence. I didn't realize that when I mentioned things a few years ago, people listened and they went and bought this shit and they came to me like, Mark, I remember you did the live stream on Solana when it was 18. I bought it. Man, I got $50,000 now because it shot to like 250. And I realized that people be listening and they go just automatically just buy the shit because they heard me mention it and say, right. So I have to be careful. It makes sense. But here's the thing. If it makes sense, most people don't check to see if it makes sense. They just say, Mark got it, so I'm going to get it. That's influence. See, I didn't know.
Yeah,
you gotta understand.
That's just being stupid.
Right. But here's the thing. I have a moral and a social responsibility to the viewers. I know I don't want to say smarter, but I know I'm more disciplined. I know that a lot of people lack the discipline. So I have to be conscious of what I say because I've seen people just go do it. It worked out, right? But what if I say something that's riskier, but I can take the risk and this is a person who watches me who doesn't say much, but they really admire me, and then they go bet the house on it. But I play it for a quick, short little woo-wop de bam, and I don't verbalize it, and they go leverage the house, put everything in it. I didn't put my money in it, made 2-3%, pull it out, and they just sitting waiting on me to mention it again because they too shy to say anything or whatever the case may be. And then the CEO find out he done did some goofy shit and the shit come crumbling down. Right? So I have to be conscious of what I mentioned. That's why I don't, bro. Like, I'm not like everybody else. I understand the responsibility of influence. That's why I'm very careful as it pertains to certain investments, mentioning certain things and not mentioning certain things, right? Because
I hear you say that, but I honestly don't see any of the other, from the content creators I watch, I don't see them like try to push people into doing shit. But maybe there's somebody that you know that I don't that do that. But I know all of them say the shit at the beginning, like, this shit is not as easy as I make it look. But I don't know. Maybe it's somebody that you throwing shots at because I've been looking for him.
What you
say it every week.
Why you think it's a shot at somebody, bro?
Because it is, bro.
What do you mean?
I mean, if you touch on the same point, almost every live is somebody that you got in mind that you just don't like. And I've been trying to find who is saying that shit.
I don't dislike nobody, bro. But what about the shots at Big Mark? Because I seen 3 over the course of last week. They weren't like shots at me, but it's more so my content is geared in a certain direction. And the way I strategize my content, it can be detrimental to somebody else who makes their money off of courses and ebooks and things like that. When I'm gearing people's mindset in a certain direction, a person that sells things, they can't. Okay. When you watch me, it makes you think. A person who's selling a product, that's a person who's doing shit off of impulse, right? I have a website.
I guess you're right.
I have a website. My products are very, very minimal. I don't have courses. I write books. I just don't talk about it. I write books, bro. Right? So
actually write, or you just like type them?
I write them, bro.
Where's the book?
They're on my website. I just don't talk about them. The people who do deep research, they get the gems. Listen, this is like a treasure hunt.
No, that's not.
This is like a treasure hunt over here, bro.
This is the first time I heard that.
I don't want it. And you know why? You know why? Because I don't market it. I don't promote it. It's not about the money.
So how the fuck we gonna know?
Because it's a treasure hunt. The people who do a deep dive, they're gonna find. Listen, Big Mark don't want everybody to win. Fuck is you talking about? If you want shit handed to you, then you're not. I'm not for you. You dig what I'm saying?
Honestly, I feel that in a sense because everybody got to do their own research.
You
And if
have
you
to
ain't
do your own
researching it
research.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times, then you shouldn't be doing it.
I just, everybody has to. Here's the thing. The reason why I don't is because it's like I say, you have to do your research, even on the person, I say it all the time, that you decide that you're going to consume content from, me included.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not pushing nothing on you. If you do the deep research, you'll find these things. You'll find these things. And if you decide to indulge in one of these $9 books, my shit it's not expensive. And you read it. See, my shit is for a person who's going to read. That's why I don't move any products. It's not worth me even pushing it because you have to read this shit, bro. You got to read 50,
What's the
60,
name of
70
what's the name of the book?
Growth. I had a book in 2025 was about talking about growing your box truck business in 2025. I did I got 2 products in there that will help you source 3PL companies. That's not a book. Those are just a list. I got like 150 companies to source as far as 3PLs and brokers and shit. And just books on scaling your box truck business, books on how to grow your business, and books on shaping your mindset as it pertains to just growing in this field of business. It's books. You got to read it. So it's not even what you're looking for. You want, and
No, that's not true. Don't
I'm not
go
going to
there.
say, what
That's
a lot
not
of
true.
people want is, here you go.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. And that's our generation. Them motherfuckers. Our generation is where if they have to work for it, it's not a get rich quick scheme, and they don't want to be consistent and patient, they're not gonna do it.
And here's part might say, why don't you drop investment club shows anymore? I appreciate the super chat.
Sweet.
But the reason why I don't is because millions were made and only a few people took the money. When I said, yo, it's time to go, all y'all listen to your favorite influencers instead of Big Mark, and y'all got left holding the bag. The day I said, yo, this shit feels funny, and we got out, is when you should have got out. Listen. Carter Cribbs did the video, so I can talk public about it because he did it on his channel. I'm not going to say how much was made, but he said, yo, I followed Mark every morning. He would hit me at 3:30 in the morning. Every morning. He followed me. He followed everything that I did. It was a lot of money. Right? So I even told him to sell his. He told the whole story. He came to me with a Bitcoin. I said, I can't tell you what to do. I said, what I would do is I would sell the Bitcoin. Everybody said, don't listen to Mark. Why would you sell your Bitcoin? I said,
ain't the Bitcoin like 4 times as much now or something?
Okay.
Like if you invested when it first came out?
Right. So when he had his Bitcoin was like worth 40 at the time, he bought it at 25. So when he came to me, he had a Bitcoin was worth about 40 at that time. I said,
when was this?
Let me tell you, 2023. I said, if I were you, you can go watch the video. He gave me my credit. He lost it all. He said, Mark said, I said, if I were you, I would sell the Bitcoin and I would do this. He said, people like, why would you sell your Bitcoin? Da, 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 da. Because the Bitcoin was projected to get to 100,000. He bought the Bitcoin at 25,000. So he's going to how many times this money? 3 times, right? I said I would take the liquidity from the sell of the Bitcoin, which would give you 40,000 liquid, and I would invest it into these things that I'm investing in because these things are going to do more than a 3x.
See, that's what the things that you talking about. Mm-hmm. That's what people want to hear.
Okay, so for instance, at that time I had 100,000 FET. I started buying FET at 7 cents. My average cost was 27 cents, 21 cents, 27 cents. I had 100,000 of them at an average cost of 21 cents. It hit $3.50. I didn't sell it $3.50. I sold it like $2.73. Just that one, right? Solana, I bought it at $18. And these are things that I talked about. Portfolio was way more extensive than that, but these are things that I talked about on the channel. $18 is when I talked about it. It went to 200 and something. I can give you a little bit of, I don't want to give you all his business, but he mirrored me. He had 100 Solana. So I when we were doing this at that particular time, and this was an experiment for me because people had been asking, and we did it, and we made the money. And you got guys like Casino Baby that was in here, and he said he followed. I don't think he followed that play. He followed another play of mine, the Rivian play. I think he made like 200,000, but then he blew it all at the casino. He talked about. So I've given people plays, but they just fuck it up, or they don't take the money when they're supposed to. When I said, yo, it's time to exit, a few people exited, most of the people stayed. So now everybody remembers that time period following my plays, and they want me to do that again and just do the right thing about it. But I'm still kind of pissed off that why would you listen to me, take the chance? And then when I say,
maybe you can do it in a Discord though, for actually people who, you know what I'm saying?
Here's my thing, and here's what my thing when it comes to that. Even though I made the people the money, I learned a valuable lesson. What if it goes the other way? I get celebrated because
that's the name of the game. Everybody know that,
right? But it doesn't benefit. One, I'm not a financial advisor. I say, yo, you can mirror what I'm doing. And the Cars and Cribs mirrored it. He said, man, following Mark, I made the most money I ever had in my life following Mark, even down to selling the Bitcoin. He trusted me to sell the Bitcoin, even though everybody else told him don't, because it's Bitcoin. Bitcoin is holier than thou. I'm doing the numbers. You bought it at 25,000. The most it's going to do in this run is 3x. So you're going to have 100,000. If you take that 40,000, and even if you don't even diversify, you put all 40,000 in the Solana or the FET, you're going to have way more than 100,000. You're going to have $600,000, $700,000, $800,000, $900,000. If you take that 40,000 and diversify into some things like we were doing, a lot of AI plays like FET, right? We were doing, we had Solana. We had, somebody made a lot of money off Jasmy. We had Jasmy. We had a very diverse portfolio as it pertains to crypto at that particular time. You were going to make way more than $100,000 because the altcoins are going to more than 3x. We're operating like on 1,000x in some of these coins. It's ridiculous. Even with the play we did with the memes, we were getting it off the memes. We got it off Bunk. We ran that up. We ran up off the Shiba. We were running it up off it was, man, I was moving shit. He was calling me every morning. I was moving shit. I was hitting shit, sticking and moving. And that's how I was able to get him the most money. And it took him following me 4 months.
I think that would be cool, even though I don't know nothing about that space.
Even on the stock side, people follow me on the stock side and made money. The Rivian play, Lucid play, other plays I've mentioned and just threw little tidbits out there, and people listen and they come back. Yo, Mark, I heard you say that I made some money. I might throw a little gem out there. The open door one is I feel bad about that one because I knew it was going to pop, but I wasn't 100% sure, and sure enough, it doubled.
Why you don't do that and just get a percentage from the people that you...
Because I'm not a financial advisor. It's illegal.
That's fluent.
You see what I'm saying? So
that's illegal?
Yeah, you can't financially advise without the proper, licensing, right? So, when people were following me,
hold on, let me read that. Acting as if I'm entitled.
What are you talking about?
To the info. Somebody in the chat, Pippi, he's acting as if he's entitled to the information. Fuck does that mean? Anybody doing their own research is entitled to research. That
I don't even know what you're talking about, bro. But we're having a good conversation. If you want, you can't.
Ignorant.
Not necessarily ignorant. It's just you have a. I hear what. No, you have a very. I would consider. She's saying entitled. I would say. I don't want to say pushy, but you have a very a demeanor about you that can be demanding. Like it's just rolling. Like, because I'm a patient person at this point in my life, that those little things don't really bother me. But I get what she's saying. I think it's just who you are. So it doesn't really bother me.
I guess I didn't see it like that, but entitled is crazy.
Well,
if somebody's actively seeking information, you know what I'm saying, like looking at you as an influencer, then why would they be entitled to ask you a question? That's stupid.
Because, well, the way you're asking, you've said it multiple times, Mark. You withholding the information as to.
So I only went back over that because of, further down the line when we had started talking, and then I'm like, there you go, withholding information. But you had already touched on that it's in the Discord. So asking a question is not entitled.
Well,
that's just somebody seeking information. That's not stupid. That's actually smart, in my opinion.
Well, the information is spread out. It's all spread out. You get more information. You get certain information. Certain things in the Discord I just can't talk about online, like the Congo guy. A lot of the shit that he's dealing with, it just doesn't fare well on the channel because, one, this market doesn't pertain. How I would train and talk to somebody on how they have to navigate in this market is just not something that applies to the majority of the people that watch that live outside of this market. So some of the things that I've told him, you would probably be shocked at what I'm telling him to say. But even, him, this is why they're in those situations, because this is a different market. So you have to do things a little bit differently here. You know what I'm saying? So, and he's learning that the hard way. So that's something that you would only get in the Discord. There's things that I talk about when I write them, you know what I'm saying, in these books that you may not get in a lecture or you may not get in the Discord, because I'm constantly thinking and I'm taking voice notes, and like, it's easy to write a book now. Like, you could just literally take voice notes and just talk, and then turn it into text and then structure everything, right? Because I'm just speaking on my experiences and structuring them similar to how I do in a lecture, but in a longer format. But certain things, when I have more time, right, to prep a book versus a lecture, more things come to mind. I can get more in detail, and I can talk about more shit that you might not get in a condensed 1 hour lecture. So there's information spread all out. Certain things people keep wanting me to do the investment shit. That shit is hidden, tucked in the member only. The J. Cole video that I always talk about, that shit was from 3 years ago. That shit is tucked in the cut. Mark, why don't you never mention the video that you always say that Chucky and J. Cole talk about? Because to me, it's a hidden treasure, and I want you to do the research. I can't tell you to do the research if I hand you everything. If I'm telling you it's in the content, a part of the finding it is doing the research. I'm not going to give it to you. I've already given it to you. Now you want me to hold your hand and take you, go find my own shit and hand it to you. Didn't nobody grab my hand when I had to take my punk ass to that library. And
you need me to go to the
y'all don't
library
have
now.
to do. Y'all don't have to do. I got to go fucking get a library card. I got to go fucking get the book, find the book, check the book out, read the book, then bring the goddamn book back. I got to go in the back room, go through bins, find fucking microfilm, cut the lights off, put the shit in the projector, let it come up on the wall, and then I got to manually fucking write the shit down.
I see what you're saying, but I don't think it's entitled or pushy. I think it's coming from somebody who don't plan on losing. Who plan on doing shit the right way. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I could have had a different tone, I guess. That's what they're saying. But if you're saying it like my tone is different, you just sensitive. That's all it is. That's a you problem,
She's a woman,
not me.
bro. She's a woman. She's a woman.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. That's a you problem, not me. I don't plan
bro.
on losing.
You can't.
So
see that right there.
That's just maybe
that
how
right
I
there,
come off. But I'm sorry.
No. That right there is what she's talking about.
Business don't care if you're a woman, right?
No.
Business don't care.
But that's a respect level, because she said something, and she's an older woman, bro. She's older than me. You see what I'm saying? So some things you just like, I hear what she's saying, but it's just flying off my shoulder because I'm older, bro. I'm patient. I know you young. You feel like, man, more you ain't dropping the gems. I'm just letting that shit go over my shoulder. That shit ain't really, it ain't really bothering me, big dog. Certain things you just gotta let, you just gotta let that shit slide off your shoulder. When it comes to certain women, it ain't talking about business. That was something that was more geared toward your I don't want to say your character, but let's say your demeanor. That shit, you just let that shit go. You agree to disagree or disagree.
I know what you're saying. I don't feel some type of way. I just felt like maybe somebody should have heard what I had to say.
I'm listening to everything you had to say.
I'm not talking about you.
Yeah, I think we've had a pretty.
I think we're having a great conversation.
Yeah. One of the more better conversations that I have than most of the people that come up here, even though it kind of started off.
I would love to go through all of my shit with you. I don't think an hour would be enough, though. If it took me years and months to print out all that shit and write all that shit,
here's the thing,
how
bro.
you gonna talk about it in an hour?
Here's the thing. If that is an issue, then you can catch me in the Discord one of the days when nobody's in there. And there's plenty of times I'll just pop in and won't be nobody in there. I'll just be in there for like 20, 30 minutes and if don't nobody come in, I'll leave. I don't even send out a notification. A lot of time I send out a notification, but there's people and I can't say that I'm going to be available all the time because I have shit to do, bro. Like I'm not just like y'all.
Nah, I don't plan on that. Right. I'm just saying like just a touch in the right direction is always good from people who know more than you. It's always good to ask questions. That's why I always say God gave you 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason.
Yeah, ask questions. I stream Monday through Friday. You're normally around 12 Central Standard Time. And like I told you here before, you thought I was just a person who when you said your joke, a job YouTuber, you thought I was making a lot of money until I purposely wanted to show you, and normally I don't. But, I did want to, every now and again, I'll put that out there. Like, no, bro, I'm really being philanthropic, bro. I'm really being philanthropic.
Mm-hmm.
The like my production, it costs money to do this. And on top of that, it's time. Time is money. So I'm philanthropic. You can't be successful and not give back, bro. You just can't do it. You have to be philanthropic. If God has blessed you, I don't know if you're a religious person.
Yeah. I told you in the beginning, my grandfather's a pastor.
Yeah. So you gotta give back. I hear people say, man, the OGs, man, they don't reach back. But then when you do, y'all say, man, we don't want to hear that shit over here. So it's just like I try to grab onto the people who want to listen, and then the ones that don't. So,
I honestly want to know how to get a hold of you outside of this live. I don't plan on talking about all my business plans over live.
You gotta catch me in the Discord or the only one way if you want an anonymity. I did 3 coaching calls last year. I do 1 hour. Nobody because there's so many ways to reach me for free. But if you want complete anonymity, then you just got to book a call. It's on my website. And it's not cheap. I charge $350 an hour.
Mm.
Yeah.
Better than tuition, ain't it?
Huh?
Better than tuition at the colleges, ain't it?
Oh, yeah. It's a lot better than tuition.
They pay $60,000 a year, and then they come out and they make less than you. Yeah,
a lot cheaper than tuition. But yeah, I'd much rather, talk pro bono, That's why I don't market it. I don't promote it. I don't do any of that. I try to, do the pro bono thing, But,
Right.
So.
Makes sense.
That's all you got for me, big dog?
Pretty much. I gotta get to you through the Discord because you don't want to drop no game on.
I drop game, bro, but y'all you want me to just I don't know, you just want me to sit here 24 hours and be at your beck and call so you can just pick my brain and ask questions and just me like a robot. give you answers, bro. And I'm gonna be honest with you.
That's why they call you Mark the Mentor, right?
And I'm doing it now. I think we've had a productive conversation. You know what I'm saying? But like, you know, you like, bro, if you call up and you ask me certain things, I'm gonna answer. Certain things I may say, yo, you might have to come into the Discord for that. That may be something that another person may take and want to monetize from it, bro. Like my intellectual property is valuable.
Like at a time?
Huh?
How many people you got in the Discord? It's like flooded with people, or
in them live chats, it might be about. Now it ain't like what it used to be when it was public. Now the most you'll catch in the Discord chat maybe about 15.
I just really wanted to go over like the structure that I got and shit like that. So maybe it would be within an hour, or maybe it might work in the Discord. But it's just kind of.
If you want me to look at it,
just kind of.
I'll look at it, you know. But normally when people present something to me, the last guy that presented me something was actually the last coaching call I did, maybe like in October.
Huh? I thought you was talking about a dude that came on the live with one sheet of paper or some shit that he didn't say that.
Oh yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, that was the guy with the 1-page business plan.
If you got one page with some notes that adjusted it, you might as well go back to work.
But you gotta understand, bro, like a lot of people
not gonna work. One page ain't gonna help you expect the unexpected.
That's a lazy attempt of a business plan. And you know, it's a person who just, you know, their business plan is gonna mirror it's gonna mirror the life of their business. I'll just say it. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, the statistics are what they are. The majority of people that come into business fail. The majority of people that you see come up here, they lack what it takes to run a successful business. The majority of them, which completely mirrors the failure rate in comparison to the success rate. There's not many me's out here, bro. There's not many people with this.
Not all people meant to run a business though. They see this shit online, and they just be
thinking right
that
here,
you're gonna work more than you did at the job that you're working at when you start a business.
This right here, bro. This right here. A lot of people that have this is they have it, but it's weak. This controls everything, bro. Even the discipline. Because guess what? You know you're supposed to do something, but if you allow temptation to get in between you doing what you're supposed to do, when you're supposed to go that way and you go that way, this is weak. A lot of people don't strengthen this. Most people, this is weak, bro.
How do you suppose they do that if you're talking to somebody who was mentally not prepared?
The reason why they're mentally not prepared is because this is weak. It's mentally not.
That's why I said, how do you, if you was talking to somebody like that, how do you suppose that they do that?
Strengthen their mind?
Right.
Get rid of. First thing you got to do is, if you're a weak person, first thing you need to do is source your weaknesses. What are your weaknesses? Why are you weak? What the fuck are you doing? You got habits. Do you like critical thinking? Do you understand basic arithmetic? Do you know how to read? All the things that are negative that contribute to you having a weak mind, you have to get rid of those things. You have to work to start getting rid of those things. Once you get rid of those things, now you have to start strengthening the mind. Right? Strengthening the mind, educating yourself. The easiest way to strengthen your mind is educating yourself. Educating yourself, practice discipline. I do something every year for brain discipline exercise, training for a marathon, water fasting, vegetarian. Even though I'm already a disciplined person, I'm so damn disciplined. Even when I know I shouldn't do something because I'm accustomed to doing it, I don't want to let myself down. I shouldn't have went to the gym last Tuesday. I felt my throat scratchy, but I go to the gym every day. You know what? I'll just, do this. I'm gonna go to the gym, mask up. Sure enough, I walked into even more germs. It was the stupidest thing. I just didn't want to miss the fucking gym because I'm so disciplined.
Mm-hmm.
You have to create that discipline, bro. Educate your mind and discipline, structure. This the ability to say no. Man, I get challenged all the time. I get, just even dealing with chicks and shit. They give you better do. I'm not doing that. If it don't meet what I got going on, I'm not doing it. I don't give a fuck. I got, I have a structure. I got a way about doing things. I have a plan. I'm not going to let anybody or anything thwart my plan. Listen, I said, if I invest into this, once I get a 10% return on my investment, I'm pulling out. Man, this shit running. I hit my 10%, but this shit really, really rolling today. I have to follow it. That's why when these guys, they keep talking about this investment club, the reason why is because there was a lot of money made, right? I'm disciplined enough to walk away in the height of a fucking bull run. If I feel something, if something is off, I'm going to follow my first mind. Sure enough, a week later, that shit went down and ain't been back since.
So you think it's discipline hardest or patience? I think it's patience.
No. You have to have the education to get you to certain heights, but you also have to have the discipline to be repetitive and doing the things that you're supposed to do and things that you're not supposed to do. If I'm growing in my business, I'm growing in my journey, and I see my peers, as soon as they get their hands on a little money, they go out and buy the nice car. They go out and, buy the crib or get the tricking off and going to clubs and buying, high-end fashion and shit like that. And I'm growing in my journey and I have the money to do that. I could do that, or I could reinvest the money back in. The person who is disciplined to pull themselves away from the limelight and all the shit that costs money but doesn't bring in money and keep their eye on the prize, and 9 times out of 10, that's going to be removing themselves from a circle of people who aren't going in the same direction as them and reinvesting that money back into something that's going to make money. That's the person who's going to win. But most people, as soon as they get their hands on something and they start making some money, what do? They increase their lifestyle. We saw it happen a few years ago.
That's the effect of social media. They trying to copy everything they see on social media.
And I talked about that in the monologue.
They create that shit like that's the norm. You don't have to. You can just have the money. You don't have to find a way to spend the shit.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I talked about that. But here's the thing. When you have direct marketing, and I spoke on this, I know you weren't here at the beginning. I talked about direct marketing. I said Mark Zuckerberg was a fucking genius. They're listening to everything. They see all your Google searches, and now they start putting ads in front of you pertaining directly for what you're searching. So it's not a guess anymore. And guess what? The more you see it, you're going to indulge in it. You're a consumer, right? But now they have things for you to, even if you don't have the money or your credit is maxed out, you got paid by 4, you got Affirm, you got Afterpay, so that you can pay and you don't have to have good credit. So everybody has things now. They have things. Everybody thinks from a consumer. I said it earlier. Most people are consumers. You need to focus on being a builder and an investor and then an educator. I'm a builder, I'm an investor, and I'm an educator. These are the things that matter. I can consume whatever I want because I've already accomplished the 3 things that matter. A lot of these motherfuckers don't own shit. That's why when I say they come up here, I could tell you don't own nothing. Because if you own something, you wouldn't have the mentality that you have, because you wouldn't have a risky mentality. I'm not going to go out there and risk some dumb shit without a risk assessment because I have too much to fucking lose.
Right. That's why I was talking about earlier when what's her name was like, oh, you're entitled and this and that. Some people just don't plan on losing. That's all it is. Maybe it sounds pushy, but for somebody who don't plan on losing, that's how you're going to sound.
Right. But you hear ignorance. You hear it's easy for me to, like, when certain people come up, you hear me say, I got different little sayings. Oh, you don't own shit. I can tell that person don't own shit. by the way they talking. They're not talking like a person who has ever owned anything, right? Because they would value what they've worked hard for and they don't want to lose it. I can tell a person who hasn't done any research based on the ignorance that they're displaying when they come up.
Right.
And all this starts with a lack of this, a lack of education, lack of discipline. You got to
think patience is in there too.
You said what?
I think patience can be in there too. Patience is very hard for some people to learn.
Patience is a form of discipline. In this fact, it's a form of discipline, right? Because I just said you can start to see the fruits of your labor and your hard work and your effort from your business. But do you do what most people do when you start to see that? Increase your lifestyle? Go out and buy some dumb shit? Or do you continue to stay down and reinvest the money and allocate that money into things that are going to continue to bring you more money? And yes, it is hard now, right? Because social media is present and everything you scroll, they're pushing things in front of you based on the conversations that you're having on the phone, based on the things that you're searching, right? To be a consumer and keep you in debt. The richest people, the 1%, are the 1% because of you being in debt. A lot of people, they don't give a fuck though. They want the validation. They want to go over to the TikTok and to the Instagram and they want to showboat. They want to go put themselves in front of that. Cool. I'm with it. You know why? Because I need you to continue to be ignorant. The line is in the sand. Either we're going to get it together or I'm going to get it off you. If you continue to be ignorant, then cool. I need you over there. Because I need somebody to sell to. And then once you fuck up, because you follow trends, I'm going to buy your shit from you at a fraction of the dollar because you're going to need it. Without you being ignorant, I don't make money. So either you're going to exercise some self-control, you're going to educate yourself, and you're going to be disciplined, and you're going to be on the side of the sand that makes better financial sense for legacy. Versus,
so from the business you had, when you were getting out, so what did you do? You sold the business, or
it was a great opportunity. Sold the assets.
You market.
Sold the assets to retards.
I'm just wondering. I'm just wondering. Like,
I'm telling you,
what you did.
Sold the assets to retards. To all the people who were following trends that were buying overpriced trucks at the time because of the scarcity, because of the demand. Once in a lifetime opportunity. Never happened.
Sold the assets, and
absolutely.
Then you just
sold everything,
the
bro.
business?
Sold everything.
Okay. So now,
more than what I paid. More than what I paid. Huh?
So what do you do now that you're retired? You market or what? Because it kind of sounds like you do some type of
during my journey, I was investing. What do you think I was doing all those years? Just the money was just.
I'm just asking what you do now. I know what you're saying,
and I'm telling you without.
So right now you're saying you well off to the point where you.
I didn't say that. You said that.
No, that's not. I'm asking. Come on, man. God damn.
You said I was a daytime YouTuber until I showed you what you thought the videos made a lot of money. So now I showed you what the videos make. Now you more inquisitive. I get it. You trying to find out where the money coming from. You ain't the only one.
I'm asking. I know. I'm not easily influenced. I know what I want to do. I kind of explained it to you already, but I'm asking, in your perspective, now that you're retired, you just retire. You don't market and invest no more, or what?
Of course, the money got to keep working, bro. The money never stops working.
That's
never. See, this is the thing, bro. You work for money. You initially have to work for money. You got to get the money to get to a point where the money can work for you. You got to be selfish before you can be selfless. See, me sitting here talking to you, kicking it with you, it's me being selfless. I would have never been able to do this 10 years ago because I had to get to a point where I can just sit here on my dime and give you this wisdom. Right? So you have to be selfish before you can be selfless. You have to work for the money in order to get the money to work for you. See, a lot of people come in with the mind frame because they sold this idea from a lot of these people who ain't got shit, and they want to come in having money work for them that they don't have, bro. You got to work for the money to allocate the money into things where it's working for you.
So knowing what you know now, how would if you say you were starting, I'm not doing this for myself. I'm just coming up with, you know what I'm saying? Say you were starting and you had 10, how would you turn that 10 into like 3 times as much?
Doing what?
I don't know. With your knowledge, that's what I said.
10,000, I would invest it. It wouldn't be enough to start a box truck business.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
with my knowledge,
if you were starting something, you had 10.
I would invest it.
How would you turn that 10 into
I would
3
invest
times
it.
as much?
I would invest it.
Invest it in what?
Bunch of different things. I would diversify it.
Invest it into market.
I would invest it into the market. I would buy other assets, and I would learn that, right? I would buy some long-term assets, some safe, and then I would learn how to invest for the short term, where I can make.
But you already know. I'm saying from your knowledge right now, you already know how to invest.
Mm-hmm.
This not like you speaking, coaching me. If you had 10, you started, you marked them into 46. You got 10. How would you turn that 10 into 3 times as much?
You talking about if I just took a random 10 on an experiment right now, or if I had nothing and all that was 10?
You got the knowledge you have now, but you don't got the money. Say you don't got the money, you do it. You got 10.
10?
You ready to turn that 10 bucks?
Okay.
You ready to turn that 10 bucks into 30 bucks?
I would invest.
How would you do that?
Okay, so here's the thing. I would invest it into some things in the Max 7, and I would go get a job. And I would keep working, and I would keep investing that.
What is a Max 7?
Certain stocks, bro. Certain companies.
Okay. I don't do stocks. I told you that.
Yeah, your Apples, your Googles, your Nvidias, things like that. So 10,000 for me, because you said knowing what I know as Mark at
knowing what you know
at my age, what would I do if all I had was 10 with everything? So basically, I done fucked up somewhere, lost everything, and I'm down to my last 10. This is what I would do. I would take that 10, put it, and I would have to go take.
I'm saying like you didn't have your business now or whatever. Mark working 9 to 5. He got 10 bucks.
Mm-hmm.
He got the knowledge. How would you turn that 10 into 3 times as much? You said invest in the Mark 7.
I would put in the Max.
And I didn't catch the last part.
I would put in the Max 7.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I don't really know that much in that field.
You want me to 3 times your money in what time frame?
I don't know. How long do it take?
It depends. I literally made somebody almost $500,000 in 3 months in this community following me. So,
and your what?
You dig what I'm saying? So hold on. But that person came to me with some money to follow my plays. They didn't come to me with 10. It wasn't 100 either. But it wasn't 10. You see what I'm saying? So, the open door play, let's say when I talked about that, because since you mentioned that, if I would have named it that day and you would have took that 10 and put it in an open door that day, 2 weeks from then, it would have been 20. It retraced, but I felt it was going to pop, which it did, because there was a lot of hype around it. That 10 could have easily turned into 20 in a week and a half, right? So there's different things. Now, if you're coming to me, all you got is 10 to your name, then I'm not going to take a risky play as far as putting it into an open door. No, we're going to have to go the safe route. We're going to have to go like a SPY or a VOO, or we're just going to go a Max 7 play, and we're going to be patient.
When did you start getting into this?
The mid 2010s.
You've been doing that for a while.
Yeah. This is why when I do it, and this is why a lot of people, the reason why people keep asking me to do it is because I've demonstrated and people have made money, and I just stopped. And the reason I stopped is just out of fear that eventually, what if something happens to me, bro?
Happen to you?
Yeah, anything can happen. You got to understand, influence is dangerous, bro.
Oh,
I'm
so
not
you're
like
saying
your
somebody
rest of
was about
your
to
other
come after
people,
you.
bro. I have a moral compass, bro. Influence is dangerous. The last thing I want is a person depending on me for every decision they make, especially as it pertains to their finances, bro. I don't want that type of responsibility, bro. I don't want that, bro. I don't want that shit. This is why I don't do mentorship. This is why I don't do it. Because if you watch me enough, you know that I'll give you everything that you need. But it's going to be that one person that pays me, let's say. And I'm going to give them everything they need except going out there and doing the work for them. And if they don't take what I give them and go and actually apply it, when it doesn't work, they still going to place the blame on you. I don't need your money. So that's why I don't do it. My name is going to be clean. By the
But
grace
it's
of
always
God, I
that
don't.
risk, though. So
Huh?
you speak on it like that, like this has happened. Has this happened before?
It happens to a lot of, no, I've never done it, but I've seen it happen with other content creators. I can't say that, I can't say that the people didn't apply it. I can't say that the information just wasn't good enough. But, I've seen when I came into the space, it was people just haunting people, trying to track people down to fuck them up and kill them and all type of. So that type of shit, I don't want to be bothered with that shit. And then two, more importantly than that, when you charge somebody that type of money, you have to be available for their beck and call. I don't want to, listen, y'all, I'm not finna be letting y'all motherfucker call me at 2, 3 in the morning with this dumb shit. I don't want to be bothered. A big part of peace is not being bothered. I don't want to be bothered, bro. I feel like I give enough value on these streams and in the Discord that you should be fine. Like, I don't want to be attached to somebody because of a financial commitment of $30 or $40 or $50,000 to the point where I have to fucking pick up your call. I might be fucking. I'm not finna stop fucking to answer your call. You dig what I'm saying? You gonna be mad at me, man? More need
3 in the morning is crazy though. Why would they call anybody?
Like, man, I'm not gonna be fucking around with you because you gave me a 30 piece. No, man, baby, I gotta stop. Look at the fuck out of here, man. I ain't doing that shit. Nigga, I'm straight. Fuck out of here. You better get these gems when you catch me on this live or in that Discord.
You don't want to drop your game, though.
I'm dropping game, bro. I just don't want to be. I just don't want to be committed like that, bro. I want to go and come as I please, and I thank God that I can do that, bro. That's a blessing.
Yeah.
That's a blessing, bro. Listen, all last week I was laying up in the bed sick. I'm still sick. I'm getting better, but I was thanking God, like, bro, what if I was in a situation where I didn't do what I was supposed to do, and I had to punch a clock? I wouldn't have the luxury to just lay here in bed and do fucking nothing. Bro, I was literally thanking God for everything that he's blessed me with, bro. And the decisions that I made and the wisdom that I took from the people that raised me to when God blessed me with certain opportunities and situations, and through those forks in the road at me, I had the mental fortitude and discipline to take the right path. One wrong path throughout my journey, I may not even be sitting here talking to you right now, bro.
Mm-hmm.
And when I think about shit like that, it gives me it's kind of scary. It gives you the shivers because one lack discipline. One, come on, let's do this. One, man, take this ride with me. It could be business-wise. It could be personal-wise. It could just alter the whole rest of your future. It could just change things, bro.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So
how you get a hold of the website that you're talking about?
It's in the description.
I'm down here though. I don't see
the shit is all there. It's my website. Matter of fact, if you go on my channel, it's on the channel banner. It's right there. Just a lot of people overlook it. And I don't
I see
talk
the
about it. I
Discord.
don't promote it. I don't say nothing because I don't really care. But it's there. It's there for the people who do deep research. It's there for the people who like to read. You know, so.
Mm. Yeah, man.
But it's
I
there.
don't see it though.
Dude, you go to my channel, right on the main
I'm
channel.
on it. Come on, bro. I'm on it.
Okay, so go, if you own the channel, you see, hold on.
Yeah, it says click 4 links.
All right, so clap.
Discord, Twitch, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok. That's it.
Oh, hold on. Look at, if you on the video in this live stream, just go to the channel, bro. You see the channel?
Yeah.
You see right here? See this website right here? If you go to the channel header, bro, you'll see the website right under my name on the channel header, bro, where it says Mark the Mentor.
Oh,
Real
yeah.
Logistics.
Yeah, I see. Yes, that's the picture. I wasn't looking over there.
It's a link, but
I
every
see what you're
video
saying,
you can scroll down like right under the like the log rock shit.
I think I was probably going over it because it was just a lot of shit down there.
Yeah. You know, it's there. It's just, you know, I don't advertise it. Yeah, big dog.
Yeah, I like to go over some shit with you though, but just not really on the live just because I don't want to give out the information that I've consumed.
Hey, listen, I don't blame you. If that's not what you want to do, then that's not what you're doing, and you're entitled to that. And, you know, I have different ways for you to meet me and talk to me. Majority of them are pro bono, but if anonymity is a must, then, you know, there's an option there for you, you know. You know.
Shelf sheet. I'm looking through it right now.
Yeah, it's not nothing fancy. It's just book it and pick a time and that's it. Shit. Or if you want to take one of these books and have a nice little read, you can pick a book and have a nice little read.
Nah, I just want to go over like my structure. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay, yeah. Then
and
yeah,
just make sure the structure's right. Because if your structure fucked up, you're gonna always be fucked up.
Yeah, and a lot of people don't got structure.
Have a bad structure. That's the same shit like when they're doing construction and shit. The structure got to be right. Otherwise, the house condemned, right? So,
yeah, even your body. If your body ain't structure ain't right, you know, your core ain't straight. If your core is weak, then the whole body gonna crumble.
Exactly. You gotta skip no steps, and you gotta make sure you do everything the right way. Otherwise, don't make no sense.
The act. You know what under the act is? I'm under the act. So we was brought up under structure. You dig what I'm saying? So I've been under the structure act. You gotta follow the structure. See, now there ain't no structure out here. Ain't no structure. You see what I'm saying? So you dig? So
a lot of the young people, they just want this shit easy though.
And you know what? I feel bad for them. You know why? I feel bad for them. In about another 5 to 10 years, it's gonna get ugly. It's ugly now. This is the beginning of the shit that you haven't been following the channel, but you've been watching my channel. Everything we living through now, I've been calling for this shit. And I've been basking in it because this is a great opportunity. The line is in the sand. Either you're gonna get it or we're gonna get it off of you. Choice is yours.
You and Box Truck Bro should do another video though. That was good.
You know,
Buddy dropped hella shit.
We talked. We've talked off the line a couple times. I think, you know,
Buddy dropped hella knowledge.
See,
like if you listen to what he's saying, he don't tell you how to go get it, but he gonna tell you like what you should do. And if you just research what he's saying, like it's true. It's how you should go about it.
I think, you know, when we did that live stream, it was I don't say we're butted heads, but I think it took him some time I think he respected the conversation as it right? Because he
came into it. He didn't want to be looked at like he was like young and ignorant.
I get that.
That's how it was proposed from the clip that you guys reacted to,
Mhm.
and how you reacted to it made it seem like that's what it was, that he was just young and ignorant. But it wasn't right for somebody to say all that shit and then not come on the show, because it wasn't really you that said very much.
Right. But that's why I stood in the fire. And I his audience came over. They was fucking with me in the Instagram. They came over in the thing, but them niggas don't know me, so they just automatically assumed that I was somebody that I wasn't. Y'all niggas ain't even over here. But me and him have talked a couple times since then, and he reached out to me and proposed something to me, and we may do something.
I definitely liked it. I liked the video. I don't watch his content just because I feel like he gave more knowledge in that video y'all made than he does in his other videos.
Well, that's because
nobody want to see
I pulled it out of him,
BLs and shit.
But
don't nobody want to see that shit. They want to see how you start so you can go do it yourself.
But the reason why you probably see you got more information from the collab we did is because of how I pulled it out of him.
Definitely, the collab was definitely the most information you could get from him.
Right.
If any of his subscribers go back and watch that whole video.
Yeah, that video still does well. Like, people watch that, and a big part of it is due to his influence. He has way more influence than me. He's younger than me. He presents content on Instagram, where most people that are coming into the space consume it. And then he presents it to, in a format, in a way that I'm older, bro. Y'all call me Unc and all this shit. Like, I'm not finna be doing that goofy shit. And I'm not saying what he's doing is goofy, but he's younger, so he's putting y'all in his personal business. I'm from a generation where I'm not gonna put you in my personal business.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Some people don't care though. I feel the same way. I don't like being all out there, but some people don't give a fuck.
I'm not gonna do it. One, because two, I live in Chicago, bro, and three, I'm not gonna set myself. Come on, and then two, I'm older, and we were raised to don't let your left hand know what your right hand. I don't give a fuck. Either you gonna listen to what I got to say or you ain't. Like, I'm not finna. Like, he's showing his bank statements and shit, nigga. Shit, nigga, you ain't never.
Oh, that's lazy.
You see what I'm saying?
I ain't see all that. I don't watch them that much though, because every time the videos I see, it's just like, I got this partial and this partial and this partial, and we made. That's not telling me shit.
I think he's.
I don't need to know that.
I think like we've talked a few times, but he presents content different than me. I present it more from an older perspective. So it's more long form, right? I don't do the short form shit. I hate Instagram and I hate TikTok. So he doesn't do long form like that. So
get into the basic knowledge and not just showing numbers.
And he
show me how to get to it, not the number that you got. That's not telling me nothing. And
he's active. He's just really getting started. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. I like him though.
I'm retired already.
Yeah,
so we'll never be able to our style of content, but I'm glad you appreciate it.
Yeah, I liked that video.
Yeah, I'm glad you appreciate the conversation. I think it turned out to be, after the formalities and just get into understanding.
Yeah, definitely after y'all got past the disagreement, it definitely became a way better video.
Yeah. So,
not expected at all, but
yeah. But that's because I knew how to, carry the conversation, and I could block out the noise. I knew people were gonna come in there from Instagram that didn't know me, that were gonna just say certain things, and y'all niggas don't know me. y'all niggas don't know me, so I had to ignore that shit and just focus on the conversation. But yeah, it turned out really, really well. We've had conversations. We've talked about doing some things. We may do something this year. Time will tell.
Yeah, it would be nice because he kind of has that general freight knowledge. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And then you got the business knowledge. I think y'all could really put some shit together.
Yeah. We've talked about some things. We'll see how.
Then y'all could take some calls at the same time. I guess that would be dope.
Yeah. I might reach out to him because he did pitch it to me once. After I just, I like
You
to
just
do
don't
things.
like fucking with nobody. That's your problem.
No, I fuck with people, but here's the thing. Everybody that I talk to, we like it just don't work out, bro. So he was just one of the people that it started off rocky, but he got a little pee in him to the point where we could have a conversation
Hash it out. Yeah.
and get to a level of understanding. With a lot of people that I've come to realize, and why I don't fuck with a lot of people, and I'm just gonna keep it a buck, I got a lot more experience than a lot of these guys. So I disagree with a lot of this shit. And then if it ain't got nothing to do with the experience and the disagree, it's just like we come from different walks of life. So we see things different. And I always understand other people, but nobody wants to understand my outlook. I always say, yo, I get why you think the way you think, but that the way you apply your thought process to certain things, I don't look at it like that. Where I come from, the way I have to process things, I have to do it differently. I understand why you think the way you think. Why can't you understand the way that I think the way I think? I have to think this way. I have to be this way. Because nobody wants to understand it. So I think, when cultures, don't align and you come from different walks of life and just people just don't want to see things outside of the way they want, it just doesn't work. So I was challenged. I think it was Drew that came up last week, and I had already made the decision. I'm just not going to collab with anybody no more, bro. I just think, I've never, until I came into content creation, I don't want to say I've been in a bubble, but I've never gotten a chance to talk to so many people from so many different places, right? You live in a place, you might travel on vacation, but you're on vacation. I'm in Chicago.
So what about?
I'm talking to people from my mentality, even though they may be from different ethnicities, the culture from the market is similar. So when I'm talking to people from different other places, smaller markets, different cultures, different upbringings, it just doesn't mesh well, bro. So I just say, yo, I'm done.
I know what you're saying, but what about? So you don't do the videos with Kirk no more?
I think that, I think we've taken that as far as it can go. I think we've taken that as far as it can go.
And I think the best video though was when he was start coming up with that arson and shit. That shit had me laughing, man. That shit was funny.
When he came up with the what?
Like the arson, he like, what if I got this truck, man, and them motherfuckers ain't gonna get it back. If I ever go, if his business ever go down, he was talking about, I'm gonna do an act of God accident. That shit was funny.
That's all satire, bro. He ain't gonna do that. But yeah, but honestly,
you said, man, you talking about arson?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think we've taken the Wiseman as far as it can go. I just don't have any more ideas of how to take it. So sometimes you just gotta, just like a TV show, you gotta call it. This is it. This is the last season. So, and just gotta keep evolving.
I like the longer videos though, the podcast and shit. A lot of people listen to them, so especially me.
Yeah. I found that doing this, podcast style show, and I found that this helps get a lot of people down the road. So I can continue to do this. It won't never play out. It won't get old. But collabing is very, very difficult. I've realized that it's just difficult. Even if, like, me and Kirk, we started around the same time. I started in 2010, he started in 2011. So as we agree as it pertains to business, when it gets into a lot of the cultural things with him being an immigrant, me being a Black American, this is where we clash at. As it comes to politics, like I've had with like some people like Zarfies and Pop Sosa, even with the guy who I was going back and forth with last week, there was certain things that the individuals who come from different walks of life, they may not understand why you do or you feel the way you feel or say the things that you say as it pertains to how you carry yourself in your market. But I understand everybody else. Like I can understand, for instance, why a person who of a Hispanic heritage would lean one way politically versus another way, right? Mm-hmm. But they may not understand that, my property value, my property taxes. They say, oh, don't worry about that. Who cares? It's this, that, and third. But you're not paying this shit. You want me to understand your plight. Why can't you understand mine? I understand, because if I were in your shoes, I would feel and do exactly what you're doing. I'm telling you this. Why? Because I look at things from both sides of the equation, but a lot of people don't. A lot of people, me and my homie was having this conversation the other day, are a lot of people feel in this society. They don't think with logic. They do a lot of things off feelings. And I understand why it got to this point. I don't do things, I don't base my decisions off of feelings, because feelings will get you, where I'm from, feelings will get you fucked up. Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying? So, I base things off of logic. And sometimes logic may not make sense to someone who it may not directly affect. I make decisions on things that directly affect me, not indirectly. You see what I'm saying? A lot of people make decisions off things that don't affect them because they're following trends, or they're what do you call it? Their identity politics or shit like that. I base decisions off things, not outside of politics, just in general, that are going to affect me and my family. Like, I understand, and I'm not thinking for today. I'm thinking for tomorrow. I'm thinking for next year. I'm thinking for 10 years from now, right? I understand that the job market is going to be very tough. Like my niece, I don't know what she is going to aspire to do when she grows, but if there's no opportunity for her in the job market because it's scarce, then it don't matter. We got the compound. She ain't got to do shit. You see what I'm saying? Right. We got it. So I'm thinking down the line. I'm not thinking. A lot of people live for the day. I've been living for fucking 10 years down the line, fucking 10, 15 years ago. You see what I'm saying? Right. So that's why I can't fuck around and like everything that's a risk, I have to assess it very, very carefully. Mm-hmm. Because fuck around, I gotta go I fuck some shit up. Now I gotta go leverage a property. Then I fuck that shit up. You see what I'm saying? Right. Now, here goes something that I had that I bought at a time where I got it for dirt cheap in comparison to what it is now. Gone. Now, if I want to go have to work my way to go try to acquire something else and get it back, I ain't going to get it for what I got that for. Because everything now is higher.
For sure. But
so falling
just before
off,
I get out of here,
yeah, go ahead.
Since I got 2%, is there like an email or something that I could write down for you at the same time too, so I could like?
Yeah, Mark at the Mentor. That's on the same channel. Mark at thementormark.com.
It ain't on there though. Mark at what?
Yeah, it is. Mark at thementormark.com. Mark at thementormark.com.
Okay, bet. All right, brother. I'm at 1%. I'm gonna keep in touch with you.
All right,
maybe
man. Be
I'll
safe.
do another call or something.
All right, man. Be safe.
All right, brother.
Yes, sir. All right, y'all. That was a nice long call. And you know, I talked to him. Shout out to Michael Perez. Where you been at? Mike Perez, you the person that was really, really angry at that one content creator like 2 years ago, right? Yeah, Chucky, remember? I remember when oh no, not QB. Yeah, that's who you was mad at, Mike. Actually, weren't you mad at QB? Or was it the white guy? Or was it both? I think Mike Perez was mad at was it QB or was it the white guy? Was it both? That white young guy. I forgot. Uh, um, but yeah, I think it was a good live. Obviously, there was a long monologue at the beginning, so the 5 stages to business growth is buried somewhere in between the long monologue, the Martin Luther King speech, and this couple hour conversation that I had with the young man that called in after the live. So I might clip it out, but even way, I think there's a lot of value even in that conversation. I am going to cut the phone lines because I got to get my contractor a call. He called me some hours ago. And I got to piss really bad. I've been holding it. And I don't know. I was going to jump into Discord, but because I haven't been in there in about a week either. But yeah, I guess we'll be back tomorrow. And 608 say tune in 2 hours late. Nah, it wasn't me, Mark. Probably another. Okay, it was another Perez. But yeah, that dude was hot. That was the dude who tried to pay me to go after. That dude was trying to pay me to go. I'm like, man, this content creator took my money and man, can I pay you to? I'm like, pay me to expose him? Expose him how? I'm like, bro, you got to take that L, bro. Like, I ain't, was that, I thought that was you. It might have been somebody else. But, yeah, man. But yeah, all right, y'all. I got to go. I got to call my contractor back. I'm going to catch y'all tomorrow, man. Be safe out there. Peace.